Hello and welcome to another episode of Virtual Legality. I'm your host, Richard Hoeg, managing member of the Hoeg Law YouTube channel, I guess, usually the Hoeg Law business law firm. Good morning, everybody. It is Friday, May 20th, a trial-free day in Depp v. Heard, and I hope you're having a great morning. Now, we have a lot to talk about. I'm hopeful, actually, that this will be a little bit of a shorter video because we're only going to do the one article, but in general, my colleagues at Lawtube and all of you fine chatters have generally proven that to be wrong. So I hope you're all excited for today. I do want to address something very, very quickly because some of you may have seen some interesting news reports, some interesting things happening late last night. So let me share that right now. If you saw Ian Runkle and Rob of Law and Lumber's stream, if you saw Joe of Good Logic stream, if you maybe saw some other Lawtubers streams last night, you may have seen this news that came out. Ian says here in a tweet at about midnight Eastern last night, I'm getting a lot of people wondering why they can't watch the video of today's stream. YouTube has decided it is against terms and policies and that an appeal is not available. It does not violate any policies. Of course, it doesn't. Ian's videos don't. At Team YouTube, please fix this. Ian then wrote a number of other messages. In fact, I think at some point last night, Justice for Runkle was tweeted out and was trending on Twitter, and some other folks as well. The reason I'm bringing this to your attention, if you didn't know this, here's Joe at Good Logic. There was no basis to take down my last live stream. Fix this. This was a coordinated attack, says Joe. We'll get to that in just a second. That is most likely the work of a PR team controlled by Amber Heard. You will not silence truth. Lawtube wins. You lose. And I looked at this, and I was looking at this morning because obviously, as you might expect, the DMs in Lawtube are all about this. And I also was finding, however, as some of you may know, I'm on the gaming side of this. I talk a lot about video games. I talk a lot about that tech culture, tech sector. In analyzing business and law here in Virtual Legality. That's where the name comes from. It's a play on virtual reality. And I looked at it and I said, well, there appear to be a number of gaming streams that were also affected, that were popping up in my feeds at the same time. So if you only watch Lawtube, if you only watch Ian and Joe, fantastic. But you might have thought that this was an attack on Lawtube, as Joe did here. And there's nothing wrong with thinking that as it happens. It's very, very annoying when anything happens on YouTube. And it affects your stream. It affects your livelihood, potentially, depending on how reliant you are on super chats and things like that. And so Joe was very, very upset. But a couple of hours ago, as I said, with other streams in play, YouTube actually put out a tweet that said the following: creators, we're receiving reports that your recent videos and live streams are being set to private. Something seems off here, and we're working on solving this right now. None of the way their systems work is designed to do what they did to Ian Runkle and Joe last night, going private automatically, not being able to appeal. None of that makes a ton of sense. Now, you can, of course, say, YouTube, you're lying. You were focusing on doing something. The timing is convenient. Obviously, there's a major surge in traffic across YouTube, across social media in general, with respect to the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. They could have been playing with levers and buttons behind the scenes and gone too far, or were just testing to see how far they could go. You can have those kinds of thoughts about YouTube. It's a black box, which is why you can have those thoughts. They never tell you anything. But at least on the outside, for non-conspiratorial type thinking, it certainly appears that we've got a situation here where YouTube screwed up. They had some kind of technical hiccup, and it resulted in effectively not being able to stream publicly for a number of people. You can see references to all sorts of video games and other streams here in this thread. That's what I wanted to say about that, because I think I'm the next stream up after all this happened last night. And we'll definitely be looking into it. We'll be looking for more commentary from YouTube. Obviously, there is a certain level of suspiciousness because I believe Ian's stream had something like 30,000 people watching it, which is just amazing. Go Ian, go Rob. Well deserved. And congratulations for hitting 100,000 subscribers to Ian. I love Ian. You've seen him here in this space. And maybe he'll come on at some point to talk about what he experienced as well. But it does look like it's a technical hiccup more than anything else. Reserve judgment. YouTube does weird things. But I did want to get that out there because I think it's more along the lines of something like that than a big conspiracy against Lawtube. It's just what I think. It appears to be the case here. So I wanted to make sure that I wanted to make sure that that was at least known from what I had looked at and from what I had researched to you all. We did get a super chat here, so let's take a look at it. Dr. Kartal of Salat, you shall never be blocked. In my opinion, you are one of the least biased or incendiary Lawtubers. If anyone tries to flag you, they've lost the plot. Well, you can go find a video in Virtual Legality, which I called something like YouTube Just Struck Me, where essentially they went back in time and started to create search terms and blocking those search terms. And there was a video I had done in Virtual Legality that was about a year and a half old, I think, when it happened. I might be getting those dates wrong. Check out the video. And they struck it. This will be very interesting to, I think, some of you who know me now a little bit better. They struck it for cyber harassment and bullying. And I said, what in the world? And it was clear it was just a search term that they had put into their robots and they had gone over. And unfortunately for them, fortunately for me, I guess, in making a video, they had done it on a video that I had made about social media platform censorship, which is allowed. They're allowed to control their own platforms, but doing it in a way that was mercurial or ambiguous or arbitrary. And so they struck that video. And then they put up, if you get struck on YouTube, you can go to that video link and it won't be available to you. You won't be able to watch the video. And it will tell you, I believe the warning was something like this video has been blocked due to cyber harassment and bullying. And so I wrote a letter to YouTube appealing their decision. I said, you can't, first of all, that's ridiculous. That's just not who I am, period. So I'm positive I didn't say anything in that video. But not only is it ridiculous, you can't go out there on my channel and replace my video with a statement that I was caught for cyber harassment and bullying. Okay, that's not cool, YouTube. That is effectively telling folks that that's what I did. And so bare minimum, if you want to keep that strike, which was a warning strike because it was the first time it had ever happened on my channel, if you want to keep that strike, you're going to have to change your messaging because I fundamentally disagree with this. This is effectively defamatory, and we're going to have an issue. And I wrote that in legalese. I wrote that in a very long appeal form. And luckily, YouTube is a black box. They come back and say, oh, no, that was an error. We're very sorry. And your warning strike is removed and everything else. But many, 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 many people don't have that same experience. And I couldn't even tell you why I had that experience. But it's very funny that you say that because YouTube is tricky. YouTube is tricky, and we do talk about serious things here on occasion. So it is a very tricky thing to do. It's one of those things where I say, you know, when I get big enough, if I get big enough, if I have those kinds of resources, it's really the kind of thing that I would look to mirror on my own website because it's just, you just can't trust a platform to honestly make the right decisions on some of this stuff. You know me, I know me. I'm not doing that kind of thing. I fundamentally disagree with ad hominem attacks on anybody, even those I fundamentally disagree with. And yet the robots kind of control how all this works and how it looks in real time. So it's a problem, but I appreciate the super chat. Dip Nails by Jules. Gamers are complaining their streams videos got taken down too. Yes, that's exactly why I saw it. As the resident gamer on Lawtube, as soon as I saw that, I said, and then I looked at the rest of my timeline, and I was also getting messages of the same kind of messages, actually, from some of my gaming streamer friends. They're like, we're under attack. You know, whatever it is attacking us, whoever we might have said something against very recently. I said, okay. All right. So they're going down all over the place. Something happened last night that was almost certainly unintentional because YouTube doesn't want to cut off its revenue streams any more than it wants to cut off yours, really. So I looked at that and I said, okay. And then in this morning, before I started this video, I sent a DM to Lawtube folks and said, it looks like YouTube screwed up. So yeah, there were a bunch of streams that got taken down. I don't blame Ian. I don't blame Joe for thinking they were under attack. Obviously, there's a lot of stuff going on that does look like attacks. We're talking about articles in major news outlets that certainly seem like they are at least helped to be written by a PR team. So that's the kind of thing that could happen, but I don't think that it necessarily did. Sue McDade, Samwise Gamgee always speaks the truth. Yes, yesterday they decided that in the Lord of the Rings version of Lawtube, I'm Samwise. I got to tell you, the loyal friend who gets the job done in the end, I respect it. I'm happy about that. I will accept Sam full-heartedly. It's one of my favorite characters in fiction. So I appreciate it. Raz Al Ghul 01, playing devil's advocate. If I wanted to silence justice for Johnny Depp videos, the first person would be Asmongold, and that is gaming. Yeah, Asmongold, by the way. All right. So you're bringing random Lawtuber videos onto your stream now. There's only one of us that plays games. There's only one of us that recognizes your name. You know, I don't know what that's about, but it's fine. It's fine. I see you, Asmongold. All right. And I think that's it. I think we're set to talk about some articles. Oh, no, not quite. M Tutty16, Hoeg, you are a legend. This is the problem when people can't handle fame. Everyone went silly. Hope they all apologize for the conspiracy. This is exactly what mainstream media does. Be better. Okay, so we have to be fair and honest here in this space. I think they jumped to conspiracy very quickly. Ian has had almost no sleep. It's his 100,000 subscriber day. He had 30,000 some odd people in his stream, which I don't think he's ever had anything remotely like. And he gets pulled down in a suspicious way. I wouldn't have gone out there with those tweets, but I understand how he got there. And maybe I'm being too apologetic because I have interactions with Ian and I know him. I think I know him. Yeah, I think Lawtube can be better about not jumping straight into conspiracy theory. But I will tell you, as that happens, it looked a little bit like that to me. But yeah, I would have held my tongue until I learned more. So your comment is well taken, but I'm also very sympathetic to exactly how that happened last night. So thank you very much for your super chat. Oima, bots were crazy active last night in Peter's stream. Maybe that's why they were crazy all over. So YouTube panicked. It's possible. I don't know what happened. I mean, there's also other things. I don't want to get too far into it in a stream like this one. There are other things that happened with video platform services here in the United States that have made the video platform services look further at live streaming on their platforms and work on some of their policing mechanisms. I will say that. That I know that various of the social media platforms are checking out their security features and ability to take down live streams. So we'll leave it at that. That's a part of the story I'd be willing to bet, but that's all speculation on my side, and I won't go further than kind of making that statement. And I think you know what I'm talking about. So we will go from there. Let's see here. Brad Boutillier, Joe, Ian, never let a good crisis go to waste, even if it's not actually a crisis. Drop your crypto wallets in the description and get those dollar bills. Yeah, justice for Runkle is kind of funny. I don't think that was at all Ian's intent. I don't think that was at all Joe's intent to kind of spark that vitriol. I think they were angry. And we've covered in Virtual Legality people that get angry perhaps too fast. When we were looking at the Destiny community dealing with DMCA takedown notices, a lot of people got angry. A lot of people blame Bungie. Bungie was a little bit responsible, but also a lot not responsible. And so that can create situations. I'd prefer that we all held our tongues a little bit. But as I've said, Lawtube doesn't agree on everything. In fact, that's what I think makes the panel strong. I think that's what makes the concept strong. And so, yeah, I think I can lightly criticize and say I would have held my tongue longer, but I totally understand where they were coming from. Naughty86, love your work. Been a gamer for 30 years. In my humble opinion, best result for Depp v. Heard. Heard's counterclaim gets dismissed via motion. Depp gets $7 million for settlement, and Amber needs to pay ACLU and Children's Hospital $3.4 million each. Honestly, I think you could be looking at something that feels like that. You can't ever tell what a jury is going to do. I think Depp's got a good chance of having her counterclaim dismissed on Monday or so. I think there's a good chance that the damages evidence isn't strong enough for Johnny Depp, that Johnny Depp wins the case. And I have said for weeks now, the most poetic jury award is $7 million. Because that's been said a lot. 7 million sticks in your head. That's what Amber got in the divorce. And if Amber defamed Johnny and lied about him, I could see a jury saying, we don't know what he lost. Pirates is too tricky to figure out, et cetera, et cetera. But we do know that he lost his divorce settlement to Amber. And in our heads, we could say $7 million. Then if you're Johnny Depp's PR team, and I don't know his financial situation, but if he's otherwise solid, one of the things you could absolutely do is say, you know what? I'm donating this to these various organizations because I think it's important that they get the money that was promised to them and that they never received. Like, that's the statement that you put out. And I think that's a possibility. That's, to me, that's a total Johnny Depp win, even though it's 7 and not 50. He's never getting $50 million out of Amber Heard. So I could see that happening. Y'all are okay. So we're gonna star a few of these. I know we're here for New York Post article. So I appreciate it. Britt Cormier, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. I believe legacy media has become more clickbait central due to the fact that they are chasing clicks and not subscriptions. As they transition to the click model, they hire more and more divisive journalists with their own cult of personality. I'd have to really think about that. But yeah, there certainly appears to be a class of quote unquote journalists that reads a little bit more like a blog author and is putting things out there to generate outrage, or at least to be very extreme in their opinions. And so, yeah, I think that there's a certain effect that you have with journalism that I would prefer not to see. I really would. I would love to come in here with more obvious positive stuff. And I'm going to try to do that. But every night, seemingly, people wind up flagging and sending me very interesting articles of the type that we're going to look at, especially if you followed the court case yesterday. You're going to be in good stead to really analyze this article that we've got coming from the New York Post, which is ostensibly a kind of news piece. It's a kind of summary of what happened in court. And we'll see the kind of shortcuts you can take to describe things very differently than, for instance, I experienced them. Amelia Gottlieb, thank Lawtube for your coverage. It gives a more unbiased explanation of what's going on. You guys are all legends. Yeah, thank you so much. We have a lot of fun covering this stuff, and we're going to continue to do so into the future now, because it's really become something we all like to do, and it's really become something that appears to be pretty popular. Lord Luke M, I mean, creators could be using trial keywords / hashtags, even if the video isn't about it, just for exposure, right? A few bots, let them search for these terms and report them. 90% speculation, but sus. Yeah, you could go and find those things and try to get what amounts to a coordinated bot attack on these channels. I don't know whether that happened. YouTube clearly was taken off guard, and certainly even video game streams. It's not. I didn't do the homework on this to go into their descriptions. A lot of streamers, a lot of content creators are using Depp v. Heard as tags and things, regardless of what the content of their video is, because it's the most popular thing on the internet right now. Wolfman2137, first Hoeg stream. Welcome. Apparently, we've got the early morning slot because I get up earliest out of everybody. Gamer and Law Geek, so super excited to find this channel via Lawtube. Morning from BC at British Columbia. Good morning to you. Okay, here. April Wright, good morning, Hoeg. I really appreciated all of Lawtube. I'm sure this has been asked, but I missed it. Does the time for closing arguments come out of the time Judge A has allotted them? We don't think so. Every time that she's talked about time, she talks about it and then says, and then Friday's closing arguments. So I think there was time. There's a schedule for opening arguments. There's a schedule for the main cases, which obviously is the biggest. And then there's a schedule for the closing arguments. They'll be limited in time, just like a debate round or something like that. But I think it comes completely separate from the main time. And if you listened yesterday, Heard's team has 8 hours total to actually perform their legal functions for 4 days next week. Johnny Depp's team has 10 more hours than them. So it's going to get weird next week. And I would have bet that was part of the Depp team's strategy. That's why you saw some fast crosses, some non-crosses of testimony that Amber Heard's team presented. And so there's going to be a lot more Johnny Depp's team than Amber Heard's team next week, which is really, really interesting coming into the final stretch before you hand the case to the jury. Carmen Noseworthy, please simply explain what bots and trolls are. Thanks, hearts and smiley faces. Bots are little programs that are designed to interact, generally speaking, when we talk about them on social media, in an artificial way to drive up exposure, to sell you things. When you see this channel offer you various services on the internet in a adult way, that's not me. That's robots that are programmed to go say, hey, some people are watching this channel. Some people are listening to this content. Maybe they'd be interested in some internet services or frauds and stealing things from you. So we try to block those. That's a bot. A troll is a definition of some debate on the internet, I would offer that a troll is someone that is not engaging in the substance of the content that they are otherwise watching or listening to, or the discussion that is happening if you're on Twitter or something like that. And instead of engaging directly with that content, is just insulting people involved. The alternate definition of troll is effectively someone that deliberately takes extreme positions that don't match necessarily what they inherently believe, solely to rile up trouble. And maybe chat has some other definitions of troll. That's how I think about it. It's people that are looking to cause trouble for their own edification. Drew Bradley just discovered if you watch Hoeg on 2X, he sounds just like Ben Shapiro. Also love that you're streaming so often now. Yeah, and I think that'll probably come down a little bit after the trial. I still have to do more of my packaged virtual legality content because some very nice people have said, where are all those fun videos? So I'm planning on doing more of those. But as these headlines come up, and when I was squeezing them in between trial days, you'll see these early morning streams, I think, next week as well, because they work within that framework. So I think Alita and I have streamed something like 55 hours in the last 5 days. And so, yeah, you gotta find your places to get this stuff in. And I've already lost where I'm at. Oh my goodness. I'm not the only early rising Hoeg this morning. Hey, Dad. Well, maybe YouTube was coincidence, but Post is an outright lie. Hey, spoilers, Dad. We haven't gotten to the Post article yet. Thank you so much. Yeah, I think YouTube, I don't think they were attacking Lawtubers. But it is possible. So we'll reserve judgment on that. But I did want to at least flag that it didn't look like it, at least early in the morning. And so I would imagine that'll be a news story from people that are going to be writing about the technology here. It's rare for that kind of thing to happen. And maybe we'll get some more information from people that can go ask YouTube directly. If I try to ask, I'll get a black box. I won't get any help. And so, yeah. Thank you, Dad. Good morning to you, by the way. Jennifer Kaminsky, what are the chances of Amber's counterclaim getting dismissed before it goes to jury? Material. I know it's a lawyer answer. It is not zero. It's not even close to zero. I would bet 50-50. A judge is going to be disinclined to dismiss/strike a charge. Like, just as a default rule, they've presented this case. The resources of the Commonwealth of Virginia have been used. As a default, the judge is going to err on the side of sending questions to the jury. That said, because Adam Waldman's testimony, which we'll see in the New York Post article yesterday, offered absolutely nothing on the relationship with Johnny Depp, the Heard team has a fundamental fault with how their case is presented. Because what their counterclaim is that Adam Waldman said these very bad things that defamed our client, and we're suing Johnny Depp for them. You say, well, that doesn't make a ton of sense if Adam Waldman said that. Well, they have advanced the theory, which can be accurate, that Adam Waldman was acting on the direction of Johnny Depp, or at least in his understanding, and that Johnny Depp can then rightly be accused of having said these things directly. And that's a fair legal theory. But when you sue a lawyer, what you saw yesterday, which is Ben Shu representing effectively Adam Waldman in that context, said, don't answer that, 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 which, if you really break down what that testimony was, means that there is no solid connection between the fact that Adam Waldman, who is Johnny Depp's lawyer, was acting at Johnny Depp's instruction, request, or otherwise, and wasn't just advancing his own opinion. In fact, he says it's his own opinion in that testimony. But Adam Waldman isn't before the jury. And so is it fair for the jury to consider / award damages to Amber Heard against this person sitting in the room if their legal team didn't actually make the case that he's responsible for those statements? That's the kind of thing a judge could kick out, because that's a necessary legal element for establishing this kind of chain of liability. And will she? 50-50. And my God, the headlines we'll be talking about the next morning, if Johnny Depp's team puts forward a motion to strike, which is the same as a motion to dismiss, which they will ask to have it dismissed, just like it's standard for Amber Heard's team to ask for everything to be dismissed when Johnny Depp's case is done. It is standard, because it's a countersuit, same thing, just coming back at them, for Johnny Depp's team, probably Ben Shu, to stand up there and say, this is why their claim fails. And they might. It might. The headlines would be crazy if Amber Heard gets her countersuit kicked out 50-50. I'm actually probably leaning towards like 51-49. It's more likely than not because I think that evidence is so weak. We will see, but it is very, very interesting. Bear, Hoeg, I'm glad to have you become a part of my morning routine and hope H&H mornings continue. I respect your fair evaluation of these topics. Yeah, I like doing this stuff too. So it's definitely going to continue. You guys are so fantastic. We got 3,000 people here before 8 a.m. on a Friday, which is absolutely fantastic. I know we have a lot of international viewers, which is also very, very cool. To think about it. I love it when the chats come in and say hi from Sweden and hi from wherever, because it's super neat to have that kind of global conversation about these topics. Thank you so much for the super chat. Adita, yay, another H&H. I love them. It's the middle of the day for me. This not bode well for work effectiveness if you keep this time slot for future H&H. Keep them coming, and greetings from Poland, it's my people, and the Netherlands. And winky smiley face emoji. Yeah, I think the morning probably fits in best for me, so I apologize for that, Adita, but at least it's not the crack of dawn where you live, so that's nice. Apple Pie, good morning, Hoeg, and Hoeg Senior. Hey, Dad, people calling you out. We're going to have to get you on here at some point, I think. Dr. Kartoffel Salat, I'm going to get better at that one, I promise. You were so generous. Hoeg, we mustn't interrupt you from getting the headlines with these super chats. It's very meta. Right, it's a super chat that says the super chats shouldn't be interrupting the headlines, and I really didn't mean to go over like this many super chats, but you guys have just come out on fire this morning, so we'll definitely get to the headline in the next few minutes. Diago Soares, hi Hoeg, thanks, great job, regards from Portugal. Hey Portugal, do you think Amber's team will not use cross time at the first day next week? I don't know what they're going to do. They have such a short amount of time. I know some of my fellow panelists yesterday think they're just going to rest at the top of Monday. I can tell you what I'm pretty positive they're not going to do is call Johnny Depp, which I said immediately as that leak came out, weeks ago now. But they don't have the time. They certainly don't have the time to question one of the slowest speaking witnesses in the case. So they've got 8 hours. What would you do with it? How much would you close your case? How many more hours would you spend? Because it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We don't think their time actually applies to closing arguments. So Friday, they'll get their time back or rescheduled for whatever closing argument times are. But you have 4 days and you have 8 hours of time and you haven't rested your case. So what else do you have? Now, I'm going to talk about witnesses from yesterday when we talk about the New York Post article, but yesterday was bad for them. Yesterday did not move the ball, did not move the needle, whatever metaphor you prefer for describing their case. It didn't do much. And so it felt like they were basically out of gas, like they were weak on witnesses. Now, that's not, of course, how it's reported in the New York Post, and we'll talk about that. But I don't know what else they actually want to present in their case in chief. We'll see. I would be very reticent to use much of my time. I need time to cross-examine, especially if whoever Jennifer Howell is going to show up, especially if Dr. Curry is going to come up and say, everything you just heard right there, I've got quotes from Amber Heard. So this is what I'm talking about with respect to borderline personality. This is what I'm talking about with respect to histrionics. This is what, like Dr. Curry is going to backstop what we heard from Amber Heard and make it so that Amber Heard's incredible testimony, literally, is some of the last thing the jury actually remembers before going into closing arguments. So I don't know. They really got off the path. 10 hours of difference going into the last week is wild. And so I don't know what Amber Heard's team is going to do. I think you have to reserve that time, even if you don't wind up spending it, so that you can at least threaten to cross people. Because if you are out of time, if you got zeros on your clock, Johnny Depp's team can do anything, including bring witnesses that they'd otherwise be worried about being crossed or exposed in some fashion. And that just spells doom for you if you're Amber Heard's team. So we're going to find out. I would not want to be in their shoes. Maxine, you're the best. Heart emoji. But I have to remind you at least once about the Lawtube Among Us, baby. Lobby. Yes. So Lawtube, gaming with Lawtube. I have absolutely no time to plan out the logistics of that right now. After the trial, it's first on my list to figure out how that might look. And it would be on this channel and we would have a ton of fun. You have to give me a little bit of time. Also running a law firm. My days are absolutely crazy right now, but it is on my list. I promise. Let's see here. Phoenix Flames, sorry, off topic, but heard you mention Tiny Tina Wonderlands on Legal Bites. I love Tiny Tina. I think Wonderlands is such a great game. Anything is better than pre-sequel. So that's a Borderlands reference. I did reference Tiny Tina. One of the really funny things about this line of work is that I then got a DM from somebody that was working on Tiny Tina that was so thankful that I mentioned it and said I liked it. I love Tiny Tina Wonderlands. I think it is a fantastic addition to Borderlands. And I think it might be my favorite of the series because of the Dungeons and Dragons elements. They have a dungeon master that's effectively changing the levels on the fly. It is very, very funny. It's got Andy Samberg. It's got, for whatever reason, the name has escaped me, Job from Arrested Development. It's got a lot of cool comedians doing a lot of cool voice acting in that game. I absolutely love that game. So, yeah, thank you. Tiny Tina, awesome. Electric Moccasins watching from Australia, bringing in the data expert didn't seem to help them much since they didn't even show Waldman's post timeline with data. They didn't. All it did was show the jury the hashtags, which doesn't help. I thought he was terrible. And I have to watch myself here. So taking a step back, I think he's a genius. Everything that was said in the CV seems to suggest that he is a very, very smart coder and computer engineer and everything else. I was very impressed by some of the things that he had done, some of the places that he had worked, Sun Microsystems, IBM, worked on Unix, helped bring all these startups to life that interface with Unix. Very, very cool. Also has nothing, literally nothing to do with social media analysis. And so once he was presenting his testimony, I was very underwhelmed by the statistics and the science and the math. And in all honesty, I don't think he should have been allowed to present that testimony at all. I agree with you. I don't think it hurts Johnny Depp, but I do not think that that met scientific standards that we usually require to advance expert testimony in court. That's just my opinion. Obviously, the judge disagreed, but I thought that was essentially bad and far more confusing / unhelpful than helpful to the finder of fact, the jury. And so that actually bugged me. That's the kind of thing that bugs me when expert testimony comes in, and I think it's just terrible. I felt the same way, by the way, in case you're an Amber Heard fan, about the Q-score guy for Johnny Depp. I thought that was god-awful, but at least you could tell his methodology. His methodology was bad, but at least fundamentally sound in a way that this particular individual was not. And you do wonder, how did you wind up testifying? How did they find this expert? Were they looking for something, and most people that were actually statisticians that would look normal said, no, that's not going to work, and they had to find someone that would go down the methodology they liked? I don't know. I have no idea how this guy got the job. Seems like a very smart fellow, just not in this particular field. As I said on one of the streams yesterday, I feel like I'm pretty smart on law and economics and business and messaging and that kind of thing. You ask me to do high-level mathematics, you're going to get lawyer math. It's not going to work. I'm not going to be an expert at that. You ask me about how a NFL football team in the locker room functions, not going to be able to talk on that. I don't have expertise on that. So everybody's an expert at something, and also not experts at other things. And that, I think, really has to be more cautious when you're talking about entering evidence in court. Mickey Verney, I have two questions about the no cross thing. What is something damning comes from the cross in depo? Can the plaintiff in that case use it? If there's no cross, can they include a redirect? So, couple questions here. The depositions are essentially agreed to. So on all those Fridays that we didn't have court, they had very long days where they went through these videos and looked at all the objections that were edited out that we don't really hear, but you can sometimes hear when they edit sloppy, and said, this is legitimate, this is not legitimate, this is how this video is going to go. And they worked together, Heard and Depp's teams, to edit a video that had both sides questioning and or redirecting, depending on, I think, time that they wanted to use in those videos, and then submitting one final product to the court. So I don't believe anybody on Depp's side would be a deposition, except maybe this Jennifer Howell person, because Dr. Curry's going to be there, and that's maybe one of their more important rebuttal witnesses. But as far as no cross goes, I think that the timing of the depos, not having cross from Depp's team, got them time for next week. And as far as rebuttal testimony goes, I don't know. I mean, Amber Heard's team might just have to say, no, that one's fine, if they are clinging to 4 or 3 hours of time that they have left in that last week. So we will see. But it's going to get wild. Stuff and Stuff. Hi from Germany. Hi, Stuff and Stuff. I like, we were so close to getting the headlines. I know. Andrew Sean, love from UK, actually did a magic show for a law firm here. That is sweet. I've never had a magic show at my law firm. All of them are watching the case over here too. Gave me something to talk with them about. Yeah, I mean, this is taking the internet by storm, and especially if you're a lawyer, you look at these things and say, what would I change? What would I do differently? And that's fun. Ashley, love the morning Lawtube stream. Thank you, Hoeg. Also, hi to Papa Hoeg, Mrs. Hoeg, and Bearded Dragon Hoeg. Loki says hi. Denise from Canada, if a judge strikes Amber Heard's countersuit, could that affect the jury either way in the decision for Depp's claim? The jury knows that they were briefed on a countersuit. I don't know whether they'll get a verbal instruction that it's been dismissed, but they'll note that they didn't get it to answer as a question at the end of the day. So maybe, and they might actually get told by the judge that you won't be considering that case has been dismissed. So I have no idea. I would be worried about it if I were Heard's team, certainly. Dr. Kartoffelsalat, I hope they call JD now. Just run their clock down. If they call JD now, they are absolutely insane because Johnny Depp is such a slow talker. He's established that he's a slow talker, so it wouldn't seem weird if he did it in that context. There's really nothing more to be gathered from him. He could improve his position, and they lose time doing it. I firmly believe that would be the worst possible thing they could do, which means it's a possibility. So, hang on, check in on with us on Monday, but it would be crazy. Eric Vanderbilge, don't let this and Dr. Potato Salad interrupt headlines. You can't do this. You can't, Roketsu 86, angry emoji. YouTube won't let me use the yawn emoji in super chat. C'est la vie. It's too early on the West Coast for me to be alive, but at least there's H&H to keep me lucid. Yeah, I'm sorry, West Coasters. If it's early for me, it's earlier for you, and I apologize for that. So we'll treat that as a yawn emoji. Definitely. Linus Sean, Hej Franceverage. Love these streams and waving emoji. I'm sure I absolutely killed that reading. So thank you for putting up with me. G-Dash, if countersuits drop, does that mean no Dr. Curry rebuttal since she is only there because of counterclaim? She's not. She was only allowed to look at her because of the counterclaim, but she's not only there because of the counterclaim, if you understand the distinction. So I don't think she suddenly gets kicked out because her evidence is there and Amber has presented evidence that can be rebutted in terms of what amounts to character at that point with Dr. Hughes and whatnot, because Dr. Hughes, remember, repeated all the claims that she made and said she's perfectly sound to make them. So I don't think so. It's an interesting question, though, because she was first allowed to interview Amber Heard because of the counterclaim and the PTSD claim. So I get where you're coming from. I do not think it would kill Dr. Curry's testimony, but judges are judges and they exercise their own judgment. So stay tuned. Objectionable law, Ashley D. Harrison. Good morning to you, Rick. My favorite. That's very nice of you to say. I had court both Wednesday and Thursday and missed a lot. Could you please give a quick summary of how you felt each end of day? I appreciate all you do. Have a wonderful day. So yeah, on Wednesday, Amber Heard's family and friends crew kind of went on there and talked about their experiences. You did get some testimony from the Josh Drews of the world that were credible, even if they conflicted with other stories. So that reduces the credibility, but at least sounded sincere, sounded normal. Whitney Heard, same way. So I think on Wednesday, that was Amber Heard's strongest day of the trial. And it was not nearly as strong as Johnny Depp's strongest day of the trial, but it moved the needle, right? If I had Johnny Depp at 70 or 80 after Amber Heard's cross and devastation and redirect and everything else, it at least moved it a little bit closer to Amber Heard. Not remotely closer to me saying Amber Heard should be favored to win on this, but it helped Amber Heard. By comparison, yesterday, and we're actually going to be able to, I'll talk about my thoughts on this because the New York Post article I've got, I promise, in the background, is a summary of the events of yesterday. And I thought that Amber Heard's team completely dropped the ball. They did not advance any of their arguments. They probably helped Johnny Depp's arguments a little bit. And more importantly, they wasted time. The opportunity cost of a lost day in trial with a timed judge looking at you gets you to 10-hour deficit in the last week, and you did nothing today. And we'll talk about that in just a little bit. Thank you very much for the super chat. And I'm going to have to start starring these. Matt Campbell, any idea when rebuttals, hopefully spelt right, will start? Love all your coverage. You guys are the best. Should be the bulk of next week. We know Amber Heard's team only has 8 hours left, so they basically have to rest on Monday unless they're just absolutely crazy. I don't even know how they would proceed past Monday without resting. So they'll rest on Monday. Rebuttals will be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I would guess. And then you have closing arguments on Friday. So next week is Johnny Depp's team takes the floor again. Heather Long, thanks for being a cool head and reasonable voice. While I don't always agree, I respect the times all of you on Lawtube play devil's advocate. It's really important to weigh action versus reaction and logic versus emotion. Happy smiley face. No, I thank you so much for that kind of notion. That's what I'm about. The motto here is reasonable minds can differ. I like to try to explore things from all angles. Sometimes the panel on Legal Bites, gets a little into one direction or another. So in general, just the way I'm psychologically driven, I say, okay, well, what's the opposite way that could look plausibly? And let's at least consider it, even when I agree with the panel. So that's what I try to do. And I really appreciate you for noticing. Thank you so much. IH, good evening from Tokyo. That's so cool. If Amber Heard's team cannot cross JD's rebuttal witnesses, could this potentially open up the case to appeal? So we kind of differ on the panel on this. I have seen appellate courts kind of question judges like very harsh rules on this stuff. I don't think so, though, because they will have had equal time. The judge is just trying to establish you guys get equal time. You spend it how you want. I'm not your mom. And Amber Heard's team has spent a lot more time than Johnny Depp. You think about Amber Heard's cross versus Johnny Depp's cross. I know it's a long time ago. They spent eons cross-examining Johnny Depp. And Camille on Amber was less than a day. It was less than a trial day. She gets handed the reins at 3:30. She returns them before 3:30 the next day. And that's a massive difference in time. That's part of what we're looking at here is essentially an extra day they spent cross-examining the party witness. And what do they have to show for it at this point in the trial? So I don't think so. But everything is technically a grounds for appeal in terms of you can bring it up. I don't think it's a winner. You guys are just not interested in this article. I love you guys. Thank you so much for the generosity. Kirsten Tate, Amber Heard has 8, JD has 18. Crazy. There's a reason, but who, what, and why? Thoughts. Primarily, they spent extra time cross-examining, and they've spent extra time bringing more witnesses that I don't think were terribly useful to their case, and most decidedly yesterday. And so they spent all this time to no great effect, and now they find themselves behind the 8 ball because you should not have a 10-hour difference going into the last week. You're going to feel that when we watch next week. 10 more hours of Johnny Depp's argument versus Amber Heard's in the last week before the case is handed off to the jury is crazy, in all honesty. Rannick, 1982, night shift from the West Coast. Love Lawtube. Thank you so much. Della C, love to @ Secret McSquirrel, the hardest working admin on Lawtube. Heart emojis. Yes, they are. They're everywhere. I think there's like 10 Secret McSquirrels that are on all these streams. So thank you so much to the mods and everybody that's helping me try to keep those bots that I talked about out and keep the conversation productive. I very much appreciate that. Remy C, Twitter expert is BS. With the bot situation, any information pulled from their API is not reliable, and he made so many assumptions. Here, I've said it on other streams, but one of my biggest issues with him is he says, I took a random sampling of 2,000 using the hashtag. How many were negative? All of them. Now, outside of the fact that he says, I can't read mine, so actually putting sentimentality on Twitter would seem to be a problem. Twitter. If you've got a popular trending hashtag, at least a portion of those are ironic or trolling and are going the other direction. A portion of those are bots. A portion of those are advertisements for something completely unrelated to the trending term. And him going out there and saying all of them were negative against Amber, all of them were dragging Amber Heard doesn't ring true, the remotest sense possible, which makes me go, okay, well, your methodology is super odd then, because a normal methodology here would at least say, whatever, 0.5% are ads and 1% are ironic trolls. Because if you're interested in that conversation on Twitter, you use Justice for Johnny to say, we need to believe Amber Heard, Justice for Johnny, like talking to them using that hashtag. So none of it rang true at all. And then you get to these numbers and he's like, well, I just adopted it. That's a large number. It's like a quarter of them mention Waldman and that's a large number to you. 3/4 of the conversation is not driven by that. And all of your search terms can be written in reverse. And you wouldn't be able to know that from your methodology here. There's so much stuff. And that's why you saw people on the panel either complaining about the cross or accepting it. To me, I didn't need a cross at all. By the time his direct was done, I'm like, that is BS science. That is not useful at all. But yeah, the cross I think was strongest by just saying, so like 900,000 people tweeted justice for Johnny in this time frame. Really interesting. I mean, like actually introducing to the jury justice for Johnny. What are you doing? What are you doing, Heard's team? We'll talk about it more, I promise, if I ever get to the New York Post article, because I said the magic words to start the stream, which is I thought this one might be shorter. You guys are fantastic. Alex Pike, when Amber Heard's team runs out of time, is Johnny Depp's team still allowed to bring witnesses, even though Amber Heard's team wouldn't be allowed to cross? Yes. Yeah. The judge was very specific about that. If you're out of time, you're out of time. Johnny Depp can just bring witnesses with no cross. Mohammed Farhat, when Amber Heard mentions Kate Moss and JD's team celebrated, did you think it allowed them to bring Amber Heard's prior DV case, or does it allow her to come in as a rebuttal witness? I suspect now, sitting here before the rebuttal starts, that it meant rebuttal witness, because they already had a plan to bring in the prior domestic violence arrest. And that was, they were going to use the headlines from the articles around that time to talk about how Amber Heard's popularity, fame, value, whatever, was already affected by such headlines, which they knew that she had to try to establish were all coming from Adam Waldman's statements. So they knew that. They knew that they would have to make that case. And Johnny Depp's team said, all right, we'll counter with the headlines. There's a big fight in the sidebar when it happens. And ultimately, Johnny Depp's team wins, and they introduce all of that stuff. In fact, that was the mic drop kind of closing for Camille's cross-examination of Amber Heard. So they knew how to get it in. So I don't think they needed that Kate Moss reference to do it. So I think they were celebrating something else, and we will see what that is. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang. Hi, Hoeg. I always enjoy your opinion so much. That is very nice of you to say. Thank you for your hard work. It's my first time catching a live from your channel, and I wanted to use the chance for a super chat. Thank you. All the best from Germany. That's 2 Germanys. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Issa Mello, surprised Amber's dad wasn't a witness for her. Well, her case isn't rested, but yeah, we haven't seen, outside of Whitney, we haven't seen really anybody else, and we haven't seen anybody else that's still in Amber's close circle. I don't want to judge her on that necessarily. It's not really terribly probative for the question at hand, but you can't help but think, does she have anybody close to her right now? Yeah, you know, to me, honestly, that makes me a little sad, because I think the answer might be no. Abby Clark, I love Lawtube. I haven't watched Netflix in weeks. Take that, Netflix. That's actually why its stock price is down so much, as Lawtube came into being. People got excited about that. Netflix, they never had a chance. Thank you so much. Stranger Things on May 27th, though. My daughter could not be more excited. Lulu, why don't Johnny's team call Jennifer Howell? I think you're going to get your wish. They haven't been able to call anybody. It's Amber Heard's case. When rebuttal starts, they get to call people. I think you're going to get your wish. Psycho said, Amber Heard knows they're going to lose, kills their time for PR reasons. Maybe. Certainly the public relations battle will be interesting, and I would expect Amber Heard's team to go out with something along the lines of the system is broken and corrupt and against us. And that might be part of the narrative if and when they get their countersuit dismissed, right? I mean, like, that's part of the story, is you try to get that. It was also very interesting yesterday for the judge to say, essentially, in a very neutral way, because this judge is amazingly neutral, and I really, really like, and her ability to control her courtroom, says, I don't want to hear statements from either of you. So we know Amber Heard's PR team, once they took over, they've been having statement fights in the media about this court case. The judge says, going into this last weekend, I don't want to hear any statements from you. And that's Amber Heard's team predominantly. And that's interesting. And they'll have to bite their tongue or fear the wrath of the judge. Emma Nicholson, question, judge said the jury can't look up anything in a dictionary. I could see not looking up the case, but if you hear a new word in court, I'd have to look it up. No, you can't look up anything extrinsically. I totally get it, by the way. But it's easier to have the bright line rule. Say, jury, you're not allowed to look up anything. You're not allowed to research anything. I don't think they're allowed to watch Aquaman after yesterday's testimony, because you have the agent saying that she never got a bad review for her acting, which is fundamentally false, but that you can't even go and watch Aquaman to examine it for yourself. She's fine, a little wooden, but fine. But they can't make that assessment. It's very, very interesting. Nancy Joe, I apologize. Miziazek, thank you so much for the generous super chat. I really appreciate it. Oh, And the StreamYard, every time you hear me say that, it reflashes and I have to go back and scroll. Luis Gentle, hi Rick, I appreciate these earlier streams, especially for international viewers like me. Great commentary as always. Love from the UK. Thank you. We're getting a lot of content from the UK journalism outlets, so I very much appreciate it. Suyana Viguru, why couldn't JD's team have an Amber X as a witness like Ellen Barkin came in as JD's ex? They could have subpoenaed, or is it too much of a risk? I don't know how useful they thought it would be. And again, Amber's primary ex, the one that people keeps bringing up, at least to me, and again, I'm trying to keep to the jury information, but this has been kind of shared with me, apparently recanted there being any issue. So you don't bring that person. You don't bring a person that's going to get up there and say, no, this never happened, or it didn't happen that way, or Amber's a sweetheart and everything else. So you pick your spots and you try to figure out what's going to be the strongest and most helpful for your case. Other exes, I don't know. I haven't seen that. I don't know Amber Heard's history any more than the jury does at this point in time. We'll see what Johnny Depp's team brings up in this last week of the trial. Zara Seifert, how does a trial usually play out? My understanding, 85% main, plaintiff side, defense side, 10% rebuttal, who starts, 5% closing, and then jury deliberation. Well, you've seen it in action. Well, trials can have different schedules, but you've seen it in action. You have an opening statement day. They're supposed to get about equal time. Some courts will be a little bit looser on that than others. I don't think Judge A is actually that loose about these things. I'd be willing to bet if you time those, they're pretty darn close together. Then you have the main case. You have seen that the judge gave, I believe it's 61 hours for each side for their direct and their cross. And so they're scoring those things. They're trying to keep track of that time as they go. And then closing statement day will be very similar to opening statement day, where they'll both have whatever it is, 3 hours to make those statements. Johnny Depp will reserve some to do essentially a secondary rebuttal closing statement out of that time. And then it'll be handed to the jury. And then the jury could return a verdict in 2 hours. It could return a verdict in 2 weeks. The jury has to have the time to reasonably deliberate how this is all going to go. So Johnny Depp's team has effectively reserved something like 18 hours for their rebuttal. Amber Heard's team has not reserved much time for any purpose. So we'll see how they use it. And then closing statement day will be about a half day. And then the jury, it's all up to the jury. And then if you haven't been with us for a trial before, then the panel gets, really, really interesting, where we start talking about some of the stuff we talk about here in headlines. We start talking about, why the jury might ask a question, what they're looking at, and try to, discuss that in that framework. But juries are notoriously inscrutable. And so that process is, quite frankly, a lot of fun. I hope you join us for it, which would be week 7. But some people think the jury's going to return a verdict that same day. I don't. Some people do. Leaf Ninja, love hearing you go through super chats. Hi from UK. Thank you so much. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang. Imagine the last defense witness are on the same level as yesterday's, and they'll end with a mic drop. Do you think JD will win? The current chances. Do I think the last defense witnesses, so that's Amber, are on the same level as yesterday's, and they'll end without a mic drop? Oh, the witnesses are not useful. Do you think JD will win? Yes. His rebuttal is very likely to be strong. I still don't know what Jennifer Howell is for. Certainly the internet has tried to tell me and is very vociferous that it's important. Let's just assume that it is. That's useful. Dr. Curry reminding the jury of what they heard from Amber Heard is going to be useful. And just in general, from a rhetorical standpoint, I find myself more compelled by the legal talent on Johnny Depp's side. So I expect some fireworks in that rebuttal testimony. And then you have closing arguments. We know something the jury doesn't know, which is that kindly Grandpa Ben Chu has a volume that he can get to that is frankly intimidating, that they haven't seen because they were out of the room for the motion to strike before. And I would strongly expect that they will see it in action in the closing statement for the first time in 6 weeks. And I think that could be very effective. It could also rub people the wrong way, but it's effective for me, and I suspect it will be effective for the jury. I'm very much looking forward to closing statement day. So it'll be very interesting. I think Johnny Depp's chances are good. It's still a difficult legal theory to make, so I'm unlikely to ever go above like 80%. But I think his chances are very good with Amber Heard's team wasting their time essentially yesterday, and in your hypothetical, wasting their time next week. Britt Cormier, Camille's laser-focused cross of Amber Heard helped save JD a ton of time. That's a big reason for the time difference. It is a massive reason for the time difference. And I know people were impressed by the substance of that cross-examination. When you think of the logistics, when you think of the position Camille Vasquez put her team in, she is the absolute 1,000% MVP of the Johnny Depp lawyer squad. She was in, it was surgical precision. She got out of that cross-examination in less than a trial day. She delivered what amounts to 8 extra hours to her team while also devastating the opponent team's lead witness. If you're watching college football, this is like somebody coming in and throwing seven touchdowns in like the first half of the game and then letting their team control the rest of the tempo. It is really, really, really impressive how much she flipped the script on what could have been a much more muddy case. Camille Vasquez, 100% the Johnny Depp MVP so far. Miriam Bergman, I really love how you read out the emojis. Laughing so fast, you're squinting face, some drums, a trumpet, a banjo, some dynamite, and the New Year's thing that kind of covers you in glitter at the drop of the ball. I really like your opinions on the panel. Thank you so much, Miriam. Rustin Fettig, game controller, Alita's blue heart microphone. Absolutely. Alita's the best. Go subscribe to Legal Bites. Pam Myers, any update on Runkles and Joe's videos? If there has been an update, it's in the last hour when I've been chatting with you all on Super Chats. I will check in on that. I did start this video by saying it looked to be a YouTube technical issue. You can go back into the archive and watch the beginning of this video. We'll see. If it's more interesting than that, certainly I will try to update things. But I think it was a technical issue on YouTube's side, not a coordinated attack. Nina Nana, super sticker. Thank you so much. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang. Forgot to mention that I really love your critical and objective view and opinions on evidences and media coverage. Like you, I get all the infos from the trial, and I doubt I'll change my opinion again now. Yeah, it's becoming increasingly likely to me that Johnny Depp wins, even though I think the legal theory is rough. I think that they've done an excellent job of establishing that Amber Heard's credibility is low. Let's go with low. And I appreciate the super chat. Laura Smart, technically he could be right. Justice for Johnny is negative towards Amber as it insinuates she has lied. Imagine that is what her team said. Yes. No, everybody understands that it's a pro Johnny, which really has to be somewhat fundamentally anti-Amber. What I think is the brilliant marketing there is that as a hashtag, it's not Amber Turd, which it's wild that it got introduced in court. I don't love it. I don't love it. I think it's one of Alita's sponsor codes. To me, it suggests you've already come to your decision. You've already established something. And it's a bit of an ad hominem attack on Amber Heard. I don't love that one. Justice for Johnny, however, is essentially, hey, we want to make sure that justice is actually received by every individual. And I thought Dennison, who was cross-examining the witness at that point in time, did a great job getting, justice is a good thing, right? And so Johnny Depp was actually able to introduce to the jury that almost 1 million people were tweeting out justice for Johnny. What does that mean, jurors? I don't know. So yes, it's negative. We understand that, and I'm sure it was used very negatively with ad hominem attacks and everything else in instances on Twitter. Twitter is a hellscape from which there's no escape. I've said that before, but at least as far as the marketing for the hashtag goes, it is not inherently attacking. It is not inherently insulting. And that is whoever invented that when this whole thing started, again, I'm coming at it from the trial, was so prescient, was so smart about that, especially as it was used yesterday in court, that I'm very, very impressed that particular quote unquote movement was able to do that with such a lawful, good sounding hashtag, even if it didn't ultimately wind up that way in at least certain communications. Killer Sloth. So what I've learned is that we can keep you hostage with super chats. Lol, seriously, though, is Video Depo is going to become the norm? If so, then I shouldn't be a juror because it does nothing for me. This is a celebrity trial in a state very far from where the celebrities lived. So I think this is an unusual circumstance, but video depositions and perhaps video testimony, that live link stuff we saw, is going to be more the norm for the courthouse going forward in the future because it allows more evidence to come in. So yeah, it does nothing for me either. But I think you're going to see more and more technological elements in the court system as we move on. I sell Twitter experts sounded like Dr. Hughes, jaw-dropping resume, but gave us flat, wet farts. That is evocative. Sad face emoji. Yeah, I was very impressed by the CV. I was like, "Oh, dude, this guy has some street cred." And I'm like, "Oh, you're going to be talking about bots. You're going to be talking about metadata. You're going to be talking about something about coding." No, you're going to be doing data analytics on Twitter hashtags, eh? All right. Well, I'm not impressed. So yeah, it was It was not great. It was not great. I think you've heard me say I didn't love it. Gio Rio, video game controller emoji. When you have rebuttal witnesses, should they also not have followed this case, Kate? Could they then bring back previously kicked out Gina too? No. As far as I understand it, and Virginia's jurisdictional rules might differ. If you're on the rebuttal list, you're not supposed to have followed things. You might not be on the rebuttal list in case something came up that you weren't expecting and you're now needed as a rebuttal witness. It sounded to me like there's a general evaluation from the way Rob described it as to whether or not you're too tainted, polluted by whatever you might have watched to actually present a fair case. But that it's not as harsh of a rule as somebody that is known to be on the witness list. If you're on the witness list, you can't look at any of that stuff. So we'll see if any of that comes up. But yeah, I think rebuttal is just a little bit looser than the main line. GTV, that's 3 from Germany. I love it. Thank you. Love you, Hoeg. Shout out to Kartoffelsalat. And somebody else said potato salad. Is it Kartoffel potato? I have questions. So, okay. I think, nope. Sorry. Marilyn Manson's in the chat with a 666 super chat. I appreciate your dedication to the bit. Can we please use the proper terminology? It's no longer devil's advocate. You're playing Maryland's advocate. Real detail on the bit. Fair enough. Certainly he's the boogeyman in this case. Leisure 3RR, love your content. More greetings from Germany. I had no idea we had such a presence in Germany. Fantastic. Hello, my German friends. And I keep finding myself behind this stuff. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. It's now an hour after I started. So super chats. We're gonna talk about this article. I'm gonna star these super chats. I'm gonna try to pay attention because you guys are fantastic this morning. So we're gonna star these super chats. I'm gonna swing back around for them. And the other super chats that I can't even get to fast enough. You guys are very nice. And I wanted to say, by the way, I wanted to thank you all as I do this starring, that the channel is now at 90,000 plus subscribers because of all your support and all of your shares and everything else. I am very excited about that. All of Lawtube's excited about all the growth for our channels. And I couldn't thank you enough for that. It's a really, really cool thing. I love doing this. I love trying to get out there with Reasonable Minds Can Differ, having this kind of discussion on an objective basis so that we can at least identify our own biases and try to critically read these things and understand these stories and be human to each other, even if we have disagreements on some of this stuff. And that's so important to me. And I feel very good about getting that message out there into the world. And that's all basically made possible by people who support the channel. We've got Utreon, we've got Patreon. You can see those in the description. People who give these super chats, people who come in here, have these conversations in a reasoned way, talking with each other, even when we disagree. I could not be happier about that. And I just had to grab 30 super chats there that I hadn't yet gotten to because you people are so amazing. So I do want to say thank you. I've said this before, I'm going to get emotional. I'm not really that emotional of a guy, but you guys continue to bring this out of me for the last few weeks. And I really want to say thank you for all of that. And I'm going to choose to say thank you for that with the New York Post. So I don't know why, but it seems like a good idea to actually get to one of these articles. We have more than 5,000 people watching at 8:30 in the morning on the East Coast, and apparently half the population of Germany. And I love you all for it. Let's talk about the New York Post. So I wanted to bring this up because this is ostensibly a summary of the events of the court case. We've looked at opinions. This is labeled as news. You can see it on the top left there. And this is designed to just present you with the facts of the case as they happened yesterday. Now, we've talked about the New York Post before, so we should all be aware that this is going to be slanted against Johnny Depp. For whatever reason, we don't quite know. We do know that NewsCorp, Rupert Murdoch's company, is the parent company to both the New York Post and The Sun, which Johnny Depp sued in the UK, and appears to have created a certain amount of animosity between him and NewsCorp throughout the world. We're hearing about Australian media being very pro-Amber Heard, which is a lot of which is owned by NewsCorp. We see this in the New York Post. We see this in The Sun. We see this in various aspects of the UK's outlets. And it's interesting, right? It's interesting. But if you watch the trial, especially, and I'll try to walk you through it, listen to the description of what happened yesterday as told, as I said in the title to this video, by the New York Post. I wanted to intimate that it was a bit of a storytelling endeavor and you'll see why. So first we start with the headline. Ellen Barkin says jealous Johnny Depp threw wine bottle at her. Now, there's a lot to unpack here already, but she did describe Johnny Depp as jealous. She didn't describe him as jealous in connection with the wine bottle, which is its own kind of rhetorical flourish here. And then threw is not a verb that Ellen Barkin actually committed to. She wanted it described as a toss. Now, I don't know about you, but when I think of throw, just mentally, I found myself doing this as I was analyzing this yesterday. When I think of throw, I think of an overhanded throw. Like it's a violent throw. For instance, it might be like, I don't know, throwing a vodka bottle at someone that's seated at a bar. I think we could think of it that way. That'd be a violent kind of thing. Overhand might do something to a finger. You just don't know when you throw a vodka bottle at someone. I think of it as an overhand kind of throw with some velocity. A toss, by comparison, I think of as an underhanded throw. Now, I don't know if it's underhanded or not, or it's a very light toss, but that's how I think about it. Toss is a much, much, much less violent or even prospectively violent word for projecting an object from your body, right? And so when I look at that, that is an important aspect of this. She does not commit to throw, yet we use the word throw. It gets worse than this headline. First of all, you can tell the New York Post thinks the Ellen Barkin testimony is the best thing they've got to actually put forth in a headline for this. That's interesting in of itself. It's an 11-minute deposition. Didn't do much for me, but we'll see why the New York Post wants to describe it as doing a lot for them. There's Ellen Barkin. Let's look at the first sentence. Jealous Johnny Depp was often drunk and once chucked a wine bottle at Ellen Barkin. The actress testified Thursday in her ex-lover's defamation trial against Amber Heard. Okay, so that's a tabloid opening sentence in and of itself. But now you have someone that's testifying that won't commit to throw, reduces it to toss, and the New York Post elevates it to chucked. Like if we're putting these on some kind of timeline of how violent the throw is, how much velocity the throw is, you go from toss at the low end to throw is kind of almost neutral. We don't know what kind of velocity that has, but it seems like it's more overhand. To chucked, that chucked is like, I am very angry and I am absolutely catapulting this bottle of wine at somebody. It's amazing. They actually go and say she testified to this. The word chucked, at least as I recall it, did not come out of her mouth. He was drunk a lot of the time, Barkin said about Depp in a recorded deposition. That's true. Played for the Fairfax, Virginia jury, noting he was a red wine drinker. Okay, nothing wrong with that paragraph. She said that. He was drunk a lot of the time. She also said she knew it all the time because he was intoxicated all the time. Again, this is the 90s. So not the most recent evidence against Johnny Depp, but here we are. The two actors had a fling in the 1990s while filming Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Barkin said, recalling an incident where Depp allegedly launched. She commits to toss. She doesn't commit to thrown. New York Post opens with chucked and launched. All right, journalists. A bottle of wine in her direction while fighting with others. She's around for this bottle toss. It is unclear where it lands. She says it doesn't hit her. The actual geography of all of this is very confusing. So could it be in her direction? Absolutely. Was it necessarily? Don't know. I don't know why he threw the bottle, she testified. Adding it was more like a toss. So we got to give credit where it's due. The New York Post does actually get out this deflection, does get this reduction into the article. But you have to wonder, after the title, after chucked, after launched, how many people wind up here and are still evaluating what they think of mentally as a wine bottle getting thrown by Johnny Depp. I mean, that's impressive, right? So you keep your journalistic street cred to some extent by actually having the testimony in here. But I think you lose it when you preface it all with what amounts to fake news on this kind of stuff. So you look at that, you can evaluate for yourself. That's what we do here in Hangouts and Headlines. I saw that and said, my goodness, that's bad. But of course, that's not the end. The projectile didn't hit anyone, said Barkin, who could not recall who else was present or if the bottle was empty or full. This is accurate. Technically, she definitely recalls that there are a lot of people in the room at the time. And so this is, as I said in other streams yesterday, this is completely outside of the MO that we're even trying to establish for Johnny Depp here, right? It's amongst other people. It's not a fight with Ellen Barkin, which I don't know if that's as self-evident here in the first few paragraphs. I don't think that it is. It's not a fight with Ellen Barkin. It's a toss, and it's not it's not in anger or anything that Amber Heard's team is trying to establish. It is, to me, pretty darn worthless as evidence. The Bronx-born actress said she had a romantic relationship with Depp in the 1990s before changing her mind and asking the lawyer deposing her, can you change that to sexual, which is a weird part of the deposition. And she says romantic. I looked at this again. It's elicited from the question that she's asked in terms of the romantic part. And then she asks to have it reduced to sexual. This is the two places she has this reduced, there, and the throw to toss. And the New York Post, again, giving credit where it's owed, is trying to say that they're being neutral about this by putting forth the actual changes here that change the testimony a little bit. Hey, Joe, how you doing this morning?
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning. We actually are finally going through the New York Post article because I had to just lock down the super chats a little bit because people are being very, very generous this morning. We did also talk about you and Ian last night. Did you get any updates on that this morning?
I haven't seen any changes.
Okay. I was just curious about that because we did see, and the reason I bring it up is I covered it in the first part of this video. But one of the things that I could see that you guys couldn't last night was that a bunch of my gaming streaming buddies and that section was also getting hit. So I think it's a YouTube issue. And so when YouTube comes out this morning and says we did something wrong, I think that's a possibility that it is just technical and it isn't attacking Ian or you. But I certainly understand how you came to that conclusion, especially given what you guys are talking about and the popularity of that particular stuff. So yeah, I mean, hopefully send it around, you and Ian or whoever, if you get any more kind of information from YouTube. I also did tell the folks it's a black box and YouTube, you don't have to believe them when they say it's a technical issue. It's absolutely, they're not going to give us much more in general. So.
Look, at the end of the day, I want to find truth. I'm not looking to just,
of course,
I'll tell you that, to be fair, if any members of Lawtube see their streams get hit, the chances are very high somewhere in that stream, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about Depp v. Heard. And at some point during that stream, we'll end up bashing Heard or, some parts of her story.
Well, so, that it could be interpreted that way at minimum. Sure.
Yeah, in a way that Team Amber would not be happy. So my point is actually in defense of the PR team or Team Heard with respect to their involvement here in this story is that, yeah, you know what? It's not hard to find that if there is a glitch in YouTube, if there's a glitch in the YouTube that hits Lawtube, invariably, chances are, anytime in the last couple of weeks up until the next few weeks, they're going to be talking about Heard. So it's going to look like it's Team Heard's PR team, even if it's just purely a YouTube glitch. So I have to admit that that's true. That's definitely true. That doesn't mean I buy the story. That doesn't mean I buy the story yet. And I'm not looking to exonerate YouTube, but I am looking to examine it fairly and reasonably.
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fair, and I think that's right. I as I said early on before you had joined us, like it's totally understandable why anybody would think that in this context, and we also don't know. Even from the gaming side, if they were using like a Depp v. Heard kind of hashtag or whatnot, and you really did have some kind of bot issue. So it's really an open question to me. It's very interesting. And I also like to bring people up to speed at how difficult it is to work with YouTube as a platform, right? This kind of stuff is happening all the time. Sometimes just legitimate technical issues from YouTube, sometimes bad decision-making on their part. And that's worthwhile of a conversation in any respect. And certainly, I think you're 1,000% right, having done headlines here for a while, that Amber Heard's PR team is out there doing work. They are earning their money by trying to craft the narrative. Now, are they successful to people that have watched every minute of the trial, like us? I don't think so. But are they successful to people who haven't? That might be a different question. And so they're out there. They definitely are.
I would say that that Amber's mistake was investing more money in her PR team than she did in her lawyers, because their PR team is far more effective.
People have asked me this question in Super Chat. I'm interested in your answer here, Joe. How bad is it that they have a 10-hour deficit for the last 4 days of the trial?
It's unbelievably poor planning. Especially when you consider that if you look at the cumulative net effect of the information they dropped on the jury yesterday, while they burned through 7 hours of time, it's like, do you really think you gained anything from spending a half hour of hearing objection, attorney-client privilege?
Right.
I accept that direction. I accept. It's like over and over and over again. Do they think that that's going to make everyone think that, oh, they're being shady here? No,
I think that was the plan, but no.
no. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. Just one piece of useless information after another. And you know what? Maybe at the end of the day, they really just have nothing. They really just have nothing. But this was, I'll tell you, even though I genuinely believe that if justice will out, and you look at purely from a fact-based situation, that Johnny never did any of this crap, and he was defamed. This was a case that Amber should have won. She should.
I think Amber's team had a way to win. I've talked about that, and it wasn't this case.
No, it's just their whole strategy was so terrible, and it's pretty much too late for them to employ that strategy at this point.
I think so,
because I was talking about how you would close. Like, assuming right now, let me ask you this: if you're them, Monday morning, you have to say defense rests.
They have to rest on Monday. I don't know when. I don't know if they think they have some kind of mic drop type person to bring in. I was surprised they didn't rest at the end of Thursday. They have to rest on Monday. Like, they have 8 hours. If they use a substantial amount of that time and have, 3-4 hours left for the last 3 days of Johnny Depp's rebuttal case,
they're cooked.
You're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, because what's going to end up happening is they'll end up getting in all these different articles, because first of all, with respect to her supposed damages, it's like she'll be down to a half hour left, and they'll be bringing in an article, and Team Depp will bring in article after article about how terrible she was in Aquaman, and that's why and someone making only $2 million as the top female lead in a movie is a reflection of her poor skills. And her own talent agent said, yeah, normally we would try and seek a raise for the follow-up, but I didn't think that was what we're going to do. We didn't go that direction here. Why didn't you go that direction here? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because the reviews all came in and said that you had zero chemistry with the actual star of the movie, and that if you actually tried moving for a raise, your client probably would have been removed, and Amelia Clark would have been brought in that much sooner. Maybe that's why you didn't ask for a raise. I don't know. Maybe the movie was the best movie of all time, which was hilarious. That was hilarious. I had someone in my chat drop in my chat and say, like, hey, can Team Depp call me in as an expert and to say, no, they'll just ask me one question. Was that the best movie of all time? No. But he's like, I need to be qualified. As someone that likes
Aquaman as a movie, it's goofy. It's a goofy movie that I enjoy. To me, it was at least the talent agent say she's talking about money. She's not talking about laser sharks and things. And I do think it's the best DC movie. I think it's the highest grossing DC movie vis-a-vis box office.
Is it?
Yeah.
We were trying to figure out what metric they were using, because looking up dollars,
it's got to be sale. I believe I looked this up yesterday because I wasn't sure whether it was Warner Brothers' top grossing movie of all time or whether it was second. It is second to Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 2. But it's more than $1 billion. That's not the leagues that Warner Brothers plays in usually. It made more money than The Dark Knight, for instance. Wow. It's made more money than Justice League. It made more money than Batman versus Superman. It made more money than anything that Warner Brothers has ever released, except the final conclusion movie of Harry Potter. Yeah,
I never saw Aquaman.
Aquaman's cool. Maybe we should have a Lawtube viewing party. That
would be great.
Aquaman is absolutely ridiculous and goofy, and knows that it's ridiculous and goofy. It has people storm a main lighthouse with plasma guns, and alien outfits and laser sharks and underwater monsters and basically King Arthur's sword and all this crazy stuff. Amber Heard isn't god awful in it, but she's clearly the weak link. That is notable. And but I like Aquaman. It's like an old school 90s type blockbuster. It's got a ballad at the end, like it's that kind of movie.
Let me ask you, I assume a lot of the movie is underwater. When she's underwater, can she manage to squeeze some water out of her eyes any point in time? Or
well, it's all CGI underwater, right? So all of her hair becomes CGI and it floats around. It's look, I like Aquaman. You guys want to pillory me for that? That's totally fine. I enjoy it, but I like goofy trash sometimes. Yeah. I will fully put Aquaman in that camp.
You seem like the classic movie nerd type of
I love movies. I love movies.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this. I think you and I are probably the biggest Trekkies in Lawtube. I happen to be like diehard about Star Trek. I grew up as a little kid, like when I'm 5-6 years old, watching. We had on a nightly basis repeats of Star Trek, and by the time I was 8-9 years old, I would sit with my siblings, and the episode would start, and it would be like a race to see who can name the title of the episode fastest. Like in the first like 30 seconds of the movie. That's how big.
City on the Edge of Forever.
Yeah, that's what it was. That one's easy. No.
Well, that was one that I first remember because my dad loved it so much. So that we watched City on the Edge of Forever.
He was a big fan of Elizabeth Taylor, so he
was a big fan of Harlan Ellison, to be honest. So we watched a bunch of Harlan Ellison stuff. As he kind of made his way through TV and script writing. Harlan Ellison was a consulting writer on Babylon 5. And so, he did, and we played PC games like I Have No Mouth, But I'm a Scream. So he loved that stuff. City on the Edge of Forever was always his favorite. I kind of grew up in the Next Generation era. So you hear me reference Measure of a Man, All Good Things, the Drumhead Court. I think it's just called Drumhead. Those kinds of things. You'll hear my Next Generation references come out all the time because I love that stuff. I love what amounts to economic diplomacy. Captain Picard, one of my favorites. But yeah, I love Star Trek a bunch. I really don't like modern Star Trek, although I've been enjoying Strange New Worlds so far. So if they get one of these series right, I will be absolutely thrilled. And Strange New World's first 3 episodes I've enjoyed.
Which series was your favorite from Star Trek?
Of Star Trek, Next Generation. I understand people saying Deep Space Nine, but Next Generation is my favorite, 100%.
Wow. Okay. Wow. I never. Wow. That was the most boring series. Everything is so slow.
I love Next Generation is the ethical and philosophical dilemma series. I love it. That's my absolute favorite stuff. So Picard speeches and ethics classes and morality plays. Absolutely my favorite. Star Trek original series, fantastic for adventure and that kind of thing. Kirk, Spot, McCoy, you can't get better than that. Deep Space Nine is best for serialization and long form storytelling. Love that. Voyager is like discount store Star Trek. I mean, it's like adventure-y, but not as good in my opinion. Enterprise is like a bigger discount. And then you get a big gap. And then you get the modern era. Discovery is like an okay Star Wars type show. It's not Star Trek. Picard is god awful. And Strange.
Is it really Picard?
The Picard show is god awful. It's god awful.
I haven't
Don't
watched
watch that one. Don't watch.
He was the best. I think he was the best captain.
Yeah,
that was Patrick Stewart. Patrick Stewart is actually like a Shakespearean actor. Like he had hero. He played in I Claudius. All going back like to the 70s.
I Claudius is fantastic. I have that on DVD.
Yeah, he's like legitimately. It's hard for the youngins, the kids today, to appreciate the difference in talent level of acting of some of the actors of yesteryear compared to the heroes that they tend to take, get the big bucks today. It's really like it's pretty much like comparing. For example, it's really comparing Al Pacino to Amber Heard. So that's how big a drop that. I think that's a reference they can understand. But you know what I'm saying? But Patrick Stewart, it's just he's remarkable. He's a remarkable actor, and some of his work from his early days, back when he had hair, like curly hair, It's just astonishing to see.
Joe, I'm getting orders from my mods, especially since we're an hour and a half in.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm only like
I'm
3
sorry.
paragraphs into the article. No, you don't have to be apologies at all. I love this conversation. We'll swing back around for it as soon as we get through the article.
Okay,
I promise these people an article.
Go read. Lady Logic wants my attention for a minute anyway, so go read, okay?
All right, sounds good. So we're still in Ellen Barkin's testimony. That's all we've progressed through as part of this article so far. And we see them trying to establish that there are various things that seemed odd about that testimony, while also using chucked, also using, launched, that kind of thing. You then get the two slept together about 3 to 4 times a week for 5 months in 1994, said Barkin, who called Depp as a jealous man and controlling. Now, this in and of itself is interesting to me. I do want to give the New York Post credit again. This is a massive discount to this testimony, right? We were together for, a few months in the mid 1990s, and we're using that in a defamation case in 2022. Not only can people change during that time, not only does the MO not match anything that Amber Heard's team is trying to arrive at, it's just so long ago. We have a scratch in the back story, which was said by her, not terribly useful. She also said that Depp was drunk all the time in an out of control way, and she witnessed him doing cocaine and hallucinogens as well as smoking weed. So they're combining bits of her testimony here in a way to heighten it. She did say this stuff, but really she's... Yeah.
Did they include in the article where she said, actually, it was a sexual relationship?
They just did. Yeah. Can you change that to sexual?
That's so funny.
It's so funny. And it just sounds like she's so still angry about a situation from the mid 1990s.
I think you have to realize, he was the sexual heartthrob of his age. I mean, he was someone that
he was on a lot of posters.
Yeah, every girl had posters, every one of them. Lady Logic told me that she had Johnny Depp. He was the heartthrob.
Jump Street with the hanging hair.
Yeah, I'm fairly certain no one ever expected him to start making movies like What's Eating Girl with Grape or Edward Scissorhands. That was a real breakaway from what any of these guys. They expected him to basically end up in what would, the rom-coms of the day, which were basically Brat Pack, to become part of the Brat Pack with
Sure.
Emilio Estevez and Rob Lowe. That's what you expected he would have done,
Well, and Barkin, I mean, I think she's in Outsiders. That's that crew in the 80s. That's the young heartthrobs.
Yes, The Outsiders. If you haven't seen The Outsiders, that would be a great movie with Ralph Macchio, whatchamacallit, Patrick Swayze,
Tom Cruise, Matt
Dillon. Yeah. Do it for Johnny. I've been saying that throughout when I'm covering this trial and I'm streaming. I kept saying that over and over again. Do it for Johnny.
I think I'm on stream somewhere saying "Stay gold." So is what it is.
All right.
Yeah, it's my daughter's. It's my eldest daughter's favorite book. She's read it.
What's your time limit on this thing? What time do you have to get out? Because
I do not have a time limit on the Friday one. So we're taking our time here. I got some law work to do, but we're still 9 a.m. in my day. So I say I don't have a time limit. Don't challenge me, chat. But I have a. This can go long.
Okay, good.
So we finished with Ellen Barkin. This is their big top line item. They use through. They use chucked. They use launched. Then they say, "Oh, actually, she said it was a toss." And
which sounds underhanded, right?
It
Toss must be underhanded, and I actually picturing he's standing on one side of a room, and there's 3 or 4 people standing there, and he's drinking. I picture him literally drinking a bottle of wine and just throwing it towards them, hey, you guys finish it. That's what I literally picture it being. And when she changed it, because it's not just that she said tossed, it's that when the word thrown was used, she's like, no, not thrown, tossed. Yes. When you correct it, it's all the more of an indication that this was not an overhand throw, because that throw must be overhand, and tossed, when you're changing it to tossed, it must be underhand, and that cannot possibly be aggressive.
And she can't say that it's against her. She specifically says they're not fighting at the time. It's just a weird bit of testimony that's presented by the New York Post as damning. But we see the rest of this say the same thing. Barkin, 68, was among a slew of witnesses once close to Depp who testified about his career's downfall, describing alleged incidents of unhinged behavior and struggles with drug use. Depp's former psychiatrist, for instance, testified that the 58-year-old star struggled to stay sober as his relationship with Heard crumbled. It's an interesting way to frame that, by the way. I think you can frame that as a situation, but that sounds like That sounds like Heard might be a driving factor there.
It also, but you could also realize like he started taking to drink for the first time in his life, like when his relationship started crumbled. That's how, doesn't it really testify the 50-year struggle to stay sober? It's almost like oh, I can't handle this relationship now. I'm gonna turn to the bottle for the first time in my life, as if he didn't live a life constantly fighting one addiction or another. So
right. Well, and that's, they will talk about the brother-in-law's testimony, where he says, well, it was long before Amber Heard too. So it's a combo platter here. But it was very interesting. If you weren't following our streams, Ian came on, I think, and said basically that there were a lot of sad faces looking at Johnny Depp during this testimony from the psychiatrist, that suggested that they were sympathetic to what he was saying about Johnny Depp, and it wasn't so necessarily being read as significant for Amber Heard as I thought it might be, because there is some usefulness there. There's some references to jealousy and anger, and what Amber Heard's team is trying to establish. But if the jury is already on, the Johnny Depp was harmed here kind of side of things, it's easy to imagine how this kind of stuff coming out, which is embarrassing, and the psychiatrist in question was clearly, I don't know, trying to couch it. He's a sympathetic voice for Johnny Depp and is trying to say like this was hard for him. That I could definitely see the jury getting that way. But the New York Post puts this up as, Blausting said Depp referred to Heard as such a pain in the ass, which isn't terribly strong language, but fair enough. He said the actor felt frustration, impatience, and anger with Heard, 36, during their marriage, and he did say that too.
I want to. Can we spend like 5 minutes talking about the Blausting situation,
please?
Okay, because this was a fascinating thing. It was a fascinating thing because why? What was your reaction when you first saw him start to testify? What were the first thoughts that you had?
My very first thought is that's Tom Selleck. Does that count as a first thought?
I see that. I actually see that.
My very first thought is that is Tom Selleck.
How old are you?
I am in my 40s. Can I go with that?
I'm 52. Okay. So that's why I wonder how you're making these references that are like exactly the same thing that I would think. I'm
a pop culture guy. I am.
Okay, so fine. Okay, I'm actually not 52. I'm turning 52. I keep thinking myself as being 52. I was born 1970, so I've been in June. Nice. So yeah. So okay. So what was your second thought after that stupidity?
I think my second thought is that he's taking a very long time in terms of answering the questions that are coming from him. You could tell that he didn't want to be having to make this testimony, and he seemed like he cared quite a bit for Johnny Depp.
Johnny, yeah, okay, yeah. But so it wasn't. You weren't discussing in your stream the concept of a psychiatrist being forced to testify in this case?
We were talking about the notes being introduced and that they were available and that he was.
I'm talking about physician-client privilege. Like that, you weren't addressing that at all. Because I actually went through. I was like, why the hell? Why is this happening? Like I was really watching this. I felt like I was being forced to like watch like prisoners in a concentration camp all huddled around naked. And I'm like, why are you making me look through the most private, intimate moments of his? I felt so unsettled by it, and so did my chat. And now, look, I do recognize that the chat tends to mirror whatever commentary I throw out there. If I make a comment that's going to influence, I'm not trying to influence, but it's going to influence. But I will tell you, I put up a poll, and basically, I was like, do you think this is unsettling? Do you think that this is
unsettling?
Do you think it's okay? Do you think that it's a little unsettling but fair, or do you think that this is creepy as hell? And it was like 75% came out with creepy. It's wrong that this is.
I would have gone with unsettling, and it felt voyeuristic, right? I mean, it does. But I mean, it felt that same way when we were getting marriage counseling notes. It felt that same way when we were getting reports on Amber Heard.
I tried looking up in the statute. It was actually like Virginia statute, like 801-400.2
for medical privilege.
Yes, and like when it's allowed, because it starts off with a general notion of for a civil case you cannot introduce doctor-patient. You can't violate the doctor-patient privilege. But then it
struck me that they stipulated waiver on all this stuff.
Was it?
Did you not think that once the marriage counselor comes in, once the other treating physicians and nurses come in, I assumed that Heard and Depp waived privilege on all their medical.
Well, that's
stuff.
what I was speculating about, because it actually, because there is an exception if the mental or physical is at issue, or if the court feels that in the interest of justice. The first thing is, you can't force it against the will of the client, but unless on consent, you cannot force it. That's the general default. The exceptions are if the mental health of the person or the physical health for another type of therapist is at issue. In that case, they can come in automatically, or if the court feels in their discretion that it is something that's appropriate for the interest of justice, that it should.
Yeah. Court always has that rule, right?
Yeah. So
in almost all those instances, the judge can decide it's needed.
Yeah, exactly. So it's almost like the prime directive is something that it's always there unless we don't want it. So
the prime directive is never there for the stories.
It's always there unless we're really not in the mood today. So
I like it. We brought it back to Star Trek. I like that. Yeah, no, I had assumed. Yeah, we had these conversations. I think not yesterday as much as we had like early on when we're talking about the marriage counselor and the nurse's notes and things like that. And I think we had just assumed that because of all the situations that were talked through in those areas, the parties basically opened up their books on the medical stuff on agreement of both sides doing it.
I started thinking that, when he was done, I was like, I think he might have consented, because this was an opportunity for him to show the jury that when you peel away the layers and he's really getting real and trying to open himself up to a professional who's designed to help him figure out his demons, and you look at his demons and he's talking one-on-one in a moment that he has no reason to think anyone other than this professional who's helping him is going to learn about it. There's no violence, zero violence at all toward anyone. He doesn't struggle with hatred towards people. He doesn't struggle with the emotions of a desire to punish others. There's really zero violence. And if he's talking to a therapist about his deepest problems, you imagine it would come up once, it would come up a little bit. You would see a scent of it at least.
Yeah, I want to. I want to hurt people that do X to me, that kind of thing.
Right, exactly. Or people who do X to me deserve to be punished, or something like But there's no vindictiveness in his tone. Nothing remotely aggressive.
That's a great point.
So I was like, maybe he consented to this because he felt like, what? I want the jury to see that if you look at my core, there's nothing here that would lead to someone thinking this is an abusive person.
Yeah, and I don't know what the pretrial situation looked like. The blanket waiver of any issues with the tapes, as long as one of them is on it. Some of the other stuff that we have seen, the way they stipulated about Amber Heard's testimony, it struck me, and this is just speculation, it struck me that they were really animated and very adverse. Like they had a problem with the discovery and pretrial agreement process, and so they wound up with these blanket stipulations and said, screw it, everything's in, we're not going to fight about these little details on these things because we can't come to conclusions. That also matches what we're seeing with like the jury instructions and whatnot, at least as described in the brief snippets we get from the judge. So I think it was a stipulated waiver of all medical records on both sides, and let's go do your best, guys. But I think your point is fantastic, which is I hadn't thought about it that way. But yeah, you would expect that if there are core issues, like I'm secretly a person that wants to hurt folks or things like that, that those would have come out. But the most things that I thought during that testimony were Tom Selleck, of course, the discomfort that the actual treating psychologist had with the notion of sharing these things.
Right. He got hate on his website from this. He got total hate on it. And I was telling my audience, this guy, you could tell throughout it, he did not want to do this. He was compelled to do
subpoenaed.
This. Either
he was ordered by the court.
He was compelled by the court. That's the last thing any psychiatrist wants to do is in front of a million people start reading off of notes of one of their patients. Right. I think it sounds a little disingenuous that he's like, yeah, I don't remember exactly what happened with what my diagnosis was of Johnny Depp It's like, oh, I have a lot of patience. If that just gels together. Johnny Depp gels together with Joe Slobotnik, who lives down the road from me. I don't think so. I think you probably remember that. I would just think Johnny Depp would stick out a little bit. It's not like, oh yeah, it's not like, did you ever meet Johnny Depp? I would remember if I met Johnny. He sticks out. Okay, he's larger than life anywhere he goes. So this is a little funny that he's claiming that they claim that he didn't remember it, but.
Yeah, he was using a little professional largesse there, kind of like, my patients are all equal in my eyes.
But there were two. But there, I heard a completely opposing read up in the jury because I had James in court come on.
Yeah. Okay.
And you're telling me Ian said the jury looked unsettled by listening to this.
The jury looked sympathetic to Johnny is the report that we got. That while he's saying these things and talking about Johnny working through these issues and these things that the jury, the report we got, and again, all these are games of telephone, right? We're not sitting there, Joe. But the report we got was that the jury was looking sympathetically at Johnny Depp during that deposition.
Okay, because the report I was getting from James, his take on it, which it's just two different people,
different eyeballs.
Different eyeballs. His take on it was that they were just completely like, yeah, this is like no big deal. Like this is we're so used to hearing all the murk and the disgustingness about what's between in this relationship that they just were like sort of just shrugging about it. And it's like, okay, another ugly story being told in this hideous trial, and they become numb to it, which he didn't describe very much about sympathy towards Johnny or anything like that. I think that he recognized, I think everyone recognizes that jury by now, if they're not sympathetic towards Johnny, it's like they practically, you got to question where their mindset. I mean, Team Amber at this point, there are fewer people, there are more flat earthers than there are people who believe Amber Heard's story, I think, at this point in time.
Right? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how ingenuous, disingenuous or otherwise these articles are. I mean, we continue to find ones that are pro Amber Heard, some pretty big outlets. I don't know whether that's political movement as much as it is actually listening to her talk about these situations. But it's very difficult to believe, at least as she described them. I've said this on Legal Bites and elsewhere, but I think there could potentially be kernels of truth in there, and they're covered in crap. You cannot tell if anything is real, and that's really the downfall to her case. I think there were ways to present this case that talks about muddy middles and perspectives and things that happened, and didn't present it as like this grand monster out of a serial killer type movie. If there are kernels of truth, I feel very bad about that. But when you do it this way, you cannot blame the finder of fact for saying, I can't. If something happened there, there's so much that clearly didn't. I can't go find it for you now. I mean, I feel like that's a possibility. And
yes,
I feel like
I agree with you. It's definitely a possibility that there was some sort of outrage that happened at some point, and that he actually, took a swing at her without her being the initiator. That may have happened once. Although I think, if so, she certainly would have made it one of these stories. Which story do you think is most credible out of all of her stories?
Out of her stories?
Yeah, which incident? If you had to lay money, I think that this is the closest thing that happened that she described. That's the closest thing to truth. Which one do you think it is?
I think like the birthday night story is probably somewhere between I'm laying there and she hits me in the face out of nowhere, and obviously what she described. I would be willing to say like that kind of thing is probably some kind of Rashomon version of that. Some of the stuff, the Boston flight stuff doesn't really make sense to me in either direction now. So I think something more happened than Johnny Depp admitted to. And I think something that isn't as bad as what Amber Heard claimed is the scenario there.
You're talking about the hand gripping on the plane?
No, that's Russia. No, Boston's the kick in the back and the yelling.
That's the one. I actually think the kick in the back happened. I don't think she broke her nose. I don't think she had any
damage. Exactly. But exactly. I think like Boston, I think more happened than like Johnny and his sound.
I think he kicked her in the back. I think that.
And it's not whatever Amber said, which was much more dramatic. So it's just impossible for me to decide at that point. And then it's like I can't give you your story, Amber. So what do I do with that? By the way, I wanted to highlight this super chat. Dana Dane B says Emily D. Baker explained on her channel that JD Team strategically agreed to this versus a psych evaluation from someone at AH's team chose. That might be, I'd be interested in seeing like the motion process there, because there's no reason that I can think of that Johnny would have had to have submitted to a psychological evaluation for his defamation case. He didn't claim PTSD. It's not the same as Amber's side. So I don't know, but a whole lot of things can happen in terms of negotiations and settlements and agreements.
I think it might have been 3D chess from Ben Chu to say, you know what, I'll let them burn 2 hours for testimony that, or not 2 hours, like close to an hour of their own time on testimony that is much more favorable for Johnny than it is for Amber. Like, what did Amber get out of that psychiatric evaluation that can possibly be spun as well as Ben Chu getting up and closing and saying, when they looked at when they brought in their witness of my psychiatrist, he basically testified there's not a violent bone in his body. So
it's a good framing. I think you're right, Joe. I hadn't actually thought about it that way. But yeah, at the deep dark center, there isn't this lust for violence. So yeah, no,
what do you think? What do you think Elaine's thinking when she put that? When she said, "Oh, this is something I need to burn an hour on." What do you think she's thinking? She's getting out of this?
Well, it's Rottenborn's team, right? Elaine's not head of that team.
Really? This is all Rottenborn's strategy. I've been blaming Elaine, and this is all freaking stupid Rottenborn's strategy. I was giving him credit for being the brains of the operation.
I think Rottenborn's the head of the team. But I mean, if it's Elaine, that's a surprise to me. But I think Rottenborn's the head of the team, so I think he's deciding what goes in, give or take, right?
I thought she was the head.
Okay. Well, we should definitely look at that, because I thought Rottenborn was the lead. He did, he started opening statements. He's done some of the bigger stuff. But it's obvious Ben Chu is the lead on the Depp side. Yeah, why does it go in? Why did anything go in yesterday? What we'll talk about this here. That's a great segue back to the New York Post article.
Yeah, finish it up.
Yeah. So we've got Blausting here. According to a message sent to the doctor, Depp told her, "You're being my mother and psychotic sister." The actor had previously testified that his mom physically and psychologically abused him.
Also good for Johnny. Good for Johnny. You're my mother. Yeah, this is also good. Yeah, go on.
Blausting, who was deposed in January, also testified that Depp and Heard's relationship issues well before their doomed nuptials in February 2015. Now, they actually forgot a verb here. I'm pretty sure it started. Their relationship issues started well before they got married. I think we have evidence of that. Their relationship was a lot of love, a lot of disappointment, and a lot of fear. Now, again, let's give the New York Post credit, right? Because they are slanting a lot of this stuff. They're actually slanting this against Johnny by their opening sentence here. This is about his unhinged behavior and struggles with drug use. They don't have much to use from Blausting on this. They have the kind of notion of controlling and fighting a lot with Amber Heard. They don't have a lot to use. Bruce Witkin, who was the first witness of yesterday, the one with the hair, a music producer and brother-in-law, right? I mean, he's Johnny Depp's brother-in-law, also weighed in on the actor's alleged substance abuse problem, saying he witnessed his former friend snort cocaine for the first time in 2014. Again, drugs, which surprised him because he said the actor hated the drug as a teen. Witkin, who fell out with Depp in 2017, testified that the actor had tried to kick his drug habit a couple of times, but it didn't stick. He did it a little bit, but then he stopped. In my experience, it's deep-rooted issues that he's dealt with that has nothing to do with Amber. So the New York Post felt that was some of the most important stuff out of his testimony. What's interesting is I thought Witkin did better for me in terms of evidence presented as at least seeing something that might have been a bruise during the early days of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, and then finishing, I guess, pretty strong with at least putting again in the jury's mind that the people that work for Johnny Depp are yes men. Yeah. I thought that was a useful bit of testimony. He says they'll say whatever he wants them to say.
So I will say that when they make the movie about this, Witkin's gonna be played by John Turturro, right? That was the vibe I was getting when I was watching him.
I'd say it's Al Pacino, but it's years ago Al Pacino. So yeah, John Turturro would work.
Yeah. Because we do have to start looking for who's going to be filling these roles, right? Because this is totally a movie. At least maybe it's a TV movie, but it's definitely going to be a movie.
Well, the psychologist should definitely be Tom Selleck, but you might have to CGI him for about 30, 40 years ago.
Right. I thought that Witkin, the bruises, I thought at least it's giving some validity that she had suffered some sort of
somebody
injury.
Saw something is useful.
Yeah, that's almost, and it's sad that we're this deep into the trial and about domestic, which is not about domestic violence, but which the core of it relates to claims about domestic violence, and we're 5 weeks into it before anybody saw any injuries. Anybody credible saw any injuries. I mean, we heard from Rocky saying that there was pus oozing out of her head, but while we're looking at pictures, that it's like, I don't see any injury in her scalp. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. So yes, I do think that was helpful, and I agree with you. The yes men thing is a nice little thing.
Yeah, no, I mean, these are the little bits we're finding because they didn't score a lot of points yesterday.
No.
Then we have Tracy Jacobs, which is Depp's former agent. Sounds just as bitter as some of the other testimony we got yesterday. Recounted how she helped the movie star build a stellar career only for him to squander his success through drugs and alcohol. This, I would argue, is straight up false as a sentence. That Tracy Jacobs does say he gets drunk, he's late, he's doing all these things. Elaine asks her the question, did that affect your ability to get him jobs in the 10 years that were the last 10 years of you representing him? She straight up says no. Essentially, of course not, because you just asked an agent, can they get jobs for actors? You cannot ask that question because Tracy Jacobs and any agent you ask is going to say, yeah, of course. Yeah. I'm the best.
That's what we do. That's what we have you met Hollywood?
Yeah,
what do you think?
I'm the best. Of course I can. But after that whole sequence, and this jumped out at me with a neon sign, she says, oh, no. We were still getting jobs when I was fired in whatever that is, 2015, 2016. And it's like, yeah, you were. So she's presented as is a damages kind of reduction witness to say, whatever happened from what our client did, Amber Heard, it was because you were late and you were drunk and you were drug addled or whatever. And now you have your witness that you just presented say, for 10 years, this had happened before that, and it never affected my ability to get him a job.
The timeline of it, of like, of when he started acting that way. And it was really like a couple of years. It was like in 2015, 2016 is when she started noticing the shift in his work ethic. But the baseline they use is from 2017. So it's like...
her testimony is actually 10 years before she's fired. So she says his work ethic gets weird essentially after he becomes mega famous. So that's right after Pirates. And it's like 05 to 15 that she says in that 10 years that he has...
But I think, I recall, I don't remember it was her. I'm pretty sure it was her. And maybe I'm wrong, that she basically put in there that his work ethic as far as arriving late and crews starting to get annoyed with him, she puts that around 2015, 2016. And
no, she says 10 years. She says that the last 10 years that she worked with him, she watched that happen. Okay. She says 10 years.
All right, fine. But if it's climaxing then, okay. So in that case, when Johnny presented his damages, what was his baseline year?
I think the baseline year he presented is that 2018 before
2017.
The statement. Is it 2017? Okay.
2017. So that means after all of Hollywood knew that he's difficult on set and arriving late and having work ethic, he's still okay. So his numbers may have dipped. They dipped to 2017. Their baseline they used to calculate damages for 2018. So so that all that testimony trying to mitigate damages does nothing because it's not relevant to the way they calculated damages, because they calculated damages after all of that.
Right, and it really worked against them, I think, yesterday in terms of they really did present this bitter parade. I think at one of the breaks I say, welcome to the bitter family members and ex-employees.
Exes who he got rid of, who he basically shut off. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's just you discount that so much because it's like I get it, agent. I get he was a massive star. I can totally imagine having dealt with very famous clients myself, not at this level, to be fair, but that you get to a certain level of richness and whatever they get harder to deal with as a representative. I totally understand, but to be honest, you were fired and you sound like it.
Yeah, you sound like or Bruce Witkin. He basically gave you the brush off, and you're sad about it. Like you wish that didn't happen. You wish you were still friends with Johnny Depp, and
Johnny Depp looked a little sad about it. It was an interesting moment. I mean, it was one of the few times that he actually reacted to one of the witnesses.
But the point is, all of these people who are part of the bitter parade are all like, I've never seen the guy get violent. I've never seen it from him. Every one of them. It's like, I've never seen him hit anyone. I've never seen him throw a punch at anyone. Yes, he sometimes breaks things when he gets mad, but it's never none of them have ever seen him direct anger physically at anyone. Even Josh Drew, when he talks about how Johnny was spitting in his face and then corrected it and said he wasn't literally spitting, it just like he was barking in my face. He's asked, "Did you feel threatened?" He's like, "No." I would ask you to think about this. Why would you not feel threatened? The guy's on coke in his most violent state, coke and drinking, and he's screaming in your face. And yet he's so not abusive that the guy who he's screaming at and, is basically doesn't feel threatened at all that he's about to take a punch. You want to know why? Because he knows, I've seen him enough to know he's not going to punch me. That's not the way he acts.
It's funny because I read Josh Drew differently. So I think even if somebody were actually looked violent and actually you would be legitimately scared about him, I think in court, Josh Drew is the personality to say, of course I wasn't scared. Like he had so much of this. No, man, I'm a badass. I'm a badass. The girl, because he's like, the girls were scared, but I was standing in the door frame. It's like, it's very funny. I think I said this elsewhere. I said, I totally get Josh Drew. I have no problem with that testimony, but it's like, I would never find out if anybody were legitimately scary from you because your first reaction is, nah, no way was I scared. Like,
maybe.
That's what I got from him. That's literally what I got from him.
Okay. All right. That wasn't my take. I took him actually as someone who simped to any woman that he thought was out of his
he
league.
was white knighting, right? But he's in that context, he's doing that very same thing.
Fair enough. But that's part of his white knighting is to say, don't worry, exactly. I'm the brave hero here. I'll stand between Johnny Depp and you. And
I'm sure he's not going to say in a deposition that I was scared. That I know is going to be publicized. There was
a line of urine dribbling down my leg as I was standing there. Yeah, he's not going to say that. He's not.
So I think it is good for Johnny. I think you're right to point it out that way. But I was like, oh, I know you, guy. You're the guy you're the hold me back guy.
This is, you know what? This is, part of being like, if you want to be a great litigator, it's part of it is understanding the psychology of the individual that you're talking to here. So, and how that's going to play out. You pointed out a few minutes ago, we were talking about Tracy. What was it, Tracy Jacobs? Yeah. Yep. That you have to know that when you ask this question, so you must have struggled to find work for him. She's going to say, hell no. That's understanding the psychology of the person you're talking to. Why the hell would she ever admit something like that? Now, this was at a deposition when you're doing fact finding, so you might ask questions that you expecting to go sideways because you're not thinking this is going to be part of the ultimate trial. But she left this in. Like,
you're right. She says, "You're darn right, I did." You scored a goal. Great.
Right, but the chances are very, very small she's going to say that.
It's her livelihood.
Yeah, so that's understanding the psychology of the person you're talking to. Yeah. So if you think this might end up in front of a jury, that's a question you shouldn't be asking. Now, I don't know if they planned that far ahead to recognize that all these depositions are going to end up being played before a jury one day, because it doesn't sound like it. The nature of the questions really sound like your classic deposition fact-finding mission, which is a whole different nature of questioning than the way you question someone when they're on a stand in front of a jury. Totally different, which is why it's so weird hearing these type of questions played as evidence in front of a jury, because it's almost like watching. You know what it is like? It's basically when it comes to a jury. I'm used to, as a litigator, I'm used to the fact that when it comes to a jury, all the tables and chairs are neatly laying. The place, the settings are all there. The candlesticks are on the table. Everything is neatly arranged and set up, and you don't see that the behind the scenes, that before you walked in 20 minutes earlier, everyone was running around. There was madness going on, and things are being dropped on the table. Everything just looks calm, serene, and laid out there. And you never see how this sausage is made. It just looks nice and pretty and well laid out. And part of that whole running around and making the sausage is all during the discovery. So now what's being presented to the jury in this play called a trial, because it is theater, a trial, is basically the sausage being made. You're watching how they're asking questions over and over and over again, repeated types of ways, questions sometimes that are stupid, questions that bring out bad information for your side, because that's how it happens in discovery. And then ultimately you fix it before you walk into a courtroom. And this whole trial has been such a weird step out of zone of like, I hope this is not the way trials go in the future. My God, I don't want to see depositions become part of trials. And I could see it happening, especially with so much in the post-COVID world where everything is so Zoom oriented and you don't have to bother being there. No one has to be in person. I could see how that's the way of the future because, technology and, and 5G and the ability for us to do this. I think that the in-person is a healthier way to actually get to the truth in the matter. But
yeah, in person is better, but I think definitely the court's going to start adopting more of this stuff. Hopefully more live links even than Depo videos.
At least, at the very least.
But yeah, let's just get through the rest of the New York Post summary here. So we got Jacob saying Depp's star dimmed. People were talking, and the question was out there about his behavior. The New York Post is not going to mention the question that I did, which is that she 100% says she had no problem getting him movies. The Hollywood power broker said she was fired in 2016 because Depp just terminated essentially everyone in his life, and I was along for the ride, I guess. And she sounds, upset about it, which you would. It's a big client, a lot of money. That's how you make your money. That's how you feed your kids and put lights on in your house. But she sounds it. She sounds bitter. And like I said, when she says she could find work for him at the end of all that, I essentially discounted all the testimony. And she also said she testified that no one at Disney had committed to hiring Depp for the 6th installment of the Pirates franchise in conversations with her. By the time she's fired in 2016, that's no surprise at all. Depp has claimed he lost tens of millions of dollars. Tina Newman, a production executive at Disney, also testified that she had never seen any documentation that referenced the op-ed, never discussed it, and did not hear of or partake in discussion of its impact. That's technically true, right? The best kind of true. Also should be added to the rest of this paragraph. She also testified she knew nothing at all about Disney operations whatsoever, or anybody that considers them or considers putting people in various movies, or really anything that was asked of her throughout the entirety of the deposition. Because you do have to put this in the framework, and that's nothing wrong with her. Disney offered her up to not know things, to be honest. And this is true, but she knew nothing about anything. So it's interesting. What did you think of Disney corporate representative, Joe?
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Hilarious. A corporate designee. I assume that means this is the woman who receives papers when they get sued.
I don't know. I think they selected one to act as their representative. Under orders, they were supposed to gather the information necessary to answer these questions as Disney, as an entity. I don't think she did. And in fact, a lot of the stuff that she was answering in deposition for him was about a personal knowledge. And I don't know whether you'd want to fight with her on it or not, but it's like, well, the way this works is you're supposed to do reasonable due diligence on the questions that we pose. We give you the questions, and then you go forward and find that information, and you didn't do that. But also, we're going to get testimony later in the day that the New York Post is also going to skip from Amber Heard's own agent that says, effectively, you'll never know if a studio decides to blacklist you because of bad press. And I thought that was the best possible Johnny Depp testimony that could have come out on that particular question. We'll get to it in just a second. We'll see how the New York Post treats it. Yeah. Depp's claim that Heard lied about the allegations tarnished her career more than his. Heard's talent agent testified. Jessica Kovacevic said Heard should have become a major star after Aquaman. At least I don't know about major star, but probably should have gotten maybe a little bit more coverage if you didn't have quite as much controversy, which premiered in late 2018 and grossed over $1 billion. While she said you couldn't prove direct causation, she believes there is a connection between the former couple's highly public accusations and Heard's lackluster career prospects. That is all the New York Post treats out of this testimony from that agent. And she straight up says that Amber Heard lost roles. I can't go find studios saying that in writing because that's not how studios work. And the main fight on Johnny Depp's side is whether or not he lost Pirates of the Caribbean, because Disney, as you just saw in the New York Post article, says, million. We don't know anything. And then you bring in after that Amber Heard's agent to say, you never know anything from a studio, which is effectively what Johnny Depp's team used an entire witness to establish. Richard Marks, who goes on there to say studios don't do this. Studios don't put things in writing. Studios don't get into those types of fights. Studios make decisions. Everybody knows what's going on through the telephone tree or whatever, but we don't put things in writing. Your team, Amber Heard, says that. I understand you're trying to make your countersuit. It seems like the countersuit might have been the dumbest possible thing your team could have done, because it introduced Dr. Curry. It introduced this kind of evidence. You're trying to fight the exact same claim in reverse, and you're bringing in evidence that helps Johnny Depp. I mean,
terrible.
what's happening.
And what's probably worse for them is there's likely at least a 30% chance that there'll actually be a directed verdict. If they rest and there's no further defense put forward, and here's why. What do you think the chances are? And just so the audience can understand, whenever this happens, that the defense is going to rest, which I would think at the very latest will be lunchtime on Monday. Whenever that happens, and they could open the day and say the defense rests to save their time for cross. Whenever point that happens, we can anticipate that the plaintiff, Team Johnny, is going to his counsel is going to stand up there and say, Your Honor, at this time, the plaintiff would like to move to a directed verdict for a
motion to strike is what we heard it called. Yeah.
Okay, a directed verdict or motion to strike the counterclaims, which is basically saying we want summary judgment on the counterclaims. What does that mean? What are they asking the judge to do? They're asking the judge to take the following steps. Mull over all of the evidence, all of the facts, everything that's been presented before this jury. Look at it in the light most favorable to Amber Heard. Give her the benefit of every doubt. Let's assume that everything she wants the jury to believe is true, that she accepts that actually is true, no matter how terribly lacking credibility the evidence is, no matter how stupid Rocky sounds up there, no matter how inconsistent the story is, we're going to believe everything they said and pretend for a moment that that's 100% true. Even in that circumstance, as a matter of law, her counterclaims cannot win. And if that's what the judge finds, in that case, the judge has a responsibility to dismiss the counterclaim. Now, part of what the judge's calculus there is, she has to say, okay, there are different elements to a claim of defamation. I have to tick off these elements one by one and see whether, okay, when Amber said this about what happened to her, what happened. So the first thing you need to know is, was a statement made, right? I mean, what do you, and she starts going through everything. And if all the elements for defamation, for the counterclaim of defamation, Amber's claim that she was defamed by Johnny through Waldman, that if the elements are there, and no matter how thin it is, in that case, the motion should be denied. If the elements are not there, in that case, the motion should be granted and the counterclaim should be dismissed. Now, judges hate granting this motion. They'd much rather send it to a jury. In a normal case, I would tell you it's probably 1 in 500, 1,000 that it happens that a judge says, I'm going to grant a directed verdict or grant motion to strike. And if they call it that over in Virginia, that's just difference of
it's just language. I think most places report it as a motion to dismiss right now because I think people understand that better. But
right. So they never want. It's just say, I'd rather give it to the jury. I don't have to deal with this headache and be responsible, because then there might be an appeal, and then some higher court is going to be examining my decision here. And if they just say, let's just hand it to the jury. But so that's why the chances of winning on that are like 1 in 1,000. But the reason you bring the motion is because, all right, well, maybe I'm that 1 in 1,000, and you lose nothing by bringing the motion. So everyone brings that motion.
We'll see it. We'll see a motion to dismiss.
Right. But my question to you is, what do you think the chances are that he succeeds when they move to dismiss, when the defense rests?
I said this earlier in the video, but I've given it the highest percentage I have before, which I have it as 50-50. Because
that's crazy high. And I agree with you.
Yeah, I have it at 50-50 because exactly the reasons you state. Judges would much rather say, well, there's enough there for the jury to find something. I think that the connection between Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp in terms of direction or instruction is so weak as to be basically non-existent, that is necessary. It's not just the defamation claim. You actually have to make the vicarious liability association for Johnny Depp. Adam Waldman is not sitting in front of you, jury. And so is Johnny Depp responsible for what he said, when one of the few things he said on that tape was, it was my own opinion. And it's like, well,
so now you have to ask yourself, because basically what the claim is that, well, if he said it, it must be that Johnny Depp directed him to do it. Imagine you hire me as your lawyer, and I go out there and I sit and I basically start talking terrible things about someone who's suing you. Yeah. Does that mean you told me to do it? Maybe I just hate the guy because I've been watching this case for whatever reason. I hated Aquaman. And I just start saying all these terrible things. So now you're responsible for that? Why are you responsible for that? It's my own.
And we might have
I'm an individual.
we might have a closed door meeting at that point, or an email or whatever, where I say, no, that's not how I want to be represented. Don't do that again.
Right.
And like, we have those conversations with clients all the time.
Yeah.
And what Elaine is trying to intimate, even though she can't get any answers, is you could hear the through line she wanted, which is, you said this stuff and Johnny Depp didn't fire you. And like, he didn't answer any of those questions. But it's like, there's so many different ways of having a relationship between attorney and client that don't rise to the level of firing. Like Johnny Depp easily could have had a meeting that said, don't do that. But that's not how I want to go out there. But you're still good at, representing me. You're still good at drafting my contracts, whatever it is that Adam Waldman does for Johnny Depp. But it doesn't rise to the level of firing. But don't do that.
But Elaine was trying to testify by proxy by saying, I'm going to ask a question, and his refusal to answer, and the jury should draw a conclusion from his refusal to answer.
Yes, let's use the New York Post right there. So just in terms of Waldman, you get a brief description of Waldman, and then you get, because he still represents the actor Waldman, who testified via pre-recorded deposition, was able to avoid answering most of the questions posed by Heard's attorney Elaine Bredehoft, citing attorney-client privilege. Like, it's nefarious.
yeah, exactly. But here's the thing: that it would be improper. It's illegal. It's improper for the judge to draw that reference from the privilege being asserted. So basically, when Johnny gets up there and makes this motion, the primary thing they want to hit on is, Your Honor, the only nexus between those statements and Johnny Depp that was established by the evidence at all was a testimony from Waldman where he says we kept asserting attorney-client privilege. So basically, Elaine is looking for them to draw a conclusion and make a finding that they're not allowed by law to make.
They don't have facts for it.
There's no fact to tie it in.
The only thing they actually have is, he says it's his opinion, and you cannot just establish vicarious liability by saying he's his lawyer. So what are we doing here, Judge? And I have it at 50-50 because of exactly what you said, which is you saw the judge with respect to the republication. You saw Rottenborn come out and say, it's illegal to do these precedents in Virginia, and they probably don't apply in the way he thinks. But the judge does say, essentially, the jury could find it here, so I'm going to give it to the jury. And so it's clear she has the same inclination that you would expect from all judges on this kind of stuff. And so there's still a 50% chance where she just says, you know what, we use the resources of the Commonwealth of Virginia enough already, let the jury kick it out. But I agree with you, Joe. I'm trying to think of what fact basis you have for vicarious liability here, and I don't think it exists in the evidentiary record. Does that mean, by the way, that I don't think that Johnny Depp could have been directing it? I do. I think he possibly could have been, but it's not in the evidentiary record.
There's literally zero proof. And if there's zero proof that the jury is permitted by law to consider, in that case, the judge really her hand is almost forced to grant the motion to dismiss, because otherwise you're risking that the jury, in theory, although I doubt she's really worried about it, but in theory, they could come back with a judgment in Amber Heard's favor on the defamation.
And then you might have to go notwithstanding, like, depending on
then you might have to turn that over. Right.
Yeah.
You might have to turn it over. The reason that she might deny it is because I think she's probably so confident that there's no way Amber Heard is going to win on a counterclaim, that it's like, why
go get the blessing? Go get the blessing from the jury because it's more protected.
Yeah. So if the jury ends up, especially because, look, sometimes when you have cross defamation claims, plaintiff says defamation and defendant says countersues for defamation, sometimes you literally can have both sides winning on their defamation claims. Meaning, imagine you have a defamation that he defamed her by saying that that she defamed him the way she did with all these allegations, and he defamed her back by saying she stole $100 million from me. Yeah. So those two claims are totally unrelated. Maybe he was abusive, or maybe she's lying about the abuse, and maybe he's lying about the $100 million claim. Then we'd say, okay, they're both completely lying. Each of their reputations were damaged, and the way that would work out is we'd say, okay, what was his damages from her defamation? What were her damages from their defamation? And subtract the lesser from the greater, and the total amount of the judgment would basically be, and those two claims could both win, and one damages would offset the other to some degree. Now, but in this situation, where it's like the claims are right, the claims of defamation on like what happened here are directly on point. It's impossible for both defamation claims to win because either he was sexually abusive or she was concocting this story. So basically, when either he's telling the truth or she's telling the truth, you cannot have them both telling the truth that the other is lying about them. So accordingly, could you?
Well, so hoax's intentionality, right? I don't think this will actually happen because of the way they presented the case, but I have talked about this before, where you could find that it's a difference in perspective on the 21st. It's not a hoax. So Amber wins her defamation claim because that's imputing a negative intent and you know, that kind of thing. And Johnny still wins because he didn't actually abuse her, or a more narrow Johnny win because he didn't SV and the headline counts against her. So there are
a really thin line to walk. You're right. That's a good point. That's a good call though.
There are scenarios,
as lawyers, we should be precise about every possible outcome because that's what we're supposed. And especially transactional attorneys are trained to think for every possible outcome.
We call it the parade of horribles. Yes, much of my job is to tell the client, here's how this paragraph could possibly be used against you, but also to offer the business, you know, real politics, low exposure risk.
I defer to your assessment there, and I agree. And you convinced me. That's correct. There is technically a very thin line that they could walk where both defamation claims.
But let's also establish for the people that that is so extraordinarily unlikely because of the overlap in these things. It is so much more likely that you find for Johnny Depp in general or you find for Amber Heard in general. But I'm like, they're not technically the same.
As lawyers, we need to be precise. And the way you lay it out is more precise than the way I did. So I agree.
And here's the final paragraph from the New York Post. They just talk about other witnesses, a social media expert, the LAPD's domestic violence coordinator, and Depp's former business manager, which I think are rightly summarized with basically no reference to the substance they provided. Now, I would have probably, if I had, a masthead, I probably would have torn the social media expert a new one because I thought that was god-awful. He's not a social media expert, by the way. He's the inventor of Unix, or one of the founding fathers. Very smart dude. Absolutely does not have the qualifications, in my opinion, having seen the testimony he provided, to analyze social media in any kind of scientifically stringent way. After seeing the testimony, I probably would have granted the voir dire challenge. But obviously, Heard's team presenting 1 million people are tweeting justice for Johnny, maybe not their strongest move. It is what it is. And I want to say this for the New York Post. Much of this is neutral-ish, more than their opinion pieces, at least. But the big ticket items, the things people will read, the headline, the first paragraph, the third paragraph, before you get into any of the stuff that is even remotely neutral, you have mass mischaracterization of one of the depositions that is designed to put Johnny Depp in a bad light. By all means, New York Post, New York Times, Guardian, put Johnny Depp in a bad light with the legitimate evidence that has been presented against him. Don't do this because this is not what Ellen Barkin said, and you're framing it completely incorrectly for your readership. Now, we talked about it. They're owned by NewsCorp. So is The Sun, all this other stuff. We know where the New York Post is going to come out, but that's the reason I discuss these things. Is like some of the stuff you put in the middle there is okay.
This is defamatory. This headline is defamatory. It is. Arguably, it's defamatory.
Yes, well, she doesn't say through. I mean, that's false.
She never said that. It's completely false. In fact, she not only didn't say through, she said not through, toss.
Said not through. She does. That is actually more important, Joe. You're absolutely right. Not only does she not say through, she didn't self-select for toss. She backs down from throws.
Yeah. And it wasn't at her. It was at a whole bunch of people. This is a defamatory headline right here.
Yes, I would say it's difficult to prove damages off of what is already existent from the trial itself. But I think you might be right. It's a false statement.
You know what? I think his Q rating right now may be ascending to almost his the heyday of
peak.
Pirates. Yeah. This is trying to bring him down and knock him off of that high horse of social media popularity by saying that he did this. And if you didn't watch it, you would, very likely believe this and think, bad things about him. As far as damages, that would be difficult to establish.
Well, what's interesting is it's so clearly false. Like, you can't claim it's true.
There's no defensive truth to this.
Yeah. So that is interesting. So that's our article for today. We do have now a lot of super chats to get through. Joe, you are welcome to hang out with me as much or as little as you want for these. I very much appreciate you dropping by to talk over that article.
This is my first time. This is my I popped my cherry on Hoeg's channel. This is my first time here.
You know what's funny? You know,
you've never been on my channel, and I actually.
I dropped in.
Oh yeah, you joined. Yeah, you joined with others.
Two 15-minute things. Yeah,
not a one-on-one thing like this.
Cool. What's really funny about that, Joe?
I want to invite you to. I'm going to invite you in front of like you. It's just you and me talking now. Okay, so Rich, sometime I really want to talk you onto my channel. I actually think it would be good theater for people to talk about what they perceive as being like a rift between us, even though I don't think either of us ever perceived it that way. But people seem to think that we like clash against each other when we
definitely clash, but why not?
Right. That's what, by the way, that's what makes it more entertaining. It's like for us, and I think for the audience, they want to see that clash. And it's like, you know what? It's neither of us hesitate to be very specific in where we're coming from. And it's rarely exactly squarely on point. Sometimes it is, but
and no ad hominems. Reasonable disagreement is how we grow. Reasonable minds can differ. Everybody knows the mottos of my channel at this point. I've never even thought twice about that, Joe. That's crazy.
No, me either. But you know, I definitely see in the comments sometimes like why do Rich and Joe hate each other? And I'm like,
sometimes I think Chad is just trying to rile up.
You think so?
Various factions of Lawtube.
I'm being gaslit. I'm being gaslit.
They had one, I think it was yesterday, where it's like, Alita, do you hate Emily for being ahead of you on viewers? It's like, we love Emily. What the hell are you talking about?
No one worked harder to get Emily where she is than Richard Hoeg.
Emily Baker is awesome. Emily doesn't need my help.
Mr. Bites hasn't worked as hard as Richard to get her where she
Alita?
is. Yeah, seriously.
I feel very strongly about helping good voices get out there, be forces on YouTube, and
she's great.
I love Alita's content.
She's very bright. She's very, she's entertaining, and she's genuinely a really good person. So yeah.
No, that's so funny. It's Lawtube is growing, and we're getting more of that. There are certain aspects and corners of chat or whatnot, like little drama.
What is Lawtube?
What is Lawtube? Lawtube.
I had $100 super chat thrown at me last night, which was,
what is it?
What is Lawtube?
I usually call it a loose coalition of law-speaking lawyers on YouTube that are sovereign nation states that get together on a very randomized basis. And if you saw our DMs, you would laugh your head off. But I actually didn't realize, Joe, that we hadn't done one-on-one. I hadn't realized you hadn't been on the channel. Part of that is because of what Lawtube is. It's this kind of spontaneous order thing. We see each other all the time. I hadn't realized you hadn't been in this space. But to be honest, I haven't been doing guests or live streams for much longer than about 10 days. Right. I did some interviews. I did some light stuff.
It's been a very busy 10 days for both of us. What
a crazy time.
Yeah, and this is the reality. Is this the reality is that anyone who's in Lawtube recognizes that this is a story that's so massive.
You got to strike right on top.
Yeah, you have to, like, I can't just sit back and support. I need to try and use this as an opportunity to help my channel growth, because an opportunity like this probably will not come along next month or 2 months from now or 3 months from now. You don't know when the next one's coming. The last one was 6 months ago with Rittenhouse. So, and even Rittenhouse, as massive as that was, is much smaller than this one as far as the thirst by the public for information and knowledge and the type of content that Lawtube is capable of providing. So, we don't know when something like this is possibly going to come along again, and you can't to just sit back and not try and use it for an opportunity to grow your channel. You got to be crazy. So so that's why. So none of us are resting, none of us are sleeping, because we recognize that, hey, there's a deadline here, and that deadline is whenever that verdict comes in. Basically, there's another day or two of news, or 3, that you can talk about this, and then it's done, and then this ride is over. So
it's funny. I collapsed on my bed yesterday. I was talking to my wife, and I said, I was a big firm lawyer. I did the big law thing, the 3,000 hours a year type thing, and I was laying on my bed. I said, I think I'm working harder.
And you did
right now than when I was at full blown partner at Big Law, because essentially I'm doing this stuff for Alita. I pledged my support. I love seeing her growth. I love doing that. That's 12 hours a day. I'm doing these streams. That's whatever. I really owe the people that started with virtual legality and look at those, the more in-depth full VOD type stuff. I owe them
other stories. Right.
Yeah, doing that stuff. And I got, just in this video, I got like 20 emails for practicing law. So it's a very interesting time. I wouldn't change it for the world. This is so much better than some of the lulls during the pandemic and things like that.
The greatest job imaginable. It's the greatest job in the world.
We get to have fun conversations about stuff we're interested in, with great commenters, with great chat, with each other, with great
good people. Yeah, with good people. Yeah,
and I get to feel good about it. You talk about, sometimes you can be out there, you can be successful. I get to go out there, and I want to grab the clip from Alita's channel. I had like a 90-second long speech for, like a political position I did before trial started yesterday about how important I thought Lawtube was and why we go out and grift and why we try to grow those views and voices and things like that. Because I feel so strongly about reasonable minds can differ and not attacking each other's humanity and having big fundamental disagreements on whatever it is, law or politics or things like that, and still, seeing the human being on the other side of things. And like, that's what I believe in on this stuff. And yeah, I think somebody chatted is like, yeah, put American flag and put them on a commercial for that kind of stuff. But
it is a very MAGA perspective you're reflecting there. I'm not going to kid you.
No, well, it's not America to me. It's about treating each other as human beings, and the internet sometimes slides so far from that that I love.
Why don't you just read straight from the preamble right there?
I do.
That's what it is. It's very American concepts concepts that we all believe in, we all agree on.
Well, I'm a Law and Order guy, and I love that kind of stuff. And so yeah, I'm out there. I'm gonna grab that clip because I like that one. But yeah, absolutely, Joe. Absolutely, I feel good about this. That's how I can put whatever I'm doing now, 19 hours a day, into this stuff, because I feel so strongly about it. I can't do it if I don't feel that strongly about it. But with that all being said, I do have those 20 emails. Let's hit some super chats. Becca G. Hoeg, so excited you're back on in the morning, and I can enjoy my morning coffee listening. Smiling, blushing emoji. Thank you so much, Becca. Roxanne Barbie, who would you bring in for rebuttal? Love from Switzerland, smiley emoji. Whoever Jennifer Howell is seems pretty strong. Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Dr. Curry and perhaps Johnny Depp.
Yeah, well, I don't know if they ran out of cross time, I'd bring Johnny back. Otherwise, no. Zara Seifert, Hoeg, I think you're the kindest, most altruistic, most empath and sympathetic person I've ever seen. We need more people like you. Always stay as you are. That is very, very kind words. Thank you so much, Zara. Jay Roberts, is it normal for there to be such a difference in time spent by this point? Assuming Amber Heard rests Monday, that'll be 13 days for JD's case and 7 for Amber Heard's, with Amber Heard having used 10 more hours more than JD. You look at that, you see yesterday, that was a full day of nothing, and you see they took an extra day on crossing Johnny Depp, and you can find the difference. They had an extra day crossing Johnny Depp than Camille's surgical strike Vasquez, and that turns out to be the turning point in this case, I think, in my mind, because she not only won that handily, she also gave them 8 hours. And so I think that's a lot of the reason for the big difference there. Calvin Wilson, you said they cannot look up something in the dictionary. The judge said that, actually. But could the jurors ask one another what that word means during deliberations? Of course. By the time that they're talking, they can ask each other things about what they otherwise know. The idea is that you have, jury of peers that has their own life experiences and information. Now, you don't want them to be making decisions based on, I read this once in Wikipedia, but they can ask each other, hey, what does foment mean? Absolutely. And foment. Hello, Ian.
Yes, a collection of the outcasts, the YouTube outcasts, me and Ian.
Yes, I was asking Joe about this because we talked about you at the very top of the video. And I mentioned that what YouTube showed was that they thought that there was a technical fault. And that popped up into my stream last night because gamers were getting hit. Have you gotten any more feedback on that at all?
I haven't heard anything back, but I've got an additional level of peevedness on this.
All right, hit me.
So I got up because, my body at this point is going, 4 hours.
Sleep?
That's enough.
I'm actually surprised you're not like dead on a couch.
True. I did the same thing. I was up at 5. I was awake till 5 o'clock and here at 9 o'clock. I don't know why, but yeah.
But somebody was asking me, hey, what is it? You've ticked over 100K. What does it take to get the
Congratulations again, by the way, Ian.
Oh, thank you.
100,000 for Ian Runkle of the Bailey. I could not be happier. Ian is a sweetheart who would never be banned by any social media platform. He is fantastic. Like and subscribe to his channel. Like and subscribe to Joe, who's been sitting here with me talking about headlines now for a good solid hour, I think. Go like and subscribe to him. Like and subscribe here too if you're interested in it. But Ian, I cut you off to celebrate your 100,000. What else were you saying?
So I was like, let's go find out. And one of the criteria is that you not have any content that is marked as spam, scam, or misleading or deceptive, which is, of course,
live stream?
What this video has now been flagged as.
So right now, even if it's technical, you can't hit the live stream button today, right this second.
Oh, it's not the live stream button. It's to get the Google Play button, like the silver play button.
Oh, so they'll give you that. They'll give you that. That'll back down. I'm sure, Ian, that they got so many channels hit last night.
It's just funny, and the timing on it felt.
The lawyer,
I don't know if it is, but yeah, it felt really suspicious.
Tragos Law, Peter Tragos. I think he mentioned in the Lawtube chat that he had a video that got taken down too.
Yep, I think we saw Peter, we saw you, Joe, we saw Ian. We saw some video game friends of mine. So it strikes me that it's not an attack, or at least not one that's just dedicated to Lawtube, but that all sucks, Ian.
Absolutely.
People were reporting that it was tens of thousands of people watching your stream last night. Is that right?
We hit, I think it was 30, 35, 30, it was a lot.
That's an insane amount.
I was streaming at the same time, and I will admit that if that's the stream that ended up getting yanked down, and I actually said if Runkle, who everyone was saying you're crashing, you're tired, you're just going to sleep, and I was like, if Runkle shuts that stream and does not shunt that entire crowd over to my stream, he is dead to me.
I actually tried to figure it out.
Joe wanted the redirect. The redirect thing is so.
I haven't yet been able to figure that out, and I will tell you, I was too tired if I couldn't figure that out when I was sensible, I was looking at it going, I don't know how to get Joe's stream to actually show up.
It's not hard. It's really not hard. It's really not as hard as you think. Once permissions have been enabled by the one you're sending it to, which I specifically made sure that I given you clearance. It's really very easy, actually. You just need to know which little way to walk the layout there. But you basically have to go into the settings for your stream. You go to community, you go to your community thing, and you just basically not community. To the redirect, and boom, there's a redirect button. You just click the link in there on the other side, and it does. I've been sending this week. I sent 3 times it over to Nick Ricada when I'm done, because he always streams right after me. I plan on doing this on a nightly basis. That when I'm finished, I'm going to shunt my crowd over toward him.
I apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize.
It's really finicky. It is.
First of all,
finicky.
you got shut down. It wouldn't have happened anyway. You got shut down. It wouldn't have happened anyway. So, but it is something that part of Lawtube should be like. This should be something that's just like that's just habit. That hey, there's no reason to just let crowds of thousands of people just wander around aimlessly, rather than saying, hey, why don't you try this thing over here? Because that's what happens. Is an alert that pops up that says, a lot of people are switching over here. Do you want to click this button? And it takes you right. It takes them right into Ricada. So that's what would happen in theory. If you had set it up, that would have happened to 37,000 people watching your stream when you shut down. So, but it's not that hard to figure out. I'll walk you through it off camera, because this is not what the audience doesn't.
We do all sorts of technical fixes over here. My very first stream, Joe, was Nate explaining to me how to make it so it was subscriber only mode for because we were getting raided by bots. So I believe Nate walked me through that. So, we'll figure it out, Ian. I think it's finicky, but we will figure it out. And that's always a good button to have. Outside of the play button being delayed for you, Ian, is there anything else that you have roused in the morning to share with us or want to talk to us about before I hit more super chats?
I am still just completely flabbergasted by what happened yesterday in court.
Yeah. We were just talking about that. We were also talking about the New York Post summary of it as devastating to Johnny Depp, which we thought was a little bit hyperbolic. They flat out have a headline that says Ellen Barkin says testifies jealous Johnny Depp threw wine bottle at her, and I was like, that is not in the this is not in the testimony.
She actually threw in favor of tossed.
She did. Yes, well, the New York Post then spends a couple of paragraphs using terminology such as chucked and launched a wine bottle at her. Before, in paragraph 5 or 6, I think, saying, actually, she said it was a toss. It's like, what are you doing?
The distinction between those is huge, right?
Yes. Yeah, mentally, I always think of toss as underhand.
I'm very strongly considering going down to Virginia for like Monday. I'm really thinking about it, but if I do it, I probably will stop by like a makeup artist and have them paint a bruise right here on my cheek.
Oh, come on, Joe. You can't do that.
Do you think that could be created? I wouldn't have any mistrial issues or something. Why? Why not?
You're gonna get Judge A angry.
You think it'll get her angry if I show up there with like a little bruise over here?
Yes.
How would anyone? Maybe it's real. Maybe it's real.
Oh my gosh.
No one knows.
I will warn you. The deputies there have. Yeah, I mean, I would say they have no sense of humor, except they're actually often funny about it, but they're not screwing around.
Like, you think if I came out in there with a painted on bruise that they would keep me out of the courtroom?
They might well, yeah.
That would suck.
Don't get it a mistrial now, Joe. We're almost done.
Well, and also, okay, we're going to declare a mistrial, and all costs will be paid by Joe personally.
Joe personally?
No, if I came down there, if I went down there and basically say, yeah, AHPR team bruised my channel, that might get me, I think, in real trouble. But just a bruise painted on, I don't know.
I wouldn't risk it, man.
You're killing me. Let's do some super chats.
Go.
Calvin Wilson, you said they cannot look up something in the dictionary because jurors ask one another. I answered this, but yes, they can talk to each other about what they know. Dr. Kartoffelsalat, I suppose we have to continue the greetings from Germany. Here you go. Greetings. We have a lot of people from Germany giving super chats this morning. I'm super excited that Hangouts and Headlines is big in Germany. Monica Veloso, thank you so much for the super chat. Facing the crowd, how will the jury be narrowed down to those who will actually deliberate? Thanks for all you do. Love to Lawtube. Blue Heart. It's going to be random. Every courtroom does it differently, but it'll be randomly selecting either the actual jurors or the alternates that'll get kicked. I don't think there's any greater information you would have on it. Is there, Ian? I know you sat there.
No, I mean, they haven't really talked about how they're going to pick the jurors.
Yeah. Well, in Rittenhouse, you saw him use a bingo thing to pick his jurors, but it's by courtroom.
That was weird, the bingo thing.
It was weird. Well, the judge, I think, says something along the lines of that's how that judge had always done it because they want like the hand of justice or fate to be a part of picking the jury for the criminal defendants.
As I recall, they actually told a story over in Rittenhouse where basically there was a race-based case, like where race was really a big factor, and from the potential jurors, there was like basically like there was like basically one alternate, and it was like and there was like 7 white people and 1 black person, and when the judge ended up pulling it out, the black person ended up the alternate and off of the jury. So he basically, and all sorts of speculation came out about that, like, hey, why are you leaving the black guy off? And after that, he decided, you know what, from now on, I'm just going to defend and pull it out. This way no one can think that we're playing any games. Yeah. So it was a matter of just like protecting the appearance of integrity, which is a very important thing. Integrity is really is essential, but the appearance integrity is no less essential because it's not just a matter of you have to do things properly, but everyone who's involved in a contentious situation, whether it's this or any time, elections, you need to have the appearance of integrity, that everyone should trust in what's happening here and feel like it's fair and impartial and not that there's a hand leaning on a scale somewhere. And that's why the appearance integrity is no less important to me than integrity itself. So absolutely.
Yeah, no, the optics matter. Appearance of impropriety is bad.
Yeah, absolutely. So why not let a defendant pick it out? Now, in a civil case like this, if they did it that way, would that mean Amber would be the one plucking it out because she's the defendant here, or I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you got a countersuit too, right? Yeah. Maybe that countersuit doesn't survive Monday. Ellie Parker 3, my favorite Lawtuber. Thank you so much. They might mean Joe or Ian. You just don't know. I appreciate how you share the love with your law peers and the balance in your opinions. You make sense. Thank you. I appreciate it. Raven Thompson, how do people get called? Do the witnesses know before trial? Yes. Do they have to be there or can it be video? Well, you've seen, you can make a claim to the court that you can't make it. Love the coverage. Heart. Yeah, there's a lot more video depositions than I would say is normal, at least pre-pandemic times. But these people said, hey, we're in California. We're not coming to Virginia. And the court allowed it. So Jason Sheehan, Hoeg, I'm going to have to bump my Patreon amount with all this content. That is very generous to you, Jason. I appreciate it. Been tuning into everything I can from the Lawtube group. Keep up the A+ content. Thank you so much. Hello, awesome. No glasses for Amber now. Had them a week ago. She's on and off with the glasses.
I mean, contacts are a thing. That's fine.
Yeah, contacts are a thing. And to be honest with you, I'm at the age where sometimes, depending on what I'm looking at, the glasses come off. That MF Wolf, Drew wasn't a good witness. His story doesn't make any sense to me. He said they were worried about Amber, but when his girl to wait in the apartment, she did it without checking to see if JD was there. There's a whole series of aspects of Drew's story that don't line up with the body cam footage or make a lot of sense in the context. But he did say it sincerely. You can understand why, if you were already inclined to believe that set of events, he was more believable than Amber Heard. I think we have to admit that because his story within itself made more sense.
That was my take on that. And I know a lot of people were ticked because I said that he was a real shot of life into Amber Heard's campaign. But I watched the jurors wake up and actually listen to the guy because he was the only person in that whole place that was remotely likable and who was remotely... And she needed that so badly. She needed somebody in that house who didn't seem like a total grifter parasite. And he's probably actually still a total grifter parasite, but he was better at not coming off like it.
Right. Well, he answered quickly. He answered definitively. He answered internally consistently, and didn't seem like he was exaggerating much. Normal human perspective exaggeration levels. So I thought it was useful for Amber Heard.
What was really interesting is in the first 20 minutes of his testimony, I put out a credibility poll, and it was and I scale it plus 90%, between 50 and 90%, between 10 and 50%, or under 10%. And he was scaling much better than anyone. There was a 10% was at plus 90%, and another 50% was at plus 50. And as he continued to talk and started to come out against Johnny, the polls numbers started dipping, and then people started thinking, "Oh, he can't. This guy, I don't believe." It started with "Oh yeah, this guy laid back. He's cool. He's everyone's trusting him," until he started giving information that the audience didn't want to hear, which all of a sudden is this a-hole. He's full of crap. He's a liar.
Well, people get too invested, I think. But I will say this: outside, I say internally consistently, there's clear areas where it's that doesn't match up with other people's stories, and so you can absolutely say, that's not right.
The body cam footage doesn't
I think
have
it's the police. Do I think it's Drew? I think it's the police.
You're
that
arguing
kind of
with
thing.
the body cam footage, which shows that you did not point out the glass on the floor. So that's going to hurt his credibility.
And I think ultimately, I don't think that this is something that the Depp team can't deal with. They've been competent is a massive understatement. They've been exceptional. I think they're going to take him apart. There's too many, problems with his testimony. It's just that he gave them gave the Heard team a shot of life, so now they have to take him apart. That's all.
No, they're gonna have to address what he said, and I think that's gonna happen because I think it was contradictory to what we know. Running Incept, how much do you think Amber? How much do I think AW is involved in Johnny Depp's trial strategy? He was instrumental, Adam Waldman. He was instrumental in swaying public opinion to JD's favor. I think he's pretty much barred from being directly involved in strategy because he knew he was a witness once the countersuit comes up. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I don't think he's allowed by ethics rules to participate in the defense. Am I wrong?
I don't think you can be a witness and counsel at the same time.
I mean, we talk about behind the scenes stuff. We saw that Amber Heard was clearly coached. Could he be on a phone call or whatever? But in an actually formal capacity, he shouldn't be doing that kind of thing. So he shouldn't have been forming the strategy. Sandra Almerico, do sidebars take time from either team? No. Or is it a beneficial timeout for both? It's arguable whether it's beneficial depending on how the sidebar goes. but it is not out of their time. It is not out of their time. It's funny, actually. One of the things as a sports fan, I was thinking when Elaine implodes on objections, like she's clearly, I think people have said this before, she is clearly much more experienced and better at depositions. Like she's framing the questions right. She's doing things that are more normal. Objections really throw her. And one of the things I've thought of, especially when she was getting absolutely killed on the redirect of Amber Heard, was that I wanted to be like, okay, so you need a timeout flag. You need to be able to say, you know what? I need 15 minutes, Judge. And it's clear this judge wouldn't give it. Like she is, if that recess is not within the window, she's no.
Nope.
But you see her standing there, and it's like that's when the pitching coach would come out. That's when everybody would huddle around.
Right.
You're just naked up there as a litigator. I have never less wanted to be a litigator than watching Elaine try to come up with a way to say the question.
That was the benchmark for bad redirects. I actually broke that. I spent 2 hours just rewatching that 15-minute redirect and breaking down all the problems that it had. That was a disaster.
I'm a very empathetic person, and I looked at that and I said, oh God, I could feel she was so like mortified and melting. And it's like, oh, I can feel every bit of that. Every bit of that.
No, that was a torture house inside a train where the train wrecks and crashes through like a cemetery. That was craziness. There were men and women running around, lit aflame, headless, chasing squirrels. It was disaster.
Well, I just hate it when she's like, but I said, what if any? You're like, oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah. Objection hearsay, but I said, what if any?
When the judge says, what if any is not a cure-all or whatever, I'm like, oh, she wants to crawl into a hole.
But the best part is she responded to that with, yes, it is. It's like, no, it's not. The thing is, I had more sympathy for Elaine. I really did. I was actually thinking of doing a video just talking, like, I don't think she's as bad of a lawyer as she looks like. I think she's dealing with a difficult facts, very difficult client.
Very difficult client.
I lost a tremendous amount of sympathy for her with the Waldman and how she handled that. I thought that was greasy.
Trying to sneak in too much.
She knew that every one of those questions was going to hit privilege. She knew that. And what she's trying to suggest to the jury, it seems, is that because of the assertion of privilege, that they're hiding something.
Yeah,
that's an improper inference. It goes directly to the foundations of our legal system.
Yes.
It shouldn't have been done.
Attorney-client privilege is absolutely so important. And I know there's a chat coming up that asks me to talk about attorney-client privilege, so I'll wait on it a little bit more until then. But it is so important. It is foundational. And to implicate it is bad. And then to do what she did, which is, I think Joe said, testify, which is like she's clearly asking questions to say, you said these things, I can't answer. And yet you're still the lawyer for Johnny Depp, aren't you? I can't answer. It's like, well, that's you have put in here the notion of I didn't fire him, and so he should be responsible, and you can assert vicarious liability. Honestly, the failure of the Adam Waldman testimony, which you should have known when you used a lawyer as your entry point for a countersuit, is what's really putting that motion to strike in play. I think that's coming on Monday, I assume.
Yeah.
And I said this before, but Ian, can you even imagine the headlines if Amber Heard's countersuit gets kicked out on Monday? I mean,
I can, and they'll be hilarious.
They will.
We'll
have an episode, folks. We will have an episode about headlines about the failures of the judicial system due to kicking Amber's case when they didn't kick Johnny's. If it happens, I still have it at 50-50. But if it happens,
we already know what Tuesday morning's Hoeg's headlines is going to be.
I have it as higher.
It's going to be about that motion, right? It's presumably going to be about that motion.
Wait, Ian, did you say you have it higher than 50-50?
That they kick Amber's countersuit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? Well, what do you have it at?
At least 60-40.
Okay. More likely than not.
The reason why is because I don't think the judge liked what they were doing at all.
Oh, and you got to see her face during this. Did she make any faces?
She was like, she's pretty poker faced, but she was still like, she had that really thin lip, like
gripping the face to not make faces kind of look.
Yeah. It was like, I don't like what's happening here. And
I'll take that action.
I'll
take that action. I think you're wrong, Ian.
I think she's been incredibly, she's been incredibly fair.
Yes, I think she's a good judge.
Very good judge. Impressive, every day more and more impressive.
Yeah,
every day.
But I also think she's got a tremendous, she cares tremendously about the integrity of the system, and I don't think she liked that at all. I think that, and really, what else do they have to connect Johnny to that? Is there any way to actually get over that except via an improper, impermissible inference that is put in a sort of an underhanded, an unpleasant...
His lawyer is all you have.
Yeah. And if that's all you have, I think she basically has to look at the fact that it looks like Elaine is asking the jury to make an improper inference, that improper inference is something, I think she's going to say, listen, you have, to an extent here, misled the jury as to what the law says. And so, I mean, there's one of two ways she does that. One, she just says, listen, this is gone. You don't have anything to connect it other than by asking the jury to do something that they cannot do and you should never have asked them to do. Or she says, I'm not going to strike it, but I am going to put in a massive, I'm going to give the jury a substantial instruction as to what privilege means and what inferences can't be drawn. But I think she's not likely to leave that to the jury just because she's going to be aware that, or I think she's less likely to leave it to the jury because she's going to be aware of, I think
there's zero evidence, Ian. I mean, I think you're right. When it gets entered in the opening statements, my first question is, how are you going to tie Adam Waldman to Johnny Depp? Because Johnny Depp's the one who's sitting in front of you. And I was interested in the question. That's why when the Adam Waldman deposition comes out, I wonder if they got him to say something. And no, they didn't, of course. But at that point in time, you're looking at a big fat zero on vicarious liability. So, yeah, I might kick it. But I think what Joe properly said before, and I think you say that's why it's 60-40 for you, Ian, is like judges are loath to get to this point and say the jury doesn't get it.
Yeah, especially on something this political, this
high profile.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally people lined up, down the block, either to watch the trial or to watch Johnny Depp leave the building. It's a big deal, right? It's a big thing, and I mean, she's got to be mindful as well of the coverage, and about how.
I'm telling you.
One thing Joe said that Joe said that I thought was wise was she might think that it's obvious that there's no tie. And go and look for a jury blessing because a jury blessing is stronger than her kicking it out at this point in time. And I do think that's still a decent chance because I kind of feel a little bit the same way about the republication. Like that seems to me to be a matter of law, and that should be allowed to the jury or kicked out on law. And she has already said now that she is dismissing that motion to strike. She's going to send it to the jury. And I'm like, I guess, but like the notion of whether it was republished for purposes of defamation case is, I don't know. It's not exactly a jury question. It's kind of a combo question because retweets and tweets and publication are still very ambiguous areas of various states' laws in terms of publication for this purpose. So she's going to leave it to the jury, and I think the jury's going to find a republication. I think they are because it looks so much like one.
So honestly, we should expect that this motion is not going to be within the earshot of the jury, right?
Yes, the jury will be not there. They weren't for the first motion to strike.
What I expect is more likely, because one of the things we did not talk about here on this motion is the issue of damages and whether they established any damages at all. Because the only damage that they alleged was that she supposedly lost an independent movie that she can't remember the name, doesn't remember who's involved, or there was no.
Well, they presented evidence on damages because like Stat Guy.
How much
damages on damages? It's
what damages? Evidence, was there a number? Was there a number? Was there
not a number? But I mean, the courts assign numbers to difficult to number things all the time.
Okay,
yeah, I think
that's why I'm saying
I think they can't get it kicked out on damages because the evidence exists. It's crap evidence, but it exists.
But speculative damages are kind of ridiculous. What I think could happen here is that she might split the baby. She might say, "Look, there might be enough there that they could possibly fine for it," and she'll hope that she'll expect there's no way the jury's going to end up giving her this win. But damages here were way too speculative. The most she ever made on a movie on a big film product was $2 million.
$1 million.
2 million.
2 million is Aquaman 2, but 1 million is the only thing that she's realized so far.
Okay, so that she might cap damages at $2 million.
Sure.
That's a real possibility. That if you ask me to speculate on the damages here, I'm not letting the jury possibly give an award in excess of $2 million. And you have your stupid, ridiculous $100 million claim, but that the jury will be instructed to give that if they find for her everything possible, the best possible inference, the most they could possibly draw out would be damages of $2 million.
Well, and Joe, judges, the chat should know judges love splitting babies. That's
right.
like one of their favorite pastimes. They love to split the babies up.
I think there's I think there's almost no chance that she's gonna.
Yes,
she's gonna.
I've also got some news. Was it Rob Law and Lumber did a collaboration with Spidey, and it is apparently live. So
it is live right now. So if you want to go check out that, the video. Well,
the video has been posted. So
the
keep
video
watching here, but
stay here with me.
Check it out.
And then go check out that video with Rob and Spidey. I would have kicked it over if it was live. But no, that'll be video on demand, available for whenever you like. We're already having a record show here, actually, today. We're at 8,700 viewers. I've never had that number. I'm not Ian Runkle. So I'm in the presence of celebrities here.
Right.
So I've never hit like a 37,000 number, but 8,000 watching is absolutely fantastic. Put some likes in the video if you would. I would really appreciate it. That helps it get seen on YouTube, and subscribe if you like this content. But yeah, I raised this particular super chat. Somebody was asking how this process would work out. You already saw it. When Johnny Depp's case ends, Amber Heard's team asks for his case to get kicked out, as he did not provide enough evidence to meet the elements that he has asserted. The judge rightly says no, but it's normal for the defense to ask that. Here, it's just reversed. Amber Heard is the plaintiff for her counterclaim. Johnny Depp is the defense. When you hear Elaine or Rottenborn or whoever's going to say, we rest, Johnny Depp's team is going to say, we offer a motion to strike their charges as improperly evidenced from what they just presented. And the biggest ticket item, as Ian rightly said, as Joe said, as I have said, is Adam Waldman is not sitting in front of you. So you have to make Adam Waldman's sentences Johnny Depp's. And as far as I can tell in the evidence presented, there is no link for establishing that liability. And honestly, I think the judge should kick it out. The only question is whether or not she deigns to do so.
Yeah,
you're right. By the way, I want to be clear. Even though I keep saying it'll never happen, I agree with you both. It should happen.
I think it should.
But the justice demands it happen. But it's just too easy to say no.
Go get a blessing. Yeah, judges love the blessing. Judge, the jury sides on it. A winner is me, says the judge. So
the more I think about it, the more I'm pushing my number up to 70%.
And
my God,
so convinced by Joe, he says, "You know what? Screw that guy." It's 70.
That's not bad. It's just.
I'll bet you a plane flight out to California.
Oh, that's too rich. That's too rich for my blood. The plane flights are going to be $2,000 by the time.
Yeah, I was going to say the price of oil. I just think that she is really. She is what I think we want in a judge. I think she's very much a system, like we have to preserve the integrity of the system. I think she's less likely by a long shot than many other judges to be swayed by the whole public fiasco. I think she's going to be
impervious to that. We don't say that enough. So many judges would get caught up in this level of attention, and she is not. She is specifically not, and that's 2 thumbs up.
Yeah, I am super impressed. I have been so impressed by how she's handled things. And I mean, that's really where I weigh this in. If it was a different judge, I'd probably be going and saying, you know what? I don't think they will. I think they should. But if it was a different judge who was, maybe playing a bit more to the camera, like she's very careful about how she portrays herself. She's very careful, to basically try to be a non-entity in this whole thing. Like she's not looking to be a face. She's not looking to be a name. She's just doing good work.
I'm going to raise mine as well to 51%. Because I like what you had to say there, Ian. And I actually was thinking about, she even held for consideration the headline charge because she hadn't seen the tweet entered yet. So she is actually not just doing these things rotely. She is 1,000% going and actually thinking about the evidentiary record before her. And good luck finding a scintilla, as she says, of evidence to get you vicarious liability. So We'll see. We'll see. Okay, but I have to do more super chats, or I'm never going to be able to do practicing of law today.
Sounds good.
Go.
Sandra Elmerico, do sidebars take time from either team? Already answered. They do not. Danny JM, will Team JD try to get Amber Heard's counterclaim dismissed? I'm glad we just talked about it. You better believe they will. You'll be able to see that. You might even get to see Fiery Ben Chu, who is my favorite like cameo appearance character in the trial. M Major, I love your comments in the article. You always do. Hey, wait a minute. Emoji. Thank you. Fallen Neidhart, grats on 90,000. I actually can't believe it, folks. I really, really appreciate it. We're going to hit 100,000 next week. I can't even fathom it. If you do like this content, subscribe. Absolutely. If you don't subscribe. Leave a downvote. YouTube loves those. But I am so appreciative for everybody that has come over to the channel and talk with me about these things and had these conversations. So thank you so much for the super chat. Crafting and creating with Caroline. I love that. I want to check that channel out. Should JD team call hashtag guy back to clean fumbled questioning and point out flawed logic? 100% tweets not negative. And what about calling arresting officers from Amber Heard's previous relationship, Hart Lawtube? I would never call that. Hashtag guy did all the damage he possibly could. It was none for Johnny Depp. They got to say justice for Johnny 100 times in court. Leave him be. He's going back to his Berkeley Research Fellowship. I would not bring him back. What about calling arresting officer from previous relationship? Maybe. Those kinds of things are dangerous. So I think Johnny Depp probably has a list. His team does. His legal team has a list of people that they could call if Amber Heard ran out of time. If they are not going to get crossed at all, there's probably some people that say, you know what? Let's roll them out there. Johnny Depp included. If Johnny Depp's not going to get crossed, bring him out there. Remind folks how he sounds and how sincere he appears and that kind of thing, because why not? You're not going to lose anything. But I don't think, I don't know whether or not that stuff from the earlier cases, I think the headlines are useful enough for them. And to be honest, Johnny Depp's team doesn't actually want to get to the heart of what happened there. They just want the implication of the headlines. So I have my doubts whether they would bring in that kind of testimony. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see if I hit these buttons in the right order. Apple Juice 1952, Twitter guy at the end saying big fan of justice was saying fan of JD. Yes, he did that to him. You have to be a fan of justice, certainly if you're sitting in a courtroom. Eric Dory, what happens if one team runs out the clock? Meaning, can they object to what the other side brings in, do cross, etc., or do they just look at the wall? They can object. You still can't. The rules of evidence don't die because somebody ran out of time. They wouldn't be able to do cross. Cynthia, not sure if you've covered this, but both Ian and Joe's streams got cut off and YouTube is not letting them appeal the video taken down. Just a heads up. Covered it right at the top of this video. We think it's a technical problem that happened to a lot of streams. Obviously, terrible for both.
That's what you think.
Joe thinks his channel is under attack. He's already preparing the video and the thumbnail.
Guys, my channel is under attack.
It's a successful strategy on YouTube, Joe. And you have something to go off of. So, yeah, no, yes, I'm a benefit of the doubt type guy, right? We all have different personalities on Lawtube. I saw it happen. I saw it happen to non-Lawtube streamers. Realistically, I think that YouTube and other social media platforms are working on their back-end ability to remove live streams based on recent things. So I think that's the most likely scenario there, but that's, of course, completely speculative. So, yes, we did cover it. Completely sucks. Ian has to get his play button. Justice for Runkle. Justice for the play button. Ian will get that cleared up. Christian Loken, thank you for the super chat. Janet Dick, Gina getting booted might have influenced the time. Oh, from Johnny Depp's side? A little bit, but now what we know about Amber Heard's team is they would have crossed her for like 2 times as long as they needed to. So it's unclear exactly how it affected the time. Monkey Planet, the lack of English language Amber understands using words, pledge, donate, explosion emoji, explosion emoji, explosion emoji. Amber, look it up. Seriously, pledge.
Oh my God, I almost forgot. I donated allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one public under God.
You donate it?
Yeah.
Punch means hit. It does. Rockin' Dawkins SC, I think taking down live stream is because independent reporting is taking eventually money away from the mainstream media. Mainstream media is out of control, in my humble opinion. I certainly think you have seen ways in which various factions are reacting to things like the success of Lawtube. Did it happen last night? I have my doubts there, but it doesn't mean it isn't happening in general. So your point is well taken. Sherry Frost, good morning from Michigan. Big fan of Justice here. Thanks again for your early morning coverage and recap. Appreciate your info and energy. Coffee cup, sun emoji, scales of justice. Thank you. Oima, did they open the possibility of Isaac coming back for rebuttal? He's subject to recall. Isaac's subject to recall, I think. I guess he could rebut like Josh Drew or some of those kinds of things. Possibly. Who knows? You guys just want to see Isaac back. I know. Elliot Wizard, hi from Sweden. Hi, Sweden. That's awesome. Squid K, 5.4 thousand watching, 8.8 thousand now. Only 350 likes. Chat, fix it. We love likes here. Lights help us grow. Savage Wolf, Amber's injuries are on the right side. Johnny's right-handed. Thoughts? I don't actually think handedness was.
I actually was thinking about that, but the injuries to the phone was from throwing a phone, so that could have hit the right side of her face, even throwing it right-handed.
Makes sense. Yeah,
By the way, I don't want to screw up your order here, but you just had a $50 super chat, which I thought asked a really interesting question that I sort of want to touch on.
Okay, let's celebrate it.
This quick cue for you: if Amber Heard's team run the clock down to 0, is it worth bringing Amber back to the stand and hammer her with no cross or redirect? Really, no cross bracket, or are they limited what they could bring up again? Like no Boston Sarah, thanks. Please accept this pledge of 10
million pounds.
Aren't you? You should make sure. Look, you got make sure that your record keeping says to send little friendly reminders that that Michael should.
I'm pumped about
honor that pledge.
I have so many plans for putting things on my back wall.
Yeah,
I'm going to put so many things on my back wall. Oh, it's going to be so exciting. Thank you, Michael Gaunt. Yeah,
this is an interesting question that I actually had never heard anyone throw out or considered myself, and I think this is an interesting strategy. Do you want to put her back up on the stand or not? My gut would be if you do, you got to keep her on that. You can be hostile because she's an adverse. You can lock her in with leading questions, so there is a way you can play without worrying that it can ever be fixed. It's an interesting thing. I don't know how much worse you can ever possibly make her look. She looks so bad already. Do you want to possibly open up a doorway for her to like fix that in any way, shape, or form? I think you're better off with John. I think you're better off with Johnny being able to affably tell whatever he wants to say without fear that they can actually say anything, question him about what narrative he's dropping on them down the stretch of the trial. So I think it's perhaps it would be it'd be a fun sort of thing to watch, but I think that it's strategically probably better to get Johnny up there without fear of any reprisal and let him just say whatever it is that he's in the mood to say.
I totally agree. Again, putting it in sports terms, I think at that point you're going for the long pass down the middle for some reason, which probably doesn't hurt you, but there's at least the chance that it could. Like Amber Heard probably isn't spinning around and establishing herself as somebody to be believed at that point in time, but it's possible. And I don't see why you'd run the risk. I don't know exactly what you'd gain. I think the thought process might be you put her in the jury's mind even closer to the time when they'd be taking the case and she looks insincere. I wouldn't do it, but we don't know what they're planning on doing. I mean, if Amber Heard's team literally runs out of clock, sky's the limit. Well, I mean, Johnny Depp's team could do absolutely anything. Thank you very much for the super chat.
Yeah. The other thing I want to tell you is this, and it's something I only came up with yesterday, and I got to get out of here.
Yes, Joe, you've been here forever. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So someone here was made a comment, not a super chat at all, but they made a comment about how they think they probably differ from me politically on most things, but that they enjoy my fiery speeches. I actually was about to I just responded to it just right now.
Okay.
But one of the things that I think is really interesting here, one of the blessings of this trial, and I think there's a lot of bad things about this whole story. There's a lot of bad things about this whole story. And the worst thing about this whole story is not the impact it had on Johnny, not even by a light year. But the worst thing is the impact it had on genuine victims of domestic abuse. I've heard from some people who are victims. They've reached out to me privately, telling me how they feel as if this has been very discouraging, that unless they have Johnny's money, that they'll never have their story told properly, and they're never going to have credibility. So I'll just pause and tell you that if you are in a situation where you are suffering from domestic abuse, please, there's so many people who want to help you. Please reach out to them. Even whether and I know that a lot of times children and money are factors, or lack of money. Children and lack of money are factors that lead people to feeling trapped in these situations. These are those situations that neither party in this case dealt with, and it's it's far more difficult. I urge you, if children are a factor, having them raised in a house where abuse is going on is something that will traumatize them and potentially, hopefully not, but could potentially impact them for the rest of their lives. So whatever steps.
For male victims, that's especially bad, because for women, there tend to be at least some shelters where you can bring your kids with you. For guys, in many places, the shelter that you go to is the homeless shelter. And a homeless shelter is an extremely bad place to take children. And, the adults can't stay at the shelters that exist for children. So you end up in a situation where a lot of male victims end up having, feel that they have to stay in order to protect their kids from the abuser. And it's a really difficult thing. And I hope that some of the coverage from this creates some political impetus to change that, because men need a way to escape too. And what we've heard is, in the public, is some suggestion that he should have hit back or something, and that is not what we should be encouraging. We should be encouraging that people have the ability to get out of there.
Right. Yes, but so, and also, if you're the abuser, you really need to seek help, because you're only hurting yourself when you're like lashing out at people, or lashing out improperly at people that you love or are supposed to love or love you. But so those are the real victims, the ones who feel silenced by the story. But the one thing that's the silver lining I see to this story is the galvanization across political lines of people who care about truth and can recognize that, hey, this is a story which we've been hearing completely reversed for years, and that when the facts start lining up, that the vast majority of people, there are fewer people, I think, who believe Amber Heard than, like I said earlier, than flat earthers. And it doesn't matter whether they're left or right, that this is, America has been so divided, so deeply divided on almost a 50-50 line politically, really for the last 10 years. Everyone thinks it's the last 5-6 years. It's been for the last 10 to 12 years. And I think a lot of it has been the result of gaslighting by the media on both sides, whether it's, Fox or MSNBC, CNN, it doesn't matter. There's gaslighting and an attempt to divide us. I think it sells stories when there's division. It's beneficial to a lot of people who are not you or me. You and I might not see politically eye to eye, but I think that this has been an awakening, that I feel a sense of hope that people who might see things politically very differently from me, that we're not as different as you and I may have thought a month ago. Because when we're seeing something that just looks like this is just unfair, this is injustice, it doesn't matter if it's the reverse narrative of what we expected it to be, because everyone thinks it's going to be the woman who's being by the man, that no matter what side of the aisle you're on, we're all searching for truth and justice, and that we still can see eye to eye when we're looking at the set of facts, and not look necessarily through political lens, but actually search for justice to will out ultimately. And that's something that's very encouraging to me, as an American, that there is like hope for like us to start seeing things with a healthy perspective instead of a team-oriented perspective. That's a much healthier way for us to move forward. And I really hope and pray that this feeling of unanimity or near unanimity on this issue is something that, and honestly, anyone who's seeing things from Team Amberside, from my perspective, that's someone that's almost like irredeemable. That's someone who's so deeply entrenched on a partisan line that they don't want to. That's a matter of just they're starting with a preconceived notion. But the hope that I took from this is that the overwhelming majority of Americans are not there on either side of the aisle, and that is something that's something I really deeply questioned for the last year or two, and now and this was very encouraging in that sense, and hopefully that continues for people on either side of the political aisle. So
I love that sentiment, Joe. I really do. I appreciate the speech. Yeah, I mean, here on my channel, Virtual Legality, one of the reasons that I do, video game news and things like that, is I think we can talk about important stuff, whether that's consolidation and corporations and laws and things like that. while still treating it, without politicization, so that you, however political you may or may not be, can evaluate it through, the lens of critical thinking and analysis, and not bring in the emotionality and the partisanship there, and then go out and think about these things on your own. That's how I built this channel.
I know. I know. You try and divest politics from this channel.
Right. And different Lawtubers have different approaches. And that is totally fine. But yeah, I think that speech is so great because we can all see that this stuff is important. Who's getting abused and trying to correct for that and get redress and treat it with the blindness that picture of the justice with the blindfold on is so dedicated to, is to go evaluate and burn away the untruths and find the truths. And yeah, I could not agree with you more. And Joe, I know you've been with me for a while. You said that you had to get out of here. I totally understand. Thank you so much for that, folks. Check out Joe's channel.
Good luck.
And yeah, I will come on absolutely sometime. If only we can call it the no beef episode. I have no beef with you, Joe. I never had a beef, and from the first video of yours I ever saw, I became an Insta fan. So, well, I appreciate it. So go check out his stuff.
And statistically, 30% of people who are watching any video are not sub to it. And if you're not sub to Hoeg, I'm telling you, what you're seeing here is like solid A material, and yet it's a joke compared to the level of quality in the videos he produces. So make sure you like and subscribe over here. Thank you so much. It's great seeing you guys.
I appreciate it, Joe.
Ian, I hope everything gets rectified for you. It's great seeing you as well.
Yes. You too, man. It's
right. Well, you and I need to coordinate how we're gonna our
your attack letters to YouTube. Yeah. I love it.
All right, take care, brothers.
See you, Joe.
Take care.
Hey, Ian.
I love the reasonable minds can differ slogan. It's absolutely it's
my true belief. So yeah, it's easy to market. It's easy to have that when it's literally my philosophical ethos, has been forever. So yeah, no, I absolutely love it. And by the way, Ian, you are welcome to stay here and answer questions with me as long as you want. You are also welcome to go have breakfast or sleep or do whatever else you need to do after your ridiculous week. So please don't feel obligated.
I'm still sort of trying to process and figure out. I just went through all the stuff for going back into Canada, because that's now a whole thing too, because you got to do this whole app process. But
it's so wild to me, because as a Michigander, like my entire youth was, go to Canada like it's down the street. Like it was never anything. And so, yeah, that's, if anything, out of like the last 20 years of like borders and things, it's like, I miss just rolling into Canada.
Yeah. Way back in the day, like I got to beta test Halo 1, and it wasn't like I'm working as a beta tester. It was a sort of show off the game kind of thing.
That's awesome.
But like I just drove down the border, and the big issue was that they wanted to figure out, they were having some difficulty processing the idea of whether this was work or not.
Right, I bet.
Because this guy just did not understand the concept of beta testing. So it was this long back and forth of, so they're paying you. No, I get to play the game before other people.
I'm paid with coolness.
Yeah, so you're paying them? No, they get to, find some bugs and so forth. It's like, so they're paying you then. It was like over and over and over again.
There's no exchange money. I love that. I could totally see that happening, by the way. Yeah.
The fun part was that, like, after all of that, and I was feeling super, super tired because, I was in Vancouver, so driving down to the Seattle campus at that was a big deal. And I was just going, oh God, this is going to hurt when I came back to the border. And I ran into the border guard on the Canadian side, was clearly a gamer, because when he's like, what were you doing? And I was like, I was beta testing a game. And he's like, oh, what game? And I was like, Halo. And he's like, oh,
yeah,
you probably can't tell me anything, but is it good? And I was like, so good.
Yeah, well, at that point in time, Bungie had been working on Halo in various forms and Mac things that had been shown in magazines. So yeah, everybody was interested in Halo. So that's awesome. I love that story, Ian. I love it.
I gotta ask, just on the gamer geeking thing, have you played Pathways into Darkness?
Yes. Its skill tree frightens and intimidates me.
Or doesn't have a skill tree.
Well, you know what? I answered the wrong question. I was thinking Paths of Exile.
There we go.
Which skill tree does frighten me.
Pathways into
Yes,
Darkness.
I played Pathways into Darkness. That's old though, right? Am I right? That's long ago.
That's super old. It's 1993.
Okay, thank you.
But it's a Bungie classic, and it's one that very few people have played. So serious props, because
it's funny. I came to Bungie, I think, mostly from a game called Marathon.
Yep.
And then I really enjoyed
Marathon.
I really enjoyed Marathon. I remember Pathways to Darkness. I really enjoyed Myth. And then they mostly became the first-person shooter studio after Halo became a massive success. There was some they did some stuff with Rockstar or Take-Two with Oni and things like that. But yeah, Bungie's an interesting company, especially they've been Destiny for forever now.
And Myth 2 nearly bankrupted them.
Yeah, I love Myth 2.
I loved it. I was involved in the modding scene for that and so forth.
Oh, really? That's awesome.
Yeah. I did not do any of the graphic stuff because that was beyond me, but I was really good at playing with their two editors were Fear and Loathing. And so Loathing was the one for editing the maps, but Fear was for editing the physics. And so if you wanted to create like an attack effect, you did that through Fear. And I was pretty good at making Fear do things that it shouldn't really be able to do. And so it was like, all right, let's have some fun with this. And it was a great set of games. The online.
I just like to think that at some point during the timeline here, Runkle and Hoeg were messing around with Myth and Myth 2 at the same time, well before any of this.
It is entirely possible. And I mean, I played the heck out of Myth 1. Do you remember I'm trying to remember the old Capture the Flag map, what it was called, but it had sort of this river that kind of circled the map, and then you had to go on and...
We're having flashes of memory here, but yeah, I won't be able to... Yeah. And I love, by the way, that the two editors you just said are Fear and Loathing, when of course we were just talking about Fear and Loathing in this video because of the testimony of Elaine Barkin and Johnny Depp from the mid 90s. So we've come full circle on that. So you said it was just a sojourn into Bungie land. We actually came all the way back to the Depp versus Heard trial. So we did it.
I still actually, you remember when they did the Myth 2 recall?
No. Why did they recall it?
So Myth 2 had this really showstopper of a bug, and this is what almost bankrupted Bungie. The bug was...
I remember this story.
If you got the original copies and you installed the game in a non-standard directory, so not the default directory, and then you uninstalled the game via their uninstaller, it would do a non-standard unexpected behavior, which was to erase every single file off your drive.
That's whatever's higher than tier 1 is that error.
And I mean, somehow in testing it, nobody tried installing it to any directory other than the default. And so that was they had to apologize the heck out of that, and B, massive recall. Every single copy had to be pulled off shelves, remade and reissued. And
yeah, I'm getting little bits of memory too now too. I guess I probably knew this at the time, but I had forgotten.
But they also issued what they called Bungie bucks, which were good for a 20. You got 2 of them. If you were affected by this, it was good for a 20% discount on a Bungie product. And it indicates on the thing does not expire. So one day I want to find a way to try to spend my Bungie bucks because I haven't.
Go take them over there, get some Destiny stuff. I love it. So we talked about sides. We don't really know on that, but the one major one is of course a Throne phone, which can hit wherever. Mix 2323, law student at the end of law uni from Croatia here. Great channel. I'm trying to learn about Anglo-Saxon legal system from you. Thank you for that. Justice for Johnny. That is awesome. Good luck in your law career. Absolutely.
That's actually one thing I really like about Lawtube is that there is there's so much legal education out there now. And I've had law students email me going, I saw your video on this and it made sense to me. So, and that's always tremendously rewarding when somebody says, hey, I didn't understand, what hearsay was or why leading is a big deal. Because I've been covering some of the objections that we've seen a ton in this one. I am certainly going to do a video on solicitor-client privilege and why it's a big deal and why that whole interaction of, no, you don't get to ask that question was was a thing. So
yeah, no, I think that's needed, definitely. How do you think all the pro-Amber MSM reporters are watching the trial? At the courthouse, online, do you think they're watching the whole trial or just snippets that they twist to support their story? I think a lot of people have made their decisions up already. I think if you actually are watching every minute of the trial, it's hard to come to a she is entirely credible conclusion. I'm not throwing out everything that ever possibly could have happened to her, but I think a lot of these authors have their mission statement. They're going in a specific direction. So I don't think they're actually watching a ton of it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that some of the stuff she says happened could have happened.
Yeah.
But the problem is that there's a bunch of other stuff that just couldn't. Like, I will 100% say she, that account of her stumbling across broken glass didn't happen. So once you have that, like once you have people making up serious elements of it, like this isn't, and people really, like clients often really don't understand what it means when somebody lies or tells something wrong in court, because there's sort of little lies and big lies, and they say, oh well, I can prove that they lied about this day when they were going into work and they were late and they told the boss something. It's like, okay, cool. If that's all we have, we've lost, because like there is no way that we are going to be able to to do anything with that. But these aren't that. These are about critical, major elements of the story, and that's fatal. And under oath and so forth. So yeah,
I hear you. Okay, so sorry, I was handling a little bot insurgency there for a second. Jane Benjamin, when I think throw, I think axe throwing or knife throwing, like you. Toss is like slow pitch softball. Chuck is like friends playing hot potato.
She did make an overhand motion with it, but it was like, so it implies like a slow,
an arcing toss.
Yeah, like,
well, toss is a word in my head. I think underhand.
I mean, like, if your partner says, "Hey, can you toss, that to
toss
me?"
You might, yep.
You might pick something up and toss it that way, and then they, like, it really didn't seem to me that she was trying to say that it was that, that violent.
I hear you. Lord Luke M, the New York Post video is cut before the bottle statement, angry cursing emoji. I watched that video. Yeah, it's not very useful. It's like a minute and a half of what they thought they could use. It doesn't contain anything really interesting. It talks about the romantic sexual swap. But outside of that, I hear that emoji. I do. Thank you for the super chat. Misty Clark, do you think Amber Heard is wearing more jewelry now after her cross? Hoping jury will think she would have left marks on JD if she hit him. She hasn't worn this many prior. I don't know. That seems like a silly long way of doing things, but maybe she's a silly long person in terms of trying to establish those things. I don't know. I would doubt it. Drugs and alcohol. Hogan Joe, sorry. Can we agree that I am the only one abused by Johnny Depp in this case? Well, yeah, you definitely are.
That is some serious use of the username.
You got to go with the bit. Yassine Waghat, based on the assumption that public opinion is with Johnny, expert yesterday basically states this, give or take.
Yeah.
Why is a lot of mainstream media pro Amber? One, some of them are pot committed. Some of them have spent years being on a specific side. Sometimes it's hard to move that ship. Two, sometimes the media likes to make it political. I've talked long and hard about how it's only about the experiences in the case. How this is only about whatever happened in Boston or in the penthouse or in Australia. But it's harder for the media than just for me to do those kinds of things, to make those kinds of assertions if you have a vested interest. And I don't want to accuse anything of people necessarily.
The other thing to remember is news organizations they tell you that they're in the business of selling you information and understanding. And what they're often in the business of doing is selling you, or they want to sell your eyeballs to other people. And so they don't care why you're reading something. If you're reading it because you agree with it, that's great. If you're reading it because you hate it, that's also fine. And people tend to share controversial stuff. And so sometimes it can be like they'll take positions to sort of milk the controversy, because saying, hey, this is what this case is, it's kind of open and shut, doesn't sell well. And if they spin something hard, they can sell it both ways. This case, if Amber Heard wins, they can say, we were right all the time. And if Amber Heard doesn't win, they can say, terrible injustice. You being mad is part of what helps drive the business model. And that's not great for our society. If you're wondering why people are mad all the time, this is a big part of it.
Yeah, no, and that's why I do headlines, is I want to talk about rhetoric and how these things actually come out. So and also to understand why people might frame things the way they do, and not to necessarily vilify, but to at least talk about that. So I appreciate the super chat. That is definitely part of what we're doing here. Vezi from Quebec, thank you so much for the super sticker. I very much appreciate it. Let me just make sure.
That looks like a cool tattoo too.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I have to work through the Chinese Communist Party has apparently decided to attack the channel. I kid. It's a bot. But I've had to take it up to 5 minutes, and I do apologize for that, folks. But we're gonna try to squash this. Thank you, everybody who is in the chat and otherwise. Lori Hergert, thank you so much for the super sticker. Daniela Fasano, Amber has a crazy following called Shooters for Amber, and they're trying to get anybody that talks bad about Amber Heard to get their YouTube channel banned. Scary. Possibly could be bot attacks. I don't know. I've never had bot attacks like this in my channel. But yeah, we'll see what YouTube comes out. You don't have to just agree with them or believe them when they say something, but I'm interested in seeing what they have to say further. They'll probably get a news article about what happened last night, I would guess. Small Potatoes Gaming, my channel got hit too. Just saying, I contacted Google and they said they are investigating it. Yeah, they put out a tweet like at 5:30 in the morning saying, something happened last night, folks. Murphy Smith, knowing how poorly Dr. Hughes went over with everyone, will Heard's team recall her or will they take a pass? You'll never see Dr. Hughes again. Might not ever see her again in testimony. In any case.
That was such a bad. I don't think we're not going to see her in any case. She's going to be around. She's going to be
she's on the APA board, right? So yeah, she'll be around.
Oh,
I kid. It just was so. It was just so bad.
This every time she sits down for dinner because
So you're the one that testified that everything's totally fine with Amber Heard and she doesn't exaggerate right before she gave her testimony, right?
Yeah.
That's what I did.
8 hours.
8 hours. I only need 10 more minutes to win this case. Thanks, Elaine, fake account. I appreciate it. Jordan Esquire, as a lawyer, I get happy when the public starts paying attention to our profession for about 10 minutes. Then my heart gets broken when the MSM misleads everyone about what's happening and perpetuates misconception. Read the law. I will say this. It's not limited to lawyers. It's not limited to business deals. It's not limited to celebrity trials. There's a certain level of superficiality that comes from coverage of these things. Part of what virtual legality does on the business side is talk about getting better reporting about how a merger works and how the SEC reviews something that could be fraudulent securities transactions and that kind of thing to hopefully get better reporting out there because people can understand their world better when that reporting is out there. So I will continue to do this. Headlines in part exist for the same reason that virtual legality proper exists, which is to say, hey, you could write that better. You could do that more neutrally. We could talk about this more informationally and have fun conversations with my Lawtube friends. Monkey Planet, if JD wins this case, will the courts go after all the purged witnesses? Is that the right? You changed perjury. I don't think it's purged. What will happen to the UK case when Amber is guilty of perjury in the UK? So those rumors are going on about UK potentially looking at that because of the witness statement that she'd already donated money and that she didn't. Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. The reality is most likely nothing happens long term. But if something does start to happen on these kinds of things, you can bet we'll be talking about it.
There is, from what I understand, a lot of people really pissed about it in the UK.
I can imagine. I really can.
Including in the legal community. So there might be some impetus to it. But from what I understand, it's unlikely that they can ever disturb the verdict. So they won the UK matter regardless. But I mean, it would be entertaining if she has to change all of her travel plans.
Yeah, and that's the kind of thing that we've talked about, which is, they could just say, you're not welcome here. And that's bad enough, especially given the amount of movies they make in England.
Or if they issue a warrant, like if they put out an arrest warrant, then you got to be real careful to never go to the UK or anywhere that might send you to the UK if they
I was
find
gonna
you.
say, would that include Canada? Do you think, Ian?
I think Canada would extradite to the UK on a perjury charge. I'd have to check. But I think it qualifies.
You do talk about the crown a lot, so I was just.
We are different countries, although we do actually share a queen. Canada's extradition law is complicated, and so I'd have to actually check because there's rules about how serious it has to be.
Level of offense, yeah.
Whether it would count as a crime here as well, but of course, perjury is a crime pretty much anywhere that has court systems. I'd have to look into it, but there is a possibility. And then if you were in Hollywood and you really wanted to troll her and you knew that there was this arrest warrant out there, you could just start offering her really big deals that are in the UK. What do you mean you don't want to be in my movie? We're filming it in London. Come on down.
Johnny Depp has a production company. You just start saying, "Well, we could definitely do it, but we're gonna be filming in London." What? No. All right.
Oh well, and then you can say, if she ever sues again, you'd be like, "Look, she's turning down all sorts of work."
God. Yeah. No. I mean, look, we will definitely cross that bridge if it comes to it. It is very interesting, and I do think that the UK legal system looks awful for not having been able to suss out the obvious fact that she did not pay $7 million to these two organizations. Like, that is the kind of thing that evidentiarily you should be able to find as a legal system. So it looks bad for them.
Well, and the other thing that just bothers me so much when I look at that decision is they put so much weight on her having donated the money.
Which is weird because I feel it's ancillary, but yeah, when they put that weight on it.
Well, they were saying, listen, this clearly showed. I get why you'd put weight on it. If you're saying like somebody has no financial interest in it, they're acting out of pure sort of altruism of like this, I'm the wronged party. I don't want any money out of this. I just want to, like, it looks good. But if that's false and you're relying so heavily on that, it's like, and it's kind of an embarrassment to the court because if you're relying so heavily on that, you'd think they would have said, we want to see the actual evidence that this has been donated.
Yes.
She says it's been donated. That was her testimony.
Even a bank account, just like anything, a clear check, just like show me $7 million.
Like, nope. She's going to have one of those, we saw that, Johnny Depp's old financial guy, because when you're rich enough, it becomes hard to figure out how to spend your money. You need somebody who can do things like work out all of that stuff. Just, hey, guy, can you show in the records where we sent this money? And super easy. Them not having that was a big deal.
This kind of thing from this chat might be correct, right? It might not have been contested by Johnny Depp's team because there wasn't really reason to believe that she was lying about it. So it still looks bad for the UK because they based it so much on it. But yeah, the court is not. That's why there's an adversarial system.
Well, and I mean, it's an easy thing to miss because it's such a shocking lie, right? It's such you'd be thinking like, who would ever mislead about this?
Yeah,
it's the kind of thing you find by accident, not because. Yeah. So.
Yep. I hear you. All right. Joe makes a good point. $2 million payday on $1 billion box office and no raise for sequel looks bad. Adult film starlets make more as a percentage of gross, I think. I don't know about that. But yeah, $2 million, even the $1 million for Aquaman, for what Aquaman turned out to be, when people try to undersell Amber Heard's role in that movie, but she is a legitimate co-star. She is in most of the scenes in that movie. $1 million was already very low for that kind of budgeted movie. And then she doesn't really get a step up. Totally true. But also, I don't think was driving box office returns as much as obviously Jason Momoa. I would say James Wan. I really enjoyed his direction of Aquaman.
They really need to hope that there's not a single juror on that panel who has seen Aquaman and saw her performance in it, because they might have other interpretations as to why she wasn't making the big bucks on that.
She's the weak link in Aquaman, but she's fine. Like, I think what skipped is like there's a lot of bad pretty actresses in Hollywood. There's a lot of bad pretty actors in Hollywood. Yeah, so that doesn't need to be gendered. But like, she was fine. She was a bit of a wooden plank, but fine. Jason Momoa has the charisma. He carried that movie, no question. Maddie Ann.
That's who you were there to see.
Yeah. Well, I know that's who I was there to see. I mean, he had his shirt off the whole time. Absolutely. Yes. Oh, I have drinks. I'm just not drinking them. Thank you, co-counsel. Mandy Ann, love from Australia. Thank you for your entertaining banter and dedication to the coverage of the trial. You and the rest of Lawtube are what makes days like today bearable. Koala emoji. I haven't seen that one. That is awesome. Thank you. Magnus Prime, always happy when Star Trek and Babylon 5 get referenced. Yeah, we nerd out here. We're the nerdy corner of an already nerdy corner of YouTube and Lawtube. So yeah, we'll talk about that stuff here. I saw some people in chat being like, "What is Myth and Bungie and what are they doing?" And it's like, well, you might get from the virtual legality title. We talk a lot about tech and software and games here, so we do. I'm sorry about that, but we bounce around. Miss Ron, I've met Patrick Stewart. That is sweet. I love all good Star Trek. Yes, and as I said when I was talking to Joe, I'm really enjoying the first 3 episodes of Strange New Worlds. That is what I want out of the modern Star Trek. I hate Picard, the show, not the character, and Discovery is like an okay Star Wars series, but not very good Star Trek. But if you're interested in modern Star Trek, they seem to be trying to make it in Strange New Worlds. Check it out.
Discovery lost me in the first episode.
Discovery, man. Discovery, I don't hate the first season of Discovery, but it's not Star Trek. It's an adventure war series. And so, yeah, Strange New Worlds. I really like Anson Mount as Captain Pike. I really like what they've done with certain aspects of the ship and the cast. Yes, it's flashy. Yes, it looks like it's J.J. Abrams. It's got the lights and the lens flare and things like that. But the first 3 episodes are all what I described to my daughter as alien adventure, ethical quandary, visit a planet, do these things. And I'm like, this is what I wanted. So I'm sure that they will pull the rug out from under me at some point and disappoint me greatly. Right now, Strange New Worlds I'm enjoying.
I gotta watch that one. I haven't yet seen it, but I actually really, in terms of Star Trek, I put Orville in the Star Trek canon.
Yes, Orville's good.
I kind of think of Orville as like when I talk to people I know who've been in military organizations, they're like, the Orville better describes how the military works.
More human beings in terms of competence level and reactions and drama. Yeah. Well, The Next Generation is my favorite, but they are super like focused professionals that never get into any kind of emotional drama, really. Ankin Dabral in the Pale Moonlight definitely competes for top position in best Star Trek episodes. I like that one. Measure of a Man is still my favorite, but I like that one. Eleanor Aquitaine. The New York Post is owned by Rupert Murdoch, so it's not journalism. NewsCorp, yeah. It's a straight-up gossip rag that prints lies every day. Thanks for taking it apart. Well, we've talked about the Sun and the New York Post sharing the ownership group. But yeah, I'm not going to solely do the New York Post. I could have done other New York Post headlines, but they come from the same direction a lot of the times. I wanted to talk about this one because so many people linked it to me. And also the headline was kind of so ridiculous based on what we actually saw out of Ellen Barkin's testimony. So thank you very much for the super chat. Let me hit this button correctly. I want to hit that one. Thank you. Running in September, DS9 wasn't just the serialization, but the full character arcs. Quark was the first fully adorable Ferengi. Also wasn't afraid to go dark. Love your stuff. I love Deep Space Nine. I just love Star Trek The Next Generation more. And in terms of star-based shows, I actually like Babylon 5 a little bit more than Deep Space Nine. I still love Deep Space Nine. But yeah, that was really Star Trek playing with character arcs, definitely. Serialization in terms of plot, Dominion War and whatnot. And you guys are just trying to see how many nerdy phrases you can get me to say on this video, which I appreciate. I just said Dominion War for the first time on this channel, I'm pretty sure. So thank you very much. Charlie Harris, Hoeg, I'm guessing you are upset with the ridiculousness of spoiler about Picard, given everything established about him previously in canon. I'm upset with so many aspects of Picard, I don't even want to get into it. But what I definitely didn't want from Picard, especially season 2, was a really weird, somewhat terrible take on like the voyage home. So the Q stuff, it bothers me based on what we should know about the Q continuum. My God, what are the phrases I'm even saying on this channel today? But no, it was really the overall thrust. It's the lack of plot and world building, dedication to detail that pulls me out of speculative fiction, sci-fi, fantasy, that kind of thing. So I really hated Picard for those reasons more than any specific plot point. I thought the ending scene there was pretty good. Mindy D, I still have Crybaby posters. I don't know Crybaby. Is that a Johnny Depp thing? We were talking about young women in particular of a certain age having Johnny Depp posters on their bedroom walls and whatnot. Yeah, he was a heartthrob. He was an absolute heartthrob. He was famous for it in the 80s, certainly when the time Ellen Barkin was around in the 90s. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang. Will you also cover the Marilyn Manson trial? I think it is still unlikely, even with the explosive growth of Lawtubers covering trials. I think it is still unlikely that I will cover a trial as host here on Hoeg Law Virtual Legality. I feel more comfortable kind of talking about the stuff that I'm more familiar with, messaging, corporate, that kind of thing, and then supporting other channels. I'm positive Legal Bites will. And so chances are, if we're covering a trial that I think I can help with, what I will do is I will go try to co-chair with Alita. Because she's a fantastic host. We've set up that rapport. We've set up that relationship. So I'll probably continue to do that. And then maybe have conversations about it here while trying to keep the people in the chat that are like, yeah, they're talking about video games. And what the hell? Why are they talking about video games? Simultaneously happy. So we will work on that as the channel grows. But yeah, I'll probably be talking about it, at least with Alita. Christine Strait, mainstream media's credibility, along with Amber Heard's, is grumpy emoji. Thank you for your quality content. Hearts from Cape Town, South Africa. I really do love it when you tell me where you are. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Mindy D, they missed where he said Amber Heard was just like his mother and psychotic sister in therapy. They actually included that. I might have skipped it when I was talking through the article. They included that part. So New York Post has neutral stuff, talks about things pretty okay in the middle of that article, with kind of stuff at the top and a little bit of stuff at the bottom that is ludicrous for what we saw. So that's a way to write your articles, I suppose. It's not a way I like, but it's a way to go from the New York Post.
Slice of bread, poop, slice of bread.
Yes, or I think it's the reverse from the New York Post. I think there's some like decent meats and cheeses in the middle, and then horrible things at the top and bottom. Because what did they say? What has everybody been teaching me during this trial? Primacy and recency, which is not a phrase I'd ever heard before, but first and last makes sense to me. Next, let's see if I can do this here. Skytron, can't wait to see who lived in JD's pool house. Laughing, crying emoji. You already saw it. It's Isaac Baruch. We have so many Kato Kalins in this trial. Fee in the Shed. The fury like which hell hath no pirate flag. No, indeed.
I just kind of wonder about like how, because I'm just thinking I would have been wanting to just have that whole thing fumigated. Some of the interesting stuff, certainly some of the voyeurism from this case is like seeing how these folks interact and live in very weird ways that are slightly unrecognizable to us. But yeah, it's kind of sad because like, personally, if I would not want, all of these hangers on, and then like, when do you get privacy? When do you get,
yeah, it reminds me actually, obviously it's a comedy, but it reminds me of like the old HBO show Entourage, where you do get that notion where it's like, these people don't have lives exactly, except for the celebrity. And like, what do they do? And how do they try to make their way? And how does the celebrity feel about that? I'm not saying that's a documentary, by the way, Entourage, but I at least get the feel for that must be weird to have hangers on. I think you rightly said, Ian, and a crew. And like, what does that mean for your day to day? And it can be fun for a while, but it's not fun forever. And like, yeah.
Like, these are people who literally may have nothing else other than, this. And I mean, that's dangerous. If those people's entire their comfort is based on, because what we have here is the possibility that they decided to turn on him and decided to, go after him. Then that's a real concern. So
no, I definitely agree. Andrew Van Dalen, wondering why Barkin's depot was shown. I thought Judge's ruling was that previous relationships weren't allowed unless door was opened by the other side. Honestly, don't know. I mean, I maybe Depp didn't care. It didn't do anything to me. So I don't. They might be in full blown. Waste as much time as you want, Rottenborn and Elaine. Run that clock because we're gonna have a heck of a last week if you're 10 hours behind us. Oh, you are.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be.
I told people it's gonna feel weird. They're fully 10 hours behind. It's gonna be the Depp show.
Yeah, so. And I mean, Elaine, even if they still have time on the clock, they're going to have to be super mindful of every second, and it's going to force them to make some very difficult decisions, because it's like, do I rebut this? Because worse might be coming. Do we, how do we address this? And I would not want to be in that situation. I would have actually been trying to save time, to have that time advantage at this point.
Yeah, no, I definitely hear that. Nina A, it was abusive. I haven't seen her face, but I bet she was gloating. Sad face. I don't know who we're talking about. Thank you for the super chat. Haley M. Emily posited that allowing his therapist was better than allowing a forensic examiner. Like Amber, therapists could be partial and empathetic. He definitely was. I just don't see how Johnny's state there was even going to be entered in for a forensic examination. Maybe that was a fight before the case. But like, he didn't bring up PTSD. He didn't bring up his psychological treatment. I think more likely it was a broad-based stipulation for medical records. That's how you get the nurse's notes in. That's how you get her psychologist notes in. That's how you get the experts talking about them. So I think it was just throw open the doors. And then from Johnny Depp's side, it was pretty sympathetic.
Yeah.
Matt Pelzer, am I the only one who heard "you're like my mother and psychotic sister" and thought of it like "you abused me like my mom"? No, I think that's how you can read it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And with the doctor being sympathetic, or conveying that sympathy, the jury, I could see on their faces that they were sympathetic at points. Which, I mean, that was Amber's witness.
It was.
Why are you calling witnesses to make Depp sympathetic?
Yeah, I mean, I think they thought that it was important enough that they got some kind of controlling and jealousy type stuff in there, but it's not. I don't think they have a strong case. I mean, I think that's what you really saw yesterday is they had time. They wanted to put more witnesses out, and they weren't good.
They were really not good.
Yeah. Carly loves Still Life by Big Bang. Every time I read the news articles, I'm wondering if the journalists watch the same trial. It's indeed shocking and makes me wonder whom to trust. You should, in all honesty, you should read critically on these things. And yeah, it gets more difficult when you think about the stuff you don't have personal knowledge of, right? You're able to suss that out because you just watched the trial. It's a little bit harder when you don't have that baseline.
Here's the other thing that you need to be aware of for this is that the journalists that are writing these articles have a ton of stuff to do, and they don't have time to sit down and watch an 8-hour day of trial. They aren't watching it. So what they're doing is they're relying on PR teams to send them clips. A lot of articles are going to be written based on PR teams sending them snippets and quotes and so forth.
Yes.
And that's dangerous to the journalist's integrity, because maybe they're not always the most honest about, what they're sending.
Well, one of the most surprising things that I found, me and my brother made some video games about a decade ago that we're pretty proud of. And this isn't as important as all this stuff, obviously. But one of the things that really surprised me was when I was working on press releases to go get attention. And the ones that covered us, a lot of them were like maybe reorganizations of anything I wrote. Like that was the article under their byline. And it's like, oh, this was informational. And then you write something. I didn't realize that's how the mechanisms worked. And so you can absolutely see and feel when it starts sounding like advertising copy or something like that. You can feel when that's a paragraph from something that they were sent and goes right in there, because they don't have to write that that part. And it's dangerous. It is dangerous. Amber Polston, let's get Hoeglaw to 95,000 subscribers by the end of the stream. I don't know if that's possible, but I really appreciate the thought process. You guys have already gotten me over 90,000 in the past few days, which is absolutely amazing.
I disagree with this comment. Let's get you to 100,000.
Well, all right. Okay. You know what? Ian's got 100,000, but I very much appreciate it. And I appreciate all the support. Thank you so much. Brianne Nee Adian. Hi, guys. Love the commentary. I have a burning question. With Jennifer Howell, Whitney Hurd's friend who stated Whitney told her a different story. People have told me this much, but I have not seen the actual declaration. If she testified, is it not all hearsay since she's relaying what was said? People have asked this question a lot. There's a couple of things. One, it's straight line impeachment of a story change. So it's possible that it could be entered not for the truth of the matter asserted, even though we know damn well the truth of the matter asserted would be of supreme interest to the people that would be getting that information. Also, I strongly suspect it's actually a deposition video that's already been agreed to on whatever the objections are. At that point, you've seen looser rules for all of that because they've otherwise stipulated to whatever's going in that video. The interesting thing about that is if it is a deposition video, then Heard's team should know exactly what's on it. And you wonder whether they properly tried to disarm it with Whitney Heard beforehand. If they did, I don't think there's any kind of protections there. A lot of things that are interesting. I'm not reading that declaration. 6,000 people sent it to me. But I'm waiting to see it introduced in court, and what that looks like will matter, right? Because you ask a good question. Maybe there'll be objections. Maybe there'll be arguments about whether or not Ms. Howell can say what she needs to say, because everybody on the internet seems to believe it eviscerates Whitney Heard. And obviously, if it does, and you're Heard's counsel, you would prefer not to have Whitney Heard eviscerated. Ian, you have anything else on that?
I mean, yeah, there are exceptions for this kind of, attack on credibility. You can get it in. We'll just, it's a prior inconsistent statement is what the issue is. It's, you say one thing, you say the other, and a prior inconsistent statement is not really for the proof of the truth of its contents. It's for the proof of the statement having been made.
Changing stories. Yeah, it's evaluative of the witness's credibility.
Yeah, you said one thing, you said another thing. I'm not saying that this thing is the correct thing. I'm saying that you can't be trusted because you say two different things. So it's,
and if it just so happens that the other story that I have to introduce is massively helpful, if you did assume it were true, well, I mean, whose fault is that?
Yeah. So, I mean, we don't know what the testimony is going to be. I haven't read that as well, because I'm really trying to, when I'm sitting there trying to watch the jury, I don't want to pollute my thoughts too much, and because then it can become hard to pick out where you heard things. Yep. Did I hear this in the trial, and is this a fact in evidence, or is this something that's not from the trial and may never actually become a fact in evidence? You can have situations where things that are actually true and might be determinative of the trial never get admitted at the trial, and it can sway things in a huge way.
Speaking of your landlord, Ian, John James here says, holy cow, Law & Lumber's at 71.8 thousand subscribers. Now, I mandated. I talked to Rob. He has to actually DM me when he passes me in 3 weeks instead of 3.5 years. So I'm actually very interested in it. Go check out his channel. He's doing great stuff. He is such a light and positive force introduced during this trial in Lawtube. I would love to see him pass me. I think that would be fantastic. He deserves it. He's doing good stuff. Yeah, 71.8. go Rob, go, man. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. Getting back to the super chats. Elbon, plane kick, Boston flight. In UK trial, JD assistant said he tapped her with his foot while sitting down and she got mad. We didn't get that in this court case. That Boston flight's just weird because neither of the parties really agree with each other, and neither sound like 1,000% sincere to me in terms of Johnny Depp completely disclaiming anything happening on that flight. And so that's one of the weird spaces in the testimony. But that's interesting to know that it was said a little bit differently in the UK. Adam Istvan Bertalan, in a photo showing injuries from December 2015 incident, there's a calendar in the background saying January 2015, or I think properly, January 2015. Never heard about December. No, I think it says January. I just don't know whether or not that's conclusive. I've got calendars all around that are a year old. So it's interesting, though. It is interesting.
I've got attention deficit. If you're lucky, if the calendar is the right, within the right 3 years.
Sue McDade, Joe gave the most epic rant last night. Legend. I'm sure he did. That's what he's known for. That's his deal. He should change his channel name to Epic Rants. Rafi, Joe went to sleep with you in Mindset, and now you're on with Hoeg. When did you, Davin, have a good Shabbos? I am apologizing for all the pronunciations there. I wasn't on with Joe last night. I wasn't on with Andrew yesterday either, I don't think. The days have blended together. I finished with Alita's stream. I jumped on with Kurt, and then I collapsed. And then I got up and did this stream. So I think you might be thinking of someone else, but I appreciate you being here. Young, JD Psych now has 4.8 out of 5 stars with 319 reviews. Was it 5 before? I mean, I just hope that he wasn't. I hope he wasn't crashed, as people have said, because that's just completely unacceptable.
Yeah,
Camille Crombie, yeah.
I mean, and the worst thing is that people are apparently doing it for the wrong, like, even for, you should never do that to anybody, but also, like, they're doing it because they're angry that they feel that he's betrayed Depp. And I'm like, I don't feel that that is actually what happened, having seen the jury. So.
Camille Crombie, Fox News YouTube channel claims Depp trial is today. They are wrong.
There are some motions going on today, but
they're fighting over jury instructions. Yeah. No, there's no trial today. The judge said very specifically to the jury yesterday, have a good 3 days, get some sleep, be bright-eyed on Monday, is what they said. I assume they were also looking like they were drifting off during the deposition.
Oh my God, they were so struggling. You could, like, one of them, I think, was just openly asleep for several portions of it.
That's 2 days this week that the judge sent them off with get some sleep.
Yeah, and others were just like,
yeah. I think I would that way a little bit. Hard. I usually do this if I have a big yawn or something like that. But yeah, they can't do that. Okay, so we got more. Don't worry, you're not missing trial today. There's no trial today. Veronica Brunner, Boston flight. He's so messed up that he passes out in the bathroom. How would he have the balance to stand up and kick in the back? I don't 1,000% buy Johnny Depp's testimony about the Boston flight. I don't 1,000% buy Amber Heard's. I suspect it's in the middle somewhere. So that's just me looking at the facts and saying they both seem too pure on various sides. So I think something happened on the Boston flight. Was it abuse? Was it a kick? I don't have enough for that, so I can't give that to Amber. Amber screwed up a lot of her credibility with all the over-exaggeration in various places. But the Boston flight doesn't make a ton of sense to me.
It certainly wasn't giving drugs to the flight attendant and then threatening to break their arm.
Yep, I don't think that seems likely.
Yeah.
Flash Gordon, I honestly believe they didn't plan on this case going this far. I believe they thought they had enough for a dismissal against Johnny's case. Then they were silly. By the time you actually survived getting into court on those defamation claims, it would be very difficult to kick it on that motion to strike stage.
Yeah.
Britt Cormier, here is an irony I think people are missing in this trial. Amber Heard keeps saying, all I have is my word. Do not call me a liar. Think about how much more she would have if she only related the facts and not all the drama. To some extent, I think that's her personality. Outside of everything else, I think she's got that exaggerative personality. And I do feel bad at a fundamental level that says it makes it enormously difficult to figure out what the truth is when she says those things. Now, do I think she's more directed and actually trying to hurt Johnny Depp in certain ways, and that's why people are reacting so strongly? Yes. I'm not discounting that. But I do think that just her natural way of speaking it's very hard to believe her. Lady Jemima, thank you. Amber Heard's witnesses individually might be okay, but together don't work or make sense with opposing views. Yes, that's Josh Drew. Josh Drew is a solid, credible witness in a vacuum. Then you listen to everything else and you're like, nope, somebody's lying, and I think it's you.
And that's the problem that they're, he perked the jury up and they were listening to it, but you've got and it might have been a real big win if they were not dealing with, it was a big win that day. It might stay a big win if they weren't dealing with the Depp Heard team or the Depp, team there. Chu, Vasquez. I don't know who the guy was who did the technical.
Dennison,
and the other woman, she did the sort of blonde.
Yes, I know who you're talking about. I did not catch her name.
I'd like to try to track that down because she was good too. They're all doing really amazing work on this, and they have not. There's not been a lot of places where I've been like they've dropped the ball. And I mean, I had some issues with Dennison's cross, but he pulled it out of the fire at the end, and what it ended up being was good enough.
He was just ready for the mic drop. He was just getting there, deciding when the timing was.
Yeah, I mean, he struggles a little bit before he gets to the mic drop, and I think it could have been better.
Yes, but I thought yours was better when you demonstrated it for us on Legal Bites. I was like, oh yeah, Ian's is better.
But he got the mic drop in, and that mic drop was such a, I think it erased a lot of the fumbling. So it could have been better, but And it just, I can't emphasize enough how much it shows that level of skill, because getting yourself in, like, every lawyer is going to get into a cross-examination that is kind of in the weeds and maybe not going how you want.
I think he fundamentally doesn't like have a great grip on what he was looking at vis-a-vis statistical analysis, hashtags, Twitter, APIs, and the rest. And that's normal. Lawyers don't know every possible subject matter on earth. And I think he was getting stuck in tech land, and then he got back to what amounts to rhetoric land, and he's clearly good at that. And then finished with that.
So, I mean, you know, some people are like, "Oh, you're back." I'm like, I think he's a really good lawyer. He's just, you can't know everything as a lawyer. And
here's the truth that people are going to get upset about. I think Elaine is probably a pretty good lawyer. I think Amber Heard is very difficult to corral.
Yep. And I mean, the only point where I really kind of went and made a big frowny face at Elaine, I mean, there's things that I think are mistakes, but I think they're client mistakes. But I think that that privilege.
You hate the Waldman deposition. I don't blame you.
I hate it so bad.
I don't blame you.
Everything about it is wrong, and I honestly suspect that Elaine, I'm sure she must have had a conversation with Amber Heard saying, "Listen, I tried to get the things you wanted me to get out of this. I didn't get them. Yeah. It's the only place for that. So, but you got to be aware this tape is real bad for us." And I'm sure she was told to run it anyway.
Yeah, and I see chat saying she's a horrible trial lawyer. That might be. If you're graphing someone in an RPG and you're looking at various stats, objections is clearly her weakness, and that's a trial thing. But she's competent in the depositions. I have no doubt that she's a good representative of her clients. Amber Heard is a ridiculous client to have by all outward appearances. And she drives me crazy with the way she's so huffy and combative. But I have no doubt that she is a competent and functional lawyer. I have seen much worse, even in Lawtube land.
I mean, I've seen much worse from lawyers with, lots of experience, lots of, So I still got to decide whether I want to do my in defense of Elaine video. Because
were you planning on one? She's growing further and further from being worthy of Ian's defense, I think.
I kind of have lost a lot of the impetus to come to her defense because of that attack on privilege. That, I think, is
beyond the pale. Yeah, no, I get it. I get that stance.
It's like finding out that, somebody who you respected and so forth. I used the example, I think, with Rob, you find out that they've been stealing from the church collection box. It's like, this is going to have an impact on how I think about you and the level of respect. So that's kind of where I'm sitting. I really did not like that. And as much as I'm sure that there was a lot of client motivation behind that, there's a certain point where I feel like there's a certain point where you have to tell the client the line is here. Like, this is the line and I'm not stepping across it. Because at the end of the day, you own your ethical decisions. And I'm not going to go out and say it was, completely unethical, but it's got an oily coating to it.
I think that's right. I wouldn't call it unethical because, she listens to the instructions and the privilege claims. But shady. I'll go with shady. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just, it leaves a real bad taste in my mouth. Mm-hmm. But I should probably step out. I should pack
get
up
out of
and
here.
Get to a plane.
You're going home. Say hi to Rob for me before he passes me.
Well, I mean, and
I absolutely love this. I have loved seeing you and Rob, and I think the UI guy was there a little bit.
Absolutely.
It's been fantastic. I think it's been very cool to see that camaraderie. Very cool for Rob to open his house. Very cool to see you get 100K. Very cool. We joked about this a lot, Ian. You'll want to go back to the archive of Legal Bites yesterday. We joked a lot about your tweets coming out because we're covering them as they're coming out. And I say, Ian is like the most professional of the Lawtubers, and he's like the chillest tweeter and things like that. I absolutely adore no sleep, somewhat frustrated Ian coming out with these tweets. And it's like, these are the best. And so I think we joke at some point. I was like, I totally want him to have a show that's like, Ian's been awake for 36 hours and like just have you go off on however you're feeling there. Cause it's a very interesting personality you show in that circumstance.
I feel like my filter sort of starts to struggle after a bit.
I straight up loved it.
It's
oh, I read your urinal tweet on the air. I was like, I was laughing. I was like, this is great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it was just that one just surprised the heck out of me because I'm just sitting there going, huh, I guess that's how you do it.
That's how you own the town. By the way, oh no, that's not what I want. It shifted on me. Is this accurate right now? Am I celebrating your 100,000th? Then I should be celebrating your 130,000th.
I gotta pull that up and check. I'm losing
track. People have found Ian Runkle. I could not be happier.
Oh, I just don't understand it because I've told this story. That is where we are.
Congratulations, man.
I've told this story before, but I guess I'll tell it again in really brief format here. I started my channel because there was a guy who kept telling me that I needed to make videos for YouTube, and I wanted just to shut him up because he'd send this to me like every week, and I was getting real tired of it going, buddy, nobody wants to see this. I am not interesting. I am super geeky. I will nerd out about law, but and so then I made videos and I was like, that guy was right. And the worst part about all of this is that I went back to find that guy and he deleted his account.
You were going to say, thanks for leading me this direction?
Yeah, and be like, can I buy you a dinner or something? Because you were right. I was wrong. I will, I'll eat that crow. And, it was a Facebook thing and it's just like deleted user. And I'm going, what?
Let's get Runkle to 130,000. Absolutely. If you don't know, this is the celebrity Lawtuber, Runkle of the Bailey, dropping in on my channel. Check out his channel. You will see him with giant knives. You'll see him nerding out about games. You'll see him talking about Canadian law. You get it all with Ian Runkle of the Bailey. You get emojis of wizards. You get all sorts of things over there. So please do like and subscribe. Send him to 130,000. Send him to the moon. That is the awesomest thing ever, Ian.
Well, thank you. And thank you, as well. Your support's been a huge factor in all of this. It's been a massive thing. I always love talking with you. And I really love your very measured, reasonable approach because there's a lot of voices out there. And, sometimes one thing that's really important is somebody going and saying, whoa, let's calm down. And I think that's critical. And I also just love geeking out with you about all sorts of things. And you give me an insight into aspects of the industry that I wouldn't have seen. And like
we will set up a Hangouts. Might or might not have headlines that we're just going to frame for everybody so they know that this is just going to be geek stuff. We're going to talk about games. We're going to talk about Star Trek. We're going to talk about whatever. So people know in advance that they can avoid it if they need to. But we'll set it up with you. Maybe we'll set it up with some of my other gaming buddies or other Lawtubers that want to do that. On the game side and geek side. We will do that just so we can have a weird nerdy space in YouTube and have that conversation. Definitely. Go get ready for your plane flight, man.
Well, plane flight's in a bit. I kind of want to hit the NRA museum as well. I know that's probably a weird thing, but they're also here in Virginia and I am a gun guy. So when's the next time I'm going to get to see a whole ton of guns? So I guess
I just like it. That's gonna be clipped somewhere. It was like Ian visits America to see a whole ton of guns. Go check it out. Go check out the museum. Go get ready for your flight. I will handle these super chats. It is so nice of you to drop in, especially in your 24-hour period of glory here with your 130,000 subscribers.
Thank you so much for dropping in.
I will see you later, Ian.
See you later. Bye.
All right, folks. It's just you and me again. Just you and me in the chat. We got a lot of chats to get through. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. I loved seeing Joe, loved seeing Ian. Lots of great insight. Please do check out their channel. And let's talk about some super chats. Drew Bradley, Whitkin should be played by Michael Richards, Kramer from the old Seinfeld show. That will work. The hair was there. Mala Z, better than a psyche valve by Dr. Choice by Amber Heard's team. yes, it would be. I just would like to see the logic that gets them to even having the right to do a psychological evaluation of Johnny Depp. So maybe that did happen. I just don't know how they got there if it did. Renee Grant, News Corp owns most of the outlets that are anti-Depp, including the New York Post and the Sun. Yep, we framed that out in the very first headlines episode. We're also seeing that in Australia, where apparently News Corp owns most of the journalism as well. Saul Music, JD is right-handed, facing Amber. He'd hit her in her left side. All her pics show alleged bruise on the right side of the face. Hello? Possibly. One of them is from a thrown phone. You do have weirdness of her like picking her eye on the stand, the not the same eye that would have been injured, but maybe just a psychological reflex. I grant you that could be a factor in evaluating the stories here. Tammy LT, Amber Heard chose forensic evaluation, tried to manipulate. Johnny Depp chose to release his actual therapy notes. She looks manipulative. He looks honest and vulnerable. Could be. And I heard about this from some folks, I think, that either came from Emily Baker or have this thought on their own. It's just that it's a defamation case, and I don't know that his psychology is actually at issue so much. But you could stipulate, you could agree to these kinds of things. Absolutely. All that happens outside of our eyes with respect to a trial. Potentially a doctor. To be fair, the bruise on her arm to me looks like a bruise I would get if I got sloppy and hit on the edge of the door, not like fingers grabbing to me. Yeah, it looks like getting, banging your arm on something. And it could be a grab, could be bang. I've done that to myself, certainly. And I don't know. It certainly isn't a picture of her face, which is what was suggested by the story when she presented that in court. Solange S. Amber's testimony demonstrates textbook histrionic personality disorder more so than BPD. I cannot claim to be an expert there, but certainly Dr. Curry brought both of those things up. Lawsome Sauce Esquire. Turturro as JD would be pretty meta, given that he already kind of played GD in Secret Window. Anyhow, respect, dude. You're a lawyer's lawyer. Thank you so much. Yeah, that would be very interesting casting for this movie. I know that's part of the games we play right now. Patty B 1211. Find Amanda Chan's comment can't super chats. I will look at it. I think we're probably too far from there. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. I'm sorry about that. Small Potatoes Gaming. Not sure if you saw, but my gaming stream got hit by YouTube. Also, YouTube support said lots of people also reporting it. Big fan of this Lawtube thing. I love the moment when Elaine said, I'm trying to get her questions right while being objected to. Yeah, I saw this from my gaming people as well. So I really do think they had a technical issue. Again, I don't blame either Joe or Ian for being very mad in the moment. It's just a matter of what actually happened. And Joe said it right. We're interested in what actually happened more than just describing blame. But yeah, it looks like YouTube had an issue that affected some Lawtubers, and it's worth talking about. But it looks like they affected everyone else as well. I'm trying to grab these things. I apologize while I talk. I'm way behind apparently, so I apologize for that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Keto's 1 out of 2. Given the MSM coverage of this trial, do you think Amber Heard's team plan is to use their time for useless witnesses so that when their timer hits 0, Amber Heard can once again say institutions protect powerful men? It's 4-dimensional chess. I don't think so. I think, yeah, that could get you in trouble with a plan like that. I think they got out of their element. I don't think they were expecting Amber Heard's cross to be as fast as it was. I don't think they were expecting the cross of, for instance, their social media guy to be as fast as it was. One of the things that was interesting yesterday was that at 5 o'clock, they say, we don't have anything else prepared, Your Honor. They were supposed to go to 5:30. Generally speaking, you'd prepare things that last longer than that so that you can take up the whole time. And they stopped at 5. So I don't know what else they have left, but they're going to have to be very judicious with that 8 hours that they have remaining for 4 full days of casework. Dana Dane B, I'd cast Mandy Patinkin as Blausting. Yep. That would work. I think Mandy Patinkin is like a psychologist in like some prestige stuff, if I'm remembering correctly. But maybe I'm just thinking of Homeland. Keto's 2 of 2. It's public relations. Doesn't have to be true. It just needs to look like it. People who follow this trial only through the MSM could potentially believe it. It's funny that Amber Heard was the one claiming there's a smear campaign against her when the mainstream media looks like this. And yeah, that's the difficulty. If you aren't following this with us every day, you don't necessarily have any reason to believe that these outlets are maybe reporting things from a slightly skewed point of view. And that's the big problem. So why we do headlines. Thank you for the super chat. Sophie Jane Waltzing Matilda, Australia references. Can't stay. Just popping in to give £2 and a heart emoji. That is very generous of you. Thank you so much. Bubbles, question. If stricken, is testimony from Amber Heard's CIC disregarded? CIC. I don't recognize that term. I apologize. It's just me trying to decipher these acronyms. If it's stricken, then, or if it's struck from the record, then yes, it can't otherwise be reflected. The jury's not supposed to consider things. I don't actually know what we're talking about specifically here. I apologize for that. Daniela Fasano looked it up. The leading lawyer is Ben Rottenborn. I thought it was his team. So yes. Okay. Good to know. Alicia Peterson, have you thought about Amber getting that bruise from her horse that Johnny bought? Thus her allegedly telling her mom as such. Remember her and her dad with horses? It could be. The thing is, I think the truth is entirely opaque when Amber Heard presents her case as she did. And that's a problem for proving what she wants to prove. Thomas Hoeg, that's my dad. Well said, Joe. As a recovering alcoholic, I can attest to the need for personal commitment and support of those who love you. I've had that, and Johnny clearly has not. I think Robert Downey gets it and has offered his help. And I don't recall what the premise for that was from Joe, but yeah, absolutely. Johnny Depp and his concierge doctors and nurses doesn't seem to be getting the support that you would otherwise hope for with what has been described in this court case. Thanks, Dad. I appreciate it. Vikas Sridhar, if Amber Heard's countersuit is thrown out by the judge, will the jury think the sentiment is on Depp's side? Could that bias their verdict in Depp's favor further? Yeah. Well, I don't think it would be sentiment, right? They were briefed on a countersuit. They've been listening to countersuit stuff. If it doesn't show up for their decision-making, yes, they will know that something happened there. Will it influence them? It shouldn't if we're just legal robots that are analyzing the elements of the case. But if we're not, yeah, I think the jury will probably take that under advisement. The Seg 4, why can't they talk about Fantastic Beasts? They have. Ben Chu, famously in my mind, had to say Crimes of Grindelwald about 7 times while they talked about these things. It's just not as, I think, near in time to the December 2018 op-ed, and it's not as much money as the Pirates of the Caribbean 6 contract would have been. So they went for Pirates because they could associate it with that time frame rather than Fantastic Beasts, because Johnny actually got paid for Fantastic Beasts 3. We don't actually know if there will ever be a Fantastic Beasts 4. So it's a little bit harder case to prove. It gets more technical. Pirates 6 is pretty obvious and easy. Lawrence Fortier, what happens if the jury don't reach a verdict, and for how long can they deliberate? They are supposed to use their best efforts to deliberate as long as it takes. You can see a hung jury if it looks like they are completely intractable, and if they haven't spent, and if the judge determines that they have spent enough time trying to bridge that gap. I think a hung jury is an actual material risk here. If someone just believes Amber, then that's very difficult to fight if you just believe that side of the world, because it's two world versions that you've got in this particular case. So I think a hung jury is a very significant possibility. Div Inity, Franco 522, any bruises, just added Johnny Depp on social. Franco did? That's interesting. Yeah, he's not testifying as of yet. So we don't know what those rebuttal witnesses will look like. Everybody says CIC for one of those earlier questions was case in chief. Makes sense. I have command and control. You know, I have various other things that pop into my head for that particular acronym. Battlestar Galactica. You know, I'm a nerd. So I appreciate people flagging that for me. Let me make sure I don't miss any of these other super chats that have come in, because you guys are fantastic. And we'll get back to the super chats proper. Betty Dant, the makeup artist, mentioned a sun-sensitive issue. I wonder if she has an autoimmune issue like me that causes marks on skull and butterfly rash on face, lupus. It's possible. I mean, you saw some other references to like rosacea and things like that from the face. I don't know. I do not know. But the makeup artist did say that she had certain needs that she had to meet with the makeup. Dr. Kartoffel Salat, 9,000 watching, 6,000 now, but I appreciate it. What, if any, chance is there to get Hoeg to 100,000? I don't think so, but I appreciate everybody trying. A good one. Smash that button. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jeremy J. Question, could Depp be recalled to testify that he did tell his lawyer to make no further statement re-Amber Heard to negate Elaine's narrative questions during depo? I would have to really think about what happens to the privilege in that case. So it's Johnny Depp's privilege to hold. If Johnny Depp goes forward and then says, essentially, I'm waiving that privilege at that time, I don't think it would work. And there would probably be fights about that. He asserted his privilege. So I don't honestly know, but I would be very surprised if he then waived his privilege to actually talk about those things after the fact. Can't promise it. Can't promise it, but we'll see what happens. Steven, question: if the judge dismisses Amber Heard's counterclaim, would that bias the jury, making it more difficult for them to believe Amber Heard's domestic violence claims? Possibly. As I just said, they're going to know if they don't get that question posed to them as a jury, and they might even get an announcement from the judge. I actually don't know how that will likely go down in this particular instance. If her countersuit gets kicked, then yes, I think the jury will probably consider that as interesting at bare minimum. Oima, if JD could be liable for Waldman's words, is Amber liable for her PR people's words, or is that different? Yeah, she could be. Spokesperson, that kind of thing, absolutely. And spokespeople don't have a privilege between them and their clients. So it's possible. That would, of course, require a lawsuit, right? This isn't the government or some regulatory agency acting behind the scenes on this stuff. These are people suing people. So JD would have to sue AH for this kind of stuff. And that's unlikely to happen. Betty Dant, to add to my other post, have this inherited son sensitivity from my father, but he does not have lupus, rash on cheeks, and sores on my head. Yeah, and I think that could be interesting, that the makeup artist definitely said that there was that kind of condition. And we have seen photos that look a little of something like that, but not hard to say. Amy Harrell, James Wan, producer of Aquaman, his wife Ingrid Bisu took to Instagram one day after Amber Heard's testimony and wrote cryptic messages about lying. Well, James Wan would have a known professional relationship with Amber Heard. That's interesting. That is definitely interesting. Rubia Juju33, did you see Yahoo News misquoting Legal Bites? I did not. What a great headline. No. I have to check that out. Thank you for flagging that for me. I will definitely tell Alita if I find something juicy. Later, Jemima, love the counterbalance between Hoeg and Joe. Yeah, we do that. We don't hate each other, though. We just disagree on things sometimes, and we discuss those. Yeah. Dysfunctional.crayon. I love seeing you all debate your views. It's great. Thank you. That's what we're here about. Reasonable minds can differ. Eleanor Aquitaine, Rupert Murdoch owns the New York Post, the Sun, and the Daily Mail. That's why they're publishing this garbage. They have a financial interest in the case. I don't love conspiracy theories, but I tend to agree that the NewsCorp entities seem to be taking a specific slant for reasons that might be corporate. Kareen, not Karen, you guys need to join with the lead attorney. He also has been covering these cases, especially from the black men perspective. Amber comes off as a Karen. Perhaps. I love the lead attorney. I've been on with the lead attorney before. Everybody that's running the pure trial streams, you kind of have to pick who you're with, what you're going to do to support that, and then kind of get around separately. But yeah, I'm on Legal Bites for this trial. I would love to hang out with the lead attorney more. He's great. Jeremy Tremblay, have you or will you review the new Rolling Stone article written by some random freelance writer seemingly on Team Heard? I have not yet. You would not believe the number of headlines that are coming out about this. And I can only cover so many. So I did the New York Post again today. I will reevaluate that. I also have to figure out a time to just kind of do some other things outside of streaming about this and making videos and working on other things. So I promise you, I will continue this headline stuff. I will look at those headlines. I cannot promise any specific coverage because we're streaming so much right now. A ref in ACLU website says contributions to the American Civil Liberties Union are not tax deductible. Doesn't this poop on AH's claim that he should have donated $14 million? No, it doesn't. The ACLU operates two organizations. You actually saw that in their testimony. They operate the entity proper, and they operate what they call the foundation. And the foundation appears to be tax deductible. So that was what Amber Heard's money was going to. That's what people that donate to the ACLU put their money towards. And that's what they would have expected from Johnny Depp. Still think it's a bad line of argument from Amber Heard. It looks like she wants to hurt Johnny Depp more than donate the money. But it's not just because of that line on that website. I have seen that running around before. Samia Al-Amud Harib, love you, Alita, and the rest of the gang. Prayer emoji from Dubai, UAE. Do we get to see the jury instructions that they decide on? They will be read in open court usually, which is super boring, but we'll try to piece them together for you. Also, anything they can put in there to restrict either party from winning. Yeah, the jury instructions are fought hard about because it's how you describe the elements of the case, what you have to take into account for things like lack of metadata. There should be some interesting jury instructions in this particular case. They're fighting hard about it, probably right now as we speak, although I think the judge said that she couldn't go this late until noon today, about what jury instructions are going to be. We will get to see those when they happen on Friday, just after closing arguments, generally speaking. Jenna 880, Valo Daybell case will be big, October and January. Yeah, I think Kurt's going to be streaming that. I'm going to look at it and see what I see there. I know nothing about it. No tax, good tax. Lawtube keeps me from the cesspool of Twitter. Twitter is a hellscape. We're very glad to have you here. Laura's beating art. I like that. Found you on LB, new subscriber and fan. Thanks for all you're doing to help us learn. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate it. B555. I think Alita said Lawtube was wrong about a jury previously. Which one? How confident was Lawtube Collective about that one compared to the Depp trial? Yes, they were wrong about one of the police shooting cases that I wasn't involved in, but was watching from afar. And I apologize that I can't remember which one, but they were convinced it would go one way. And it wasn't all of Lawtube. You might have seen Natalie Lawyerchick was arguing the other way. She proved to be right. That's the beauty of a diverse panel of voices and thoughts. Yeah, absolutely. Juries are notoriously hard to predict. So you'll be getting our predictions. That's kind of standard what we do at the end of a case with all the evidence in. But yeah, no promises. Juries, you never know what they're going to think is important. How confident was Lawtube Collective about that one compared to the Depp trial? They were pretty confident, if I recall correctly, but they were wrong. Evgeny Groisman found LB and the rest of Lawtube through you, and I'm loving it. Heart face emoji. I'm glad. Thank you so much. Heather Scudder, if Amber Heard claims the op-ed wasn't about Johnny, isn't Amber Heard's claims of abuse by him in this case proof enough it is about Johnny? This just seems like nonsense. Her team is trying to make a very nuanced argument that while the reference might be to Johnny Depp, the subject matter is not about him. It's about her life after Johnny Depp, and it's about government initiatives. That doesn't work for me, I don't think, from a legal perspective, because it's about all three of those things. And if you're referencing Johnny Depp and you're in court for the defamation of those statements, you've already passed the threshold to have that question considered. So, yeah, it's a little bit of nonsense. Heather Swain, when JD was with Amber Heard, the people in his life before Amber Heard were dropped. Was JD hearing that they only loved him for his fame and money? Oddly, only Amber Heard's friends were the ones considered loyal and true. This is a control tactic. It might be. I don't know how many friends Johnny Depp was interacting with before Amber Heard. That wasn't really a part of the case, but certainly he doesn't seem to have many non-staff friends by that period of time when Amber Heard, of course, has her entire kind of entourage living with them at that point. Kareen, not Karen, how can we fight back? This is so unfair. I think you can fight back, such as it is, at bare minimum, by trying to make yourself informed about these various issues, not just from Lawtube. It doesn't just have to be us, but various pieces of commentary and voices that you trust that can talk about these things separate from outlets and mastheads and the rest. So I think that's step one. And then step two, it's figuring out how to spread that word. Liking and subscribing is great, but also just telling people about places or outlets that you think are telling truthful things and working better than some other places that maybe aren't. For this kind of case, I might avoid NewsCorp-owned entities. They seem to have a vested interest, and that's fine. You can be tilted, you can be biased with these things, but we know it. We can see that now, and so I might avoid those. Thank you so much for the super chat. Becca Tetman, just making sure Vasquez is pronounced correctly. It's phonetically Vasquez. Elaine repeatedly said it wrong. I had to ask myself. I'm like, I've been saying Vasquez the whole time, and I think Elaine every time says Vasquez. So yes, it is Vasquez as far as I understand it. Abhishek Dwavidi. I hope I got that remotely close to correct. There was a very high increase in YouTube bots. They messed up. Yeah, I mean, I think they're working on polling live streams. I think bots are out there. I think there's a whole host of things that happened last night, but hopefully we hear more. Terry Zaleski, I failed. Terry Zaleski and no timesheets. That's Big Law, right? I think I was talking about Big Law when this story came in. No billing. I still bill for my own firm. But yeah. I get what you're saying. Perlin Tota, yay, us Germans are locked inside due to a storm warning, but there is no bloody storm. I'm very sorry. I'm very happy to have such German support today. Thank you so much. Jay Jashmiel 78, what if the crowds lining the streets all had bruises painted on their cheeks? This would be bad. You don't want to do that. You could do a demonstration outside the courthouse, I guess. But you don't want to be in the courtroom. You want the fair, impartial administration of justice. Don't do it, Joe. Don't do SM, don't know if it was discussed, but yesterday is just a PR plan for the Amber Heard side. They wanted the headlines for the weekend. Yeah, maybe it just could be PR. It certainly wasn't terribly useful in the court of law. Prairie Dog 57, exclamation point. Amber Heard testified she took theatrical makeup classes. She did say that. Cynthia Guzman, question, Amber Heard finished her case? They didn't rest. Some of the people on the panel, some of the people in Lawtube think the very first thing they will do on Monday is rest their case. I cannot speak to that. I do not know. It would surprise me, I guess, a little bit that they didn't just rest at the end of this day so that was at least known going forward into next week. But I think Joe rightly says, well, maybe you'll come up with some brilliant plan that you can use on Monday. There's no reason to rest early. So she's very close to finished with her case because she only has 8 hours left for the rest of the trial. But it isn't technically closed just yet. Anushika Ganagoda, super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tara P. Runkle is the MVP of this trial coverage. Stars in your eyes emoji. Runkle's the best. Go subscribe to Runkle of the Bailey. He was working hard this week. RJH00. Please, Joe, no mistrial. We can't take another month of what if any. Alita might lose it. Alita is really reacting negatively to what if any. And it makes me so want to just go on the stream today and say what if any, like for the first 4 or 5 statements. I don't know if I should, though. Alexis P., you guys have really helped me challenge my own biases. Fantastic. We all have them. Challenging them is what we do. And be more open to talking to people with different opinions. I can't thank you enough. Love that. I love that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Tattoo Dude read last night that Amber Heard's team is calling Johnny Depp to the stand. Thoughts on this? I don't think they will. That was a rumor in the break, the big 10-day break period. I really don't think they will. He's a slow talker. I don't know what they think they can get out of him. They're running on an 8-hour time limit. I really don't think they will do that, but we will see. That would be quite the gambit from them. Kitty, behind on the stream, but shout out to Tom Selleck. Peace sign emoji, purple hearts emoji, hearts in your eyes emoji. Thank you. Jay Stidgen, please, a watch party for Gone Girl and Aquaman. We'd have to figure out how to do that. We don't want to violate copyright laws, but it would be very interesting. Alita still has to watch Gone Girl. It would be eye-opening. Perul Srivastava, question, can you please explain attorney-client privilege again, please? Sure. So, as I have said to my clients and in other contexts, it's very, very important that a client be able to share all of their weaknesses, all of their warts, everything else with their attorney, just like they should have the right to do it with their doctor, because that's how you get good advice. That's how you get justice administered. And so in order to protect that, in order to incentivize people to talk with their attorneys about all of this stuff, about potential criminal liability, we say there's something called the attorney-client privilege that prevents an attorney from talking about realistically everything potentially and actually related to their legal representation of a client, including if you were to call me up right now and say, I've got a problem. At that point in time, that becomes a communication in effort to potentially solicit counsel. And you get attorney-client privilege. It doesn't require a contract. It doesn't require you to actually hire me. From the moment you're thinking about hiring me, you get that privilege asserted. And that is one of the major things on an ethical basis that lawyers have to protect. Conflict of interest is big too, but also attorney-client privilege. And so because that is so important, because Adam Waldman still represents Johnny Depp, when Elaine goes to ask, when did he hire you? How did he hire you? Has he fired you? Were you ordered to say these things? Did he admonish you for saying these things? All these various questions are all attorney-client privilege. They either relate to work product that the attorney did, they relate to strategy and legal counsel, and everybody knew, including Elaine, in that deposition that he could not answer basically anything. And yet they put that deposition up. You saw Ian was very upset about that because we knew that they're trying to intimate that this is kind of, I think it was described on the stream yesterday, it feels like the Fifth Amendment. I plead the Fifth. I could be guilty of something. It feels like hiding. When this is one of the sacrosanct pieces of the administration of justice's puzzle in the United States and in many other jurisdictions. And it's wrong to treat that as something negative or untowards or nefarious. And you saw Ian most predominantly like recoiling at the notion of going out there with a strategy that puts that into question. I don't disagree with him. I'm not as strong about it as he is. I think it was a tactic. I don't like that Elaine used it in that fashion. I don't like that she intimated that it was something nefarious, but I don't feel quite as strong as that. But again, I'm not a litigator. I'm not facing that quite as often. But it is a sacrosanct, absolute fundamental component of the lawyer-client relationship? Thank you for asking. Matilda B, hi from Belgium. Hi, Belgium. Law student here. Awesome. Thank you all, Lawtube, for accompanying me during finals. Keep up the good work. Good luck on your finals. That is a tough week in law school. So I'm glad that we were able to make it just a little bit less tough. Newt, Virtual Legality sub longer than LB, but first non-LB super chat heart from Great Britain. Thank you so much. And I'm glad that you've been here in Virtual Legality for a while. Really appreciate it. Denise from Canada, JD versus Amber Heard may have been the spark, but it is the honest, respectful discourse between each stream host and guests, the Q&A super chats, and interactive polls that keep the interest. Law tubers rock. Keep up the excellent work. Thank you so much. Schmitty D, hi from Australia, Rick, Joe, and Ian. Well, hi, Australia. That is awesome. That is the other direction on the timeline. So thank you so much for watching. Edwin Kerwin with a ridiculously generous super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It helps keep the lights on. It helps make all this possible when I should be doing other things and making all of this work for me personally, definitely Lawtube in general. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Janice Prefect, 2 hours too late, but yes, cart awful equals potato. Cart awful. I'm going to work on this because it's so generous and is always super chatting, but I pronounce it horribly every time. I'm really sorry for that. Becca Detetman, do you think this trial might actually hurt Elaine's career due to that redirect? No, she's going to have a higher profile period. People are going to think various things about it. It didn't look great. A lot of lawyers have situations that don't look great, and she could still get a book deal or whatever. John D, thoughts. Team Depp's final words of closing argument should be, tell the world, Johnny, tell him I, Johnny Depp, a man, am a victim to of DV. Honestly, I keep seeing their final argument play out, and I think it's playing that tape and saying something along the lines of, she told our client to tell the world. Now, jury, that question is in front of you. You tell the world for us. And I think something along those lines as an ending is what I keep seeing because that tape is so powerful. It calls out the judge and the jury. You send that back to them and say, well, you heard Ms. Heard. Now is your chance to tell the world. You know, that kind of thing. So I really do think that is what we'll see. This is just a test. If you watch the cop's body cam footage carefully, you can see the Weinstein in the hallway. Does that change your opinion of Drew's testimony? I'd have to look at them against each other and see exactly what they look like. Drew's testimony is weird, but I would love to see that again in that light. So I will check it out. Always keeping an open mind about how this looks. But yeah, it could potentially change my opinion of the testimony. There's other issues there with who's running around where and where Liz is and what's happening, but it could change my opinion, definitely. Me Flowers 66, Ian, for Depp's team, which jurors should definitely get picked? And thank you for your sacrifices to get us invaluable coverage. Thanks to all of Lawtube. Love you all. Purple heart emoji. I'm sorry this didn't get directly to Ian. I am positive Ian would say juror I, and he might have some other picks as well, but juror I is the one that he and Rob both agree is basically done with this on the Depp side. Katara Skywalker, great name. Elaine's law firm is getting bad reviews on Google. That's uncool. I feel bad for her. I assume she does her best with a client like Amber Heard. Do not review bomb things that you didn't get services from. I cannot be stronger on this. This has happened to me because of virtual legality videos. Don't do that. It's not cool. It's almost certainly fraud in either the state jurisdiction or potentially federal jurisdiction because you're using the internet to do it. Don't do it. It's a bad idea. And honestly, it looks worse for whatever team you're trying to be on in any political controversy or trial case like this one. Do not do it. Nubia Hernandez, question mark. What is your opinion on Waldman validating internet journalists? Do you think that coverage by Lawtube will change how people will watch future cases? Yes. Lawtube is going to change the world. I feel strongly about that. And I feel strongly about it, not just with respect to legal trials and everything else, but hopefully getting out that message that reasonable minds can differ, that we can have these conversations. We can treat each other as human beings. I feel strongly about this, as you can probably tell. So yeah, I feel strongly that Lawtube is going to be important. I feel hopefully strongly that virtual legality is going to be important moving forward with all of this stuff. And yeah, I think it's validating and I think it's useful. I think it's time we have these conversations about how things are covered and how we can treat each other better. Absolutely. Perul Srivastava, question, what are the chances of Johnny Depp, I'm going to bet, in the rebuttal? The chances are decent, especially if the Amber Heard side of things is completely out of time. Otherwise, I'm not sure that I would risk it because things are set up pretty good for Johnny Depp's testimony versus Amber Heard's testimony. True Cruel 91. Why is a juror excluded at the end of a trial? Two will be, actually. I would be angry if I spent 6 weeks in court only to be excluded when the funny part starts. The deliberations. Sorry for the bad English. Greetings from Italy. Hey, Italy. The answer is the alternate juror system exists so that if something happens, somebody has their appendix burst and they can't be in deliberations, then you still have people that have gone through the same rules, have been held to the same requirements to not look at things on the internet, that have listened to all of the testimony, that can just step in and not waste the Commonwealth of Virginia's money, resources, and time with not being able to deliberate on the question. So yeah, it sucks. You did all of this. You would have been there for 7 weeks of real time, getting paid the pittance juror wages for the Commonwealth of Virginia. And then you don't even get to decide the thing. You don't actually even get to be a voice in the room. You took all these notes. You're not even used. It is awful, but it's necessary for the system to not break down if real emergencies and other considerations happen. Thank you for the question. Lord Luke M. Question, am I the only one who finds it amusing that Amber Heard's team uses the Windows Media Player and JD's team uses the VCLE Media Player? Nerd emoji, happy sweat emoji, wink emoji. No, it's funny. VLC, definitely a little bit more technological. We got a few more traffic cones. And yeah, it's funny. It's funny. It's nerdy emoji. It's full nerdy emoji. MWP, Elaine mocking JD made me lose all sympathy for her. That sucked. That was BS. You've heard me say that. It's probably some of my strongest language on the streams. Absolute crap from a lawyer. Kingsry 7, I thought Trump banned vaping in the U.S. Is vaping legal now in the U.S.? I don't know what Trump might have done. Vaping is legal in general. It's subject to the health and welfare rules of the various states right now. I believe there might be some things done around certain flavors and around those things. I don't vape, so I don't know the specifics there. Sorry. Zata Suka Stone Sims, is trial live today? No. Will you all be on Legal Bites or over there today? Depending on the rest of the stuff that I can get done, I really wasn't expecting a 5-hour stream this morning. You can go look at the tape where I say I think this one might be short. But yes, Alita is going to be doing super chats, I think by herself a little bit before she invites us in. And yes, I will probably pop my head in there. I do try to make those specific streams, but I can tell you I have a lot more I need to do today. So I will look at that. Thank you so much for the super chat. Small Fish, thank you so much for the super chat. Shanti, thank you so much for the super sticker. Tracy 3, question, did anyone see the judge's face when Elaine mocked Johnny? I don't think I've gotten that question answered, but it's worthwhile. I'll try to remember it for Ian. I don't know if he was in there that day or not. Denise from Canada, can jury instructions be to not give any inference to lawyer privilege issue and hence deny motion to strike? Yes, that can be a jury instruction. There's a whole host of jury instructions that can happen with respect to things the jury isn't supposed to consider. That might be a fight that actually happens. I don't know. But they're fighting about jury instructions today. Lauren Lawler, great work, guys. Why do you think Amber Heard brought up Kate Moss? A slip of the tongue? Or does she genuinely believe JD was violent towards his ex? I think she described it as a rumor. I'd say it's a slip of the tongue. She likes to add detail. And that popped into her head. So hard to say how that will go long term. We still don't know why Benji was so excited about it. Elizabeth McAllister, thank you so much for the super chat. Phil Jones, I read that she has already been paid for Aquaman 2. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, she recorded it, so I guess that makes sense. So $2 million would be the right baseline for that. It'll be interesting to see if she survives in the cut of Aquaman 2 with everything that's going on, certainly. Dana Wilson on Amber's redirect, was a way for Elaine to be able to rephrase her question so that it would work? Yes. Or was it impossible to get that information in without the ENT testimony? Have to really think about it. I think there is undoubtedly the case that she could have got it in if her and Amber Heard were on the same page. But Amber Heard was going and diving off into hearsay territory. There clearly was a lack of trust after the direct testimony. They were feeling the pressure from Camille's cross-ex at the time that all happens. And I would say that Elaine definitely didn't trust Amber Heard without leading her more than would ordinarily be necessary or even allowed. So I think there was a way. I'd really have to parse that out. But I think there was a way to get that in with a little bit more skill. Stereas, do you think that this case has had an impact in how the non-initiated interest in law has changed? And how do you think this will be like after this? I think on the margins, more people are going to be interested in this, definitely. But this, we have to understand, is a very specific circumstance where the culture has taken an interest that is unusual for these kinds of cases. This is an O.J. Simpson kind of moment in law. And yes, people continue to be interested. Court TV made its hay as a channel with O.J. Simpson, and you see it surviving today. So I think there will be an increase in interest, but I wouldn't expect it to feel or look like this every single time going forward. In fact, I would hope it isn't. It's a little bit circusy. I don't love alpacas outside the courthouse. I know, they're fun. But I do hope for a little less of a circus atmosphere. But yeah, I think Lawtube's here to stick around. Phil Jones, if paid, Warner Brothers takes a $2 million loss, but easily makes it up. Yes, maybe. I don't know. If removing Amber Heard makes them more money, they make it up. I don't know if it does. It'll be an interesting thing to kind of consider. Lady Jemima, Amber Heard called arresting officer homophobic, and that arresting officer is gay. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me. These are all details I don't really know. And yeah, that could potentially be brought up in rebuttal. It depends. It depends. Chan Solo, justice for Joe and Ian. Love your coverage. Thanks, Hoeglaw. Thank you for the super chat. Phil Jones could be recast for Aquaman 2. 4,290,000 folks have signed to get Amber Heard removed. I have heard numbers like that. That's wild. JJ Girl, can judges confer with other judges about a case? For the most part, judges can do whatever they want. I don't know why they would confer, because it's a fact-based review in her own courtroom and tribunal. The answer is probably yes, but I would have to know more about what the actual question was. Hypotheticals are difficult. Ashley 2733, do you know if Amber Heard will call her therapist as a witness on Monday? Maybe. She kept referring to her therapist notes as how she pieced together her allegations of violence, etc. I thought her treating therapist might come in at some point. It's pretty late in the day. They don't have time to do a very in-depth direct examination of anybody. So it'll be very interesting to see where they go on Monday. A.M. Legault, good morning, gentlemen, from the Yukon. That's cool. That's cool. Thank you for that. Tracy 3, also, did you see Jennifer Howell's Instagram post yesterday? I did not. Very telling. I will assume it is. I'll be interested to see how Jennifer Howell is used next week. It is the name on the tip of my mind from all of you, but we will see how it is done. Small Fish, please Google Elaine. She promotes herself as a super lawyer on her page. I think that's on my webpage too. I think she is proud of that title because she put it on top of her description. Yeah, I mean, it's useful. As you can see, it projects as useful in certain aspects. It's just, anybody that's actually in the legal field understands what it is, I think, more so than the client base or the lay person. So yeah, I don't doubt that it's on it. If she's a super lawyer, you put it up. Evergreen XD, when comes the result from jury after 27th? Anytime from when they get the case to a few weeks before the judge might otherwise call it as a hung jury. So it could be a while. I know a lot of panelists think it'll be very fast on this one. I tend to disagree. I have it pegged as a half week. I have it pegged as getting through about week 7, some point in there while we're doing streams and talking about the situation and getting a jury return at that point in time. But who knows? Dr. Cart, Awful Salat, seeing as we're bringing out the big bucks, 50 euros. That is very generous of you. Thank you so much. I should throw my hat in the ring too. Appreciate these streams immensely. Read the motion to strike. I think the counterclaim should be kicked, even if defamatory. They did not link it to JD via evidence. I think it should be kicked too. I really am. I keep thinking about it. I don't think they have made the case that that Waldman was speaking for Johnny Depp. And if you can't make that case, you can't hold Johnny Depp liable for his statements. Benethy Elizabeth Sykes, you're a billionaire at this point. That's right. I got a £1 billion pledge. Will you be starting a media literacy foundation, new law school with all this money, Hoeg? Maybe donations. I have to think about it. I guess if I get it pledged to me, I suppose I could pledge that out and we could have a chain of completely fake donations and pledges. I'll have to give that some consideration. No, in all honesty, I'd love to keep growing the channel and doing more things with resources and effectively being on more, talking about these things. That's very cool. But you don't have to give me whatever it was, $10 million in pounds, billionaires. I don't know. You don't have to do that, definitely. Aiden Esplunda, question from a baby attorney, is time limit not limit potential due process issue if they run out of time and can't cross? I think you could raise it. But I mean, what actually happened here is that the judge said you each have 61 hours, allocate them as you will. You're in charge of your time. You know how to do it. That seems pretty due process-y to me. But yeah, if they run out of time, you could make the argument, well, hey, they had more material falsehoods. We had to cross out more, those kinds of things. But yeah, I don't know how far that would go. I don't know whether she's planning on doing an appeal or Johnny would do an appeal if he loses. It's the kind of thing that could come up. Certainly. Carrie Harvey, silver lining equals attention on men too from all of this. Certainly. I think degenderizing what we should be looking at with respect to domestic abuse is a big win for everybody. Krista Royce, new and interesting to me from yesterday. JD didn't want to get married, but Amber Heard pushed. Even the so much alleged abuse was before wedding. That equals parasites. That plus the parasites equals a setup. I don't know. The prenup, postnup, rushed wedding. We did hear that testimony before yesterday. Yeah, you want to lock that down potentially for your entourage, for yourself. I don't know. I can't really impute that from just the stories that have been told. Obviously, a little bit looks like that went down that way. Certainly. Thank you for the super chat. Shanty, it's time for the believe all men hashtag. I don't want to believe all anything. I want to take seriously, investigate, and then, evaluate through the legal process. And that process that is due. So I definitely want that direction to be the direction that we go in. Cam Thompson, Meta Joe, got to clip that rant about how to do a proper rant 2 Sundays ago. I laughed at the irony and how true it was. Meta Joe. It sounds like him. I have to check out that clip. Neom Ebb just joined, so not sure if you've covered this, but did you see that Jen Howell will testify for JD? As you can see, I have certainly been told that they seem to think that will be the case. What are your thoughts on its impact on the outcome? I have no thoughts other than the fact that the internet feels that it is very important, and we did get Jen Howell's name dropped in the cross-examination of Whitney Heard. So, sounds like it'll be pretty important. Don't know what it will be. You are wrong. Fair enough. To counter Runkle's opinion of the crowd or the expert, I think you run the risk of throwing the baby out with the bathwater by pointing out not all his support for JD and his mixed opinion. Thoughts? Like I said, I'm not even sure I would have crossed the guy. I thought it was terrible on its face. I think anybody in the jury that has ever looked at any kind of statistical analysis could tell that. So I thought the cross was fine. It was short. It was sweet. I wouldn't have expanded it, but reasonable minds can differ. And certainly some of the things that Ian brought up on the Legal Bytes stream towards the end of the day yesterday did suggest a stronger cross-examination was possible. Love rules. Joe and Runkle, seems JD's message on the counter may be a fitting response to the saboteurs of your live streams. Why be a fraud? All is such BS. Yeah, the counter writing scribblings. Yeah, I don't know why we got so many bots today. I might be able to reduce that time frame pretty soon. But I appreciate it. Yeah. Smell then sing. If I was a juror torn from my life to perform a month's worth of unpaid labor, they get paid very small amounts. I would be pissed if the lawyers then made me sit through hours of video depots. If I must be here, so do your witnesses. I honestly think, especially the Waldman testimony, I was resenting it. And I'm just sitting there and I know what's happening. And it's like, this is a waste of time. Carrie Harvey, this is why I love Lawtube. Reasoned, respectful, nuanced discussion. Thank you. That's what we are all about. Rodney A. Brubaker, thank you for the super chat. Newt, we need a clip made of Joe's speech there. Hearts. I'll see if I can grab it. Law and Lumber, justice for Runkle, justice for Joe. Also, waking up to H&H releases is becoming my new favorite morning routine. Thank you, Rob. Thank you. And so cool of you to put up Ian, to have everybody in your house this whole week. Really, really awesome. You deserve every bit of the subscription support you're getting. Coffee Crisp. Some shelters will take men and children / pay for a hotel if needed. It depends on your area, so reach out to resources if unsure. Yeah, that was part of the conversation. Absolutely. If you're in a trouble situation, reach out to those resources. Going to be local primarily to you, but please do check them out. Malarkey Machine. I believe people who support Amber may have actually gone through something similar and think to question her is to question them, which kind of makes me hate her. She tried to profit from their pain. I could see that. I could certainly see it when she starts testifying. I've said this before in other places. I don't want to disbelieve her. I don't want to disbelieve that somebody could make those claims. Certainly, if you've experienced a situation like that yourself and feel like people would disbelieve you, that something sounds fantastical, and you hear me saying that's fabulism, I think that's true for Amber Heard. I can understand somebody thinking that sounds like it's affecting them. I hope that's not the case, because every single case should be evaluated independently. And every one of us should have an open mind, especially through the judicial process, to evaluate those things. But your comment is well taken. Rodney A. Brubaker, justice for Johnny, help for Heard. Was there a help for Heard hashtag? I don't actually know. That Panda 48. Love your channel. I have been watching everyone on Lawtube. I know nothing about the UK trial. Neither do I, really. But what was the outcome of that trial, and why does it look so different than this trial? Well, he lost. The Sun published that he was a wife beater. The judge, not a jury, evaluated it. Amber Heard was not a party to that lawsuit. They got different evidence. They evaluated a different set of circumstances. And apparently, the judge took as very important the fact that Amber Heard had no financial interest in it because she gave away all of the divorce settlement proceeds. So very different case, very different facts, very different system, very different legal standard. And yeah, it's not allowed to be introduced as a demonstrable finish. Like, you haven't heard them actually say Johnny Depp lost the son case in court here in Virginia because it's too prejudicial to what they're evaluating because of those differences. So yeah, I intend to look actually at the judge's decision in that case, either during jury deliberations or after they come out. Barton Silver, how will the ACLU respond if it's proven Amber is an abuser? Well, you've seen all the evidence at this point in time. I strongly suspect the ACLU will quietly walk away from her as an ambassador going forward, but in a probably separate enough in time from this that maybe people don't notice, or so they hope. David Liu, Hoeg knows the feelings of getting criticisms from two parties. Console War Games Media, love the content, also happy for Ian. I sure do. I am an Xbot or a Sony pony or whatever all the time based on whatever I most recently put out in virtual legality. Gwen Gerard, thank you so much for the super chat. It is most appreciated. What, if anything, shouldn't the ACLU cut ties with Amber Heard, remove Amber Heard as ambassador now that the whole world has seen that she's an abuser, or do they even care? I think the ACLU cares. I think they will act on that. I think they don't want to act on it looking like they are responding to media pressure or otherwise just very, very reactive to what's happening in public relations or in court or on social media. I think they will do it quietly after this case. Nick R., thank you so much for the super chat. New Star One, silver lining is we're talking about it. Abuse. My experience was looked at like I was less of a man by the court and also had to take abuse by the legal system. PD people weaponize the process and prolong the trauma. I'm very sorry to hear that. I could certainly believe it. I think Me Too, I think there are aspects of the justice system, especially on this issue, that can be improved for all genders and all parties. And I hope that this is doing that. I hope this is moving in that direction. So thank you so much for the super chat. Evgeny Groisman, Oni was amazing. It's a Bungie game, especially the finishing moves from up close. Had no idea it was Bungie. It was. It's one of their few now at this point, third person action games. And it's an interesting little experiment that they did with Take-Two back in the day. Gwen Gerard, thank you for the super chat. Question, can you guys take 2 seconds to discuss the Buffalo shooting and view on firearms and changes that may need to be done? Love from a fellow Canadian. I don't feel qualified, to be honest, to talk about those specific issues, at least not without more research. I apologize for that, especially with politically fraught items. I want to make sure that I've done my homework on these things. And frankly, I've been taken up with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I obviously saw this stuff happen. I talked to you about the fact that I think YouTube is working on killing live streams in ways that may be affected last night. And so I'm going to demur on that. I will think about that. I will do some more research. I appreciate your interest in my thoughts. I don't feel qualified at this moment in time. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jen Manning, now I know for sure why I like the two of you so much. Gamers unite! But I grew up with Nintendo. Didn't get into PC gaming until a couple of years ago. I had Nintendo, television, Atari 2600, TurboGrafx, CDI, 3DO. Loved gaming in Hoeg House. My father was a big fan of video gaming and technological improvement. So I love it. You are welcome here. Thank you for the super chat. We will definitely be talking about gaming a bit, folks. So I apologize for that. Hopefully I can bring my love of that industry to you and maybe introduce you to something new that you'd find entertaining. Mackie Lomonaco, out of curiosity, in a case of this multitude, are the lawyers paid per hour, including trial time? Generally, yes. Or by percentage of what the client is suing for being sued for? That's called contingency. P.S. Still waiting for a Hoeg Law hat. Everybody wants a Hoeg Law hat. I really appreciate that. I have to get my merch ducks in a row. That's going to happen after the trial. I literally can't do anything else structurally while this trial is going on. It's on the list to keep in mind. I really appreciate it. Generally speaking, high-powered law firms are going to pay by the hour. They're going to have a billing rate, and that's how you get huge numbers when you see these things. I think Amber referenced $6 million owed to her counsel very briefly. And I think you'll see big numbers on really both sides of this case. Contingency can be done for litigation and high-stakes litigation, but I doubt very much that these two firms are on a contingency basis. Rachel Wiseman, wouldn't it be the best kick in the teeth if JD wins and ends up donating the winnings to the ACLU and Children's Hospital of Los Angeles? Laughing, smiling, on their side emojis. It could be. I have a question whether he would actually donate to the ACLU after the testimony that's come out. But yes, I do see a world in which Johnny Depp gets at least some money out of a win in this case and says, I'm going to fix what Amber Heard could not. And I'm going to pay for the kids at the cancer ward and the children's hospital, et cetera, et cetera. I could definitely see that as a PR move, but I don't know his financial status at this point in time. Angela Asbury, thank you so much for the super chat. Sakharin, hello from Canada. Lawtubers are greater than everyone. Everyone has something to offer everyone, but I really appreciate your support for Lawtube. Suggestion, Lawtubers need a site. Tubers can post scheduled blog posts, opinions, etc. outside of YouTube. I actually think we probably do need some kind of centralized organizational structure, but nobody can do anything while this trial is on. It's lucky that we can bounce over to each other's channels enough. It is quite the effort from basically all of us. Vikas Sridhar, news also sells ideology. Definitely true. Jiling Chen, Hoeg, you are such a supportive hype man and love the camaraderie between you and Alita and all of Lawtube. Very invested in getting all of you a silver play button by the end of the trial. Thank you so much. I said this before. I've said it in other capacities. I agreed to help Alita as much as I could. That was my personal agreement to me. When this trial started, she is such a positive force and such a good ambassador of Lawtube and what it could be. And I have done the very best that I can to be a hype man, and I appreciate your kind words about that. I'm so thrilled to see her approaching 250,000 subscribers. It is so well deserved. Brad Gallen, thank you for the super chat. Paige Meyer, did you catch all the miss sayings Amber Heard said on the stand, like I was punching my head over and over in the theater bruise makeup? Yeah, I mean, she had a lot of those things. I don't necessarily read them as lies uncovered in a moment of clarity. It's very easy to misspeak when you're talking for 14 hours straight or whatever. I'm at 5 hours myself. I'm sure there's something you could clip that I said wrongly as part of this stream. So I did see it, and it might be exposing things, but I always caution people, it might not be. It might just be somebody misspeaking. Mike Hatt, was Howell's home getting broken into, real or fake? I have no idea. I know people were posting about that. I have my doubts, but I can't really speak to it in all honesty. CS, doctor said JD compared Amber Heard to mom, links her to abusive. Absolutely, that is what happened. Judge Samuel Scalito, question, with Elaine's issues with redirect on Amber Heard, thoughts on why Elaine didn't ask for Amber Heard to be designated hostile to allow leading questions? Love you guys. There ain't no way you're going to be able to designate your party and client as a hostile witness. Maybe some of the other people on your case, but nobody's buying that. Nobody's buying that, no matter what might have appeared on movies and television. So no, she never had that option. Julie Lynn, what are your expectations for Witness and what is it to come next week? Will Heard's team be able to turn this around or are they too far gone? I think Amber Heard's team is in a significant amount of trouble. With only 8 hours for 4 full court days, I don't know what it's going to look like for them, but they're going to have to rest pretty early and they might well lose their countersuit when they rest. And if that's the case, sky's the limit on the rest of the thing. And they'll only have however many hours they left themselves to actually cross Johnny Depp's rebuttal witnesses. I think they're in a very, very bad position. Does it mean they can't pull it out? It does not. But I think it's getting more and more likely that Johnny Depp is going to have a significant advantage as they hand the case over to the jury. Brad Gallen, thank you so much for the super chat. Toby Kirkby, chances of Vasquez being made partner from this? 100%? I don't like to make guarantees as a lawyer. Let's go with 99.98%. It's important to get that resolution there. But yeah, no, she'll be partner. She's got 12 years of experience. It looks to me, looking at her CV, which is funny for Camille Vasquez, but I mean her resume, that she came over from a different law firm. They didn't give her full credit for her time because 12 years, you probably should be a partner at that point in time. And I suspect very strongly she's going to be partner this year. D. London 1144, the Bahamas, Jamaica, and Barbados are all UK territories. Bad news for Amber Heard is she likes the Caribbean non-pirate edition. Yeah, if somehow the UK put out a warrant or tried to block her from being in the UK or its territories, that would be a problem for Amber Heard. But it's still all rumors right now. Ella Rose, what do you think of Elaine, saying Johnny was always under the influence while she was sleeping with him? Nope, not Elaine. Ellen Barkin. I think it's interesting. I think the one thing that has been at least a little bit diffused from the Johnny Depp side of things is that he has an addiction problem. He's always on drugs. He's always drunk. And I think one interesting thing about that is if you want to read it on Johnny Depp's side, if he's always on drugs and he's always drunk, and realistically, they can find no stories about his past. This is the closest it possibly comes from Ellen Barkin. Doesn't strike me like that's a monster. That's not a violent monster that escapes the cage and goes and hits people. So I think you could read it that way. That's a pro Johnny Depp position. Obviously, Amber Heard's trying to sell it the other direction, but it's not a clean argument or line of logic from them, I don't think. Sir Elspeth, pet peeve, the court was English Welsh, not UK. This is fair. We call it the UK trial because the parties in this case decided to use that as the shorthand for this case, and it wouldn't make sense for us to separate it from that. So I hear you. I understand. It's the UK trial as far as we're concerned because that's the name that the parties are using. Carly, hashtag Cyrenose, what will happen when one side has still time left, but it's already the end of Thursday? Will the time be added to the final presentation? Closing arguments seem to be a separate schedule. Shrug emoji. So that shouldn't impact things. It's essentially the time is left for the last 4 days, Monday through Thursday. Potato Pirate, is it just me or is the difference between toss and throw the intended amount of force and aggression? To me, toss implies gentleness. Much love, guys. Total agreement. Toss is a more gentle word for the concept of taking something and moving it away from your body with your physical force. Toss is significantly more gentle in my mind's eye to the concept of throw, certainly to things like chucked and launched. Sue McDade, Ian, I want you and Brett Hitman Hart to show up on Closing Arguments Day, my two favorite Canadians. That is awesome. I will share that with him. Debbie Swan, question, Ian, what happened to last night's live? I couldn't watch it at the time and looked for it this morning to watch it, and it's not anywhere to be found. YouTube made a ton of streams last night private, said it wasn't appealable, was struck as something like scams, and YouTube's looking into it. Wasn't just Lawtube, wasn't just Ian and Joe, or Peter, I believe, also got struck. Seems to be almost everybody that was live streaming at that particular window of time in YouTube land. So we'll hear more from YouTube, but that's what happened. Allison Becca, what percentage do you give JD winning right now? I will put it at a 75% chance of winning, and only likely to move up in rebuttal week. Jessica, thank you both for your time and commentary. Runkle, have a safe trip back home. Hope you enjoyed Virginia, Southern Virginia native. Yeah, it was great to see Ian hanging out with Rob. Phil Jones, hey, Ian, is the 50-plus white woman juror Jerry Ryan? She's 54, and if the seventh juror would be of 7 of 9. That's a Star Trek joke. They're not trying to identify jurors, YouTube, or anyone else. That is a Star Trek joke. No, it's not Jerry Ryan of Star Trek fame. Patty, LB1211, there are 4 lights from the famous Star Trek The Next Generation episode Chain of Command, in which they try to gaslight Patrick Stewart / Captain Jean-Luc Picard. We should watch that one as part of our viewing party for this case. Carly, hashtag Cyrenose, Rich, if Johnny Depp would win this case, do you think media would change its tone or leave it like it is now? For me, it appears that they try to silence an individual's truth to support a greater cause, such as hashtag Me Too, etc. Depends on the outlet. But certainly they like social movements in many different directions, and they get invested in them and don't like, in my opinion, of course, to report as much on the holes or the weaknesses or the personalities that might cause problems for various of these movements. So I think that they are very likely to take PR from Amber Heard, who's going to say, if she loses, that the system is rigged against her and potentially run with it. That's just my prediction. I very much hope that people report on it neutrally, but we will see. We will see what happens. Jeremy J, Geeks Among Nerds, Discovery Season 2 is greater than Season 1. That's the Red Angel season. I think Season 1 is better, but maybe we can discuss that. I think Discovery Season 1 is better. Justin Schwaki, Shaka, When the Walls Fell, Darmok and Gelada Tanagra. Saying just all the nerdy stuff today. Herzus Stahl, more German money. Thank you. Support from Germany. KLB, but what about Battlestar Galactica? I've watched that whole series 3 times. Sorry if it's already discussed. I just got here. Battlestar Galactica is fantastic up to a point. I don't like how that series ends. It feels like it's too much Deus Ex Machina, sometimes literally. I actually, if you can find it, I have an entire blog post from when I was first getting into adding any internet content call about Battlestar Galactica's finale. Richard Hoeg. I don't know if that's even findable on the internet anymore. But if you're interested in my thoughts, I wrote like 5,000 words on it. But yeah, I love the series overall. Austinsa, as an Ohio State fan, I was hesitant to sub, but realized it's okay because we're not rivals. While the hammer may miss, the hammer exists to beat the nail. You don't say they're rivals. Go Buckeyes. I like this. That's somewhat nice. And then a whole lot of shade thrown at my Michigan Wolverines. And yet I still have to say scoreboard, at least for the last couple of years, because we didn't play a game last year and we beat you pretty bad this year. So go blue. Thank you for the super chat. Katja, greetings from the Netherlands. Tulip emoji. Thank you so much. Mr. Riddles, opinion on the Halo TV series? I try to keep really negative content off my channel. And can I sue them for the psychological damage they've done to my childhood? Oh, okay. All right. Crying emoji, joking. Love you guys. I hate the Halo show so much. I hate it. I hate it so much. You can hear me talking about it. Sundays at 11, I talk about the Halo show on the Bitcast over at Season Gaming. I'm there every week. That link, I think, is in this description. But we talk about the Halo show. It's one of our segments as the season has gone on. I hate it. I hate it. Chef Christine, question. Ian, sorry, what happened to your live stream last night? We saw YouTube technical issues. We don't think it's an attack. Could be. YouTube's looking into it. We'll probably get more of the day. Question 2, Rick, do you make videos about AI tech, building AI humans? Tech mags are getting scary. Alien emoji. I think I might have done a video on deepfake technology and movies, but it's not necessarily something I cover a lot. So I will look at that, but I don't think I have it as a subject matter very often in the channel. I recreate life. Ohio in here. Never been to Canada. Where should I go when I visit? Love you guys. Party emoji. I've spent a lot of time in Windsor and Toronto, but I'll see if I can get Ian to answer that question when I see him next. Heather, I think JD brought evidence that she lied about the donations when he tried to appeal the UK verdict, and they told him it wouldn't change the ruling, which is interesting. If there are actually rumors about potential perjury charges and that the UK lawyers being upset about exposure on this particular item, it'll be interesting to follow. I tend to treat rumors with a grain of salt, of course. Obviously, serious ones like perjury charges and things like that, we will see how it goes. But yeah, it's an interesting tidbit. Thank you for sharing. Bia Tenuta, how can JD's team bring in Jennifer Howell to have her testifying to what Whitney told her about the staircase without having it as hearsay? We talked about it. It's impeachment of the witness directly. It's showing that she changed her story, which wouldn't necessarily be offered for the truth of whatever that story was changed to. But more likely, I think it's going to be a deposition video, which would already have been stipulated to as part of their deposition process. So we'll see. We will see how it comes in, whether it comes in. There'll probably be a sidebar about it if it's so devastating. Phil Jones told you weeks ago, tortoise versus hare. Now it is being realized. Ian, you did say that to Ian. Ian's killing it. Janie Kennedy, hey, from Scotland, loving your commentary, guys. How many more witnesses do you think Amber Heard's team will call, bearing in mind the time restrictions? No more than one? They maybe have time for one more direct witness. I suppose shorter depositions could be introduced. They have those 11-minute versions. But if they're going to have a live witness, no more than one. Ally Owl, Hearts from Ireland. Weird there's such a big time difference. Yeah, time zones are weird. I think the whole concept is weird. It's a different time. It's a different day for some of you. Crazy. Sariana B, hi, Ian. Depots yesterday were self-goals. Cringy. I know he would agree with that. Tracy sings, hello from Vancouver, Canada. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Jay Fox, irrelevant to the Amber Heard Johnny Depp case, could you please do a video to share your thoughts on Canada's Supreme Court ruling on extreme intoxication being a valid defense in murders and SA? Thanks. I will raise that with Ian. It is certainly not a topic that I know. It's interesting. Donna asks, will Elaine focus on her own case in closing, or will she be rewriting it as Ben is doing his? No, they're gonna plan this out this weekend into next week, and they're gonna have a closing statement they think will potentially win in the case, at least put themselves in the best light. They've got some trouble. Logan Tremblay, Josh Drew mentions that over 30 people were coming to the ECB building at night while Johnny was away. How credible did the jury take that, Ian? I don't know. I am so sorry for not being able to ask that of Ian while he was here. Brandy Carroll, is Amber under investigation also in Australia over dogs? I've heard something like that. That hasn't been introduced in trial. So I don't know that personally. I apologize. L, thank you so much for the super chat. Mary Miller, would you have saved time in Cross with Dr. Curry and not pushed as much on the muffins and dinner? God, total waste of time. There's a whole bunch of time you could have gotten back from pointless Dr. Curry examination and pointless Johnny Depp cross-examination. Obviously, those are important witnesses, but you were wasting time, especially on Johnny Depp. For crying out loud, did you see Amber Heard's PR guy signaling Amber Heard on the stand? Emoji. I did not. That would be not great. Allison Becca, should we expect to see police body cam footage in rebuttal? Depends. I think you'll see it in the closing statement, certainly. I don't know whether you'll see it in rebuttal. Valauthiel, 60 Minutes, Australia on JD from a bit ago. Screaming emoji, exploding brain emoji, usually seems to put forward many points of view, but piece on JD was very one-sided, also earned by Rupert Murdoch. That's what I'm hearing from Australia. Very, very pro Amber Heard. VR Angel and Anagil, Jakar and Londo have the best character arcs in TV. They are so good. Babylon 5, don't miss it. Try to get over the hair and the really bad special effects. They were good at the time. But yeah, Jakar and Londo, fantastic character arcs. Elizabeth Mullins, can JH testify when she posted on Instagram about the case? Yes, probably, especially if it's a deposition that's already been filmed. L, Runkle, can you go over what you saw the jury do? He is on the end of the Legal Bites stream for a good long time. If you go follow it from yesterday, he talks about everything that he saw in the court that day. So please do check that out. I'm sorry I wasn't able to ask it to him while he was here. Mama Dean, do you still feel there is room for Muddy Middle argument, or has Amber ruined that? Amber ruined that. Muddy Middle is effectively, here's the world somewhat similar to how Johnny Depp presents it, but he forgot to mention that he hit me. He forgot to mention that he did this and this and this. What Amber Heard presented was a completely different set of events in many, many instances. The staircase, Australia, Boston flight, all sorts of things are just completely different in Amber's world. So to me, that sets you up with a dichotomy. Do you believe Johnny Depp's version of events, or do you believe Amber Heard's version of events? And you don't have stuff that you can say both of those can be true. In most instances, I talked in this video about how I thought the Boston flight maybe lets you do that a little bit. And there are other areas that potentially let you do that with closed door kind of stuff. Maybe the Hicksville fight, that kind of thing. But no, I think Amber and her strategy, her decision, her testimony made it much easier for Johnny Depp to win this case. That is the God's honest truth. Howdy Perkins, the pic of Amber with the bruised arm looks just like Whitney. Anyone else think so? It didn't look like Amber to me, but it's an odd angle. So if they're submitting fraudulent photos, then, I mean, God help them. Super Lover, is it normal to have a 10-hour time difference between plaintiff and defendant at this point in time in court? I think that was asked of Joe. No, it's not. That's going to feel weird next week. So we will see how it feels in real time with you all. Michelle Libatinian, got that just horribly wrong. I'm sorry. Blonde's name is Rebecca something. Okay. Jiling Chen, also Court TV reported that Jen Howell will testify as rebuttal witness. Thought, is she a good one to run out the clock or wait till Amber Heard has no time? I don't know. I don't know how weak or strong her testimony is. That's what you would like try to figure out vis-a-vis when to put her up so you didn't have to worry quite as much about cross-examination. But yeah, if she's going to testify live, then it gets weird with Instagram posts. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes. Definitely. Johnny D3, I love Lawtube's coverage and feel like I'm getting a better understanding of the legal process. Thank you. Runkle, will you be in the courtroom next week? No, Runkle returns to the Great White North. That's what you saw him describing today in the video. He will not be here. He will not be in Virginia for the trial next week. I think we still will have people there. I think Rob intends to go. I think other people intend to go. So I think we will still have Lawtubers in the courtroom. Dancing Beagle, so if the jury finds both are guilty of domestic violence, can they still fine for Johnny Depp, since it would seem solely for the purpose of harming him and or hyping herself, as assuming she wouldn't want the same article written about her? It gets really nuanced from there with like a whole bunch of different variables. If the headline stays in, she actually has to prove SV, which I think is the weakest part of her case, so Johnny Depp could win on that. If they find that they are both essentially mutually abusing each other, I would tend to say if I were sitting in that jury room, I would find that it was not defamatory and I would find for Amber Heard if I had those facts, if I thought that that was full-on mutual abuse. However, one could look at it just like you're looking at it in this chat and say, okay, well, mutual abuse is nowhere near what is described in that Washington Post article. So I think it is still defamatory because it doesn't actually describe the state of the world. And so we're going to give the win to Johnny Depp. I think that's more of a long shot, but it could happen that way. Juries can do what they like with how they get this case at the end of the day. Rigatoni, disagree about the cross. What's the point in bringing up that some people are against JD? It's better if the jury thinks everyone hates Amber. Yeah, I mean, the cross could have been longer as to how non-functional that study was. I think that's what Ian was primarily pointing out, but I think they did just fine. Alicia Peterson, thanks, Lawtube, for making me see this trial in different angles. I really appreciate your vast knowledge. Smile emoji. Thank you. Stephanie, EB mocked JD in open court. You can't do that. It was BS. It was the very worst moment, I think, for me. I'd have to really think about it from Elaine. But yeah, putting on the voice in open court is ridiculous. Sarah, I am sure that all of Amber's lawyers are at least good. Yeah, maybe even very good. But the evidence seems to work against them, maybe also their client. Thanks, Hoeg, for trying to be unbiased in this trial. I think they are a very competent team of attorneys. Elaine goes too far. Elaine doesn't work with objections very well. But overall, I think they are very competent. We have seen incompetence on Lawtube and the internet in general before. Amber Heard seems like a very difficult client to corral. Tessa Joyner, I have a deeply ingrained bias against the police due to early childhood trauma, and even I can't believe all four lied. Thanks to you all for your honest perspective. Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're on Johnny Depp's side or Johnny Depp's team, the one big worry I could see is a juror that adamantly believes that police always lie or something along those lines, because that is one of the strongest pieces of backstop for Johnny's testimony and the Hoeg stuff and May 21st in general. So if you think that they are very suspicious and are protecting their butts or lying, and you interpret the world through that perspective, it's easier for you to say Josh Drew is correct and that kind of thing on May 21st. Definitely. Newt, V much think JD abused, very much think, believe Chance was sometimes violent to Amber Heard, only reactionary or abuse, shrug emoji. Do think Amber Heard could have won, but effed with extreme story. Yeah, I think Amber Heard could have won with a slightly different version of events. Now, if that's what she thinks the truth is, great. You don't want to lie in court, but it makes it very difficult for me to see what could be grains and kernels of truth within those stories that she's telling as fish stories. Chef Christine, Ian, your personality is my fave. I love Ian. Don't ever change. Heart emoji. Colin Baham, where was Depp's attorney Jessica Myers yesterday? I didn't see her at all. She's the curly-haired woman who did his direct, I believe. The back table, the team changes, and you can often see additional Depp attorneys in that front row of the gallery. In this case, yesterday, Dennison had that seat because he flies in to talk with the expert witnesses. So I don't remember. I wasn't tracking her, but she could have been in the first row. She could have been back at the firm offices. Could be anywhere and still doing her job. Carly, hashtag Cyrenose, all this Star Trek talk today. What's your opinion about Firefly? I love that one. Secret Gem, hearts in your eyes. Who doesn't love Firefly? Firefly is fantastic. Cut down before its time. I like both Firefly and Serenity. I love Nathan Fillion. Him and Adam Baldwin fighting with each other is great. Firefly is fantastic. There's no question. No question at all. Sin Ortega, in my opinion, Elaine's needs practice saying words, names, and forming questions. Choking, sort of. I dislike the mocking of Johnny Depp. The voice, that was awful. And her mispronunciation of Vasquez irks me. Yeah, I don't know why she can't get that right. I don't know why she can't keep the microphone on. I think, honestly, I think Alita nailed it on its head. She's more used to settlement. She's more used to depositions than high-stakes trial litigation. So I understand everybody's criticisms. I have my criticisms as well of her. She's not the most incompetent lawyer I've ever seen. C. John, with a total of about 26 hours between teams, could we have closing starting by Thursday instead of Friday? No, it'll be Friday. She said that date. It will be Friday. And you say that as 26 hours, you still got sidebars, you still got objections, you've still got any other issues that are happening. So I think 26 hours is about right. Sin Ortega, also heart your take on things. Thank you, smiley face emoji. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Gizmo1, who's more believable, Amber Heard or Todd Howard? You're bringing it to right where I live. Todd Howard is more believable than Amber Heard. Todd Howard, if you don't know, is one of the heads at Bethesda who tends to aggrandize their products a little bit. We'll leave it at that. Todd Howard is more believable. Larry, need Hoeg Law hats. I'm going to work on it, Larry. I promise. That Panda 48, what are jury instructions? So the jury are lay people. They're not lawyers. So at the end of every court case, you've heard that you're hearing a defamation case. You've heard that you're hearing a defamation countersuit. Here is how your job works. Here is how you interpret evidence. Here is what you can and can't do. And it's a series of pages, generally that are agreed upon by model rules in the state, here, the Commonwealth of Virginia. And you work through those and you make little tweaks about what actually happened in court. You might say something about attorney-client privilege. You might say something about metadata. You might say something that says, here is what you're allowed to interpret and what you're not. Those get agreed upon and are read to the jury as the rules they have to follow. Now, those are sent in and juries do what they will with jury instruction. But those are designed to give you the parameters on which a jury can make its decision. We will see them, probably hear them, read to the jury at the end of this case. Power 64, Poetic Justice is Johnny wins $7 million, donates 3.5 to Children's Hospital, and stiffs the ACLU. They do good work, but they also substantially contributed to the defamation. I've said this in other places, but I do see a world in which the poetic win from the jury's perspective is Johnny Depp wins. We don't know whether he would have gotten pirates. All of that stuff is a little bit loosey-goosey. We do know that Amber took $7 million from him as part of the divorce. You award him $7 million. And yes, I think if you want the add-on epilogue to that, Johnny Depp's team says, we're donating money to sick kids in Los Angeles Children's Hospital when Amber Heard refused to do so. I could see that happening. I could. Wrath G, can we react to Rob and Spidey's behavioral arts video? Just watch. Would be fun to see a reaction. I don't tend to do reacts videos here because I like to send people to watch those things where they are. But it does seem kind of cool. Maybe I'll ask for specific permission for that one to react and have that conversation. Because yeah, I bet Rob's getting everywhere. You know, behavioral arts, big channel. Rob's getting on it. Rob's going to have a silver play button before half a Lawtube, and I'm here for it. I cannot believe, honestly, I can't believe, just to talk up Rob a little bit. I love Ian to death. I can't believe opening up my house and just saying, yeah, come in, stay for a week for this court case. We could stream together. Let me take you out to dinner for 100K. Just amazing, amazing stuff from Rob. And I just love it. Go like and subscribe to Law & Lumber. Like and subscribe to Runkle the Bailey. But yeah, absolutely great stuff. I will think about it. I'll definitely check out the video because it's really, really interesting to me. Thank you for the super chat. Priya Chaparala, did you see the Wired article attacking behavior analysts on YouTube? I have not yet. So many headlines. I will look at that. See the cause. You're the best, Hoeg. Thanks for all the input and effort. Thank you for the super chat and the support. Tatya A, sorry if you answered. What happens if Amber Heard runs out of time before JD? She loses the ability to cross? Yes. With only 8 hours, do you think they will run out of time? I think they will do everything in their power to not have that clock have zeros on it because they need to at least to be able to threaten cross to keep Johnny Depp's team honest. So I think they're going to run very low on time and have to make very difficult decisions as to when to stop a cross-examination, what to challenge, what to not. 8 hours is short. We'll see it play out. We'll see how it feels in real time next week. CG, watch the police officer's footage from the visit to PH3 that night. There are a ton of items in the apartment, and none of it even looks out of place. The carpet in front of the door does not have any wine stains, damning in my opinion. I think the body cam footage is pretty important. I want to see it again because I haven't seen it in a little while. And certainly I want to see it after the stories we got, especially from Amber Heard's friend group. But I think it's pretty important. Mad and Fam, can you explain the timeline for the rest of the trial for us who don't understand how trials work? Yes. We have 1 week left of trial. Monday through Thursday, it will look like it just has. The only difference will be sometime between Monday and Thursday, probably Monday, Amber Heard will rest her case. Then Johnny Depp's team will have a motion to dismiss, which they call a motion to strike in Virginia, telling the court they did not prove the elements of their case. It should not even be submitted to the jury. I think there's a 50-50 chance that they win on that motion, in which point Amber Heard's countersuit is done and never actually gets turned over to the jury. At that point in time, sometime between Monday and Thursday, those 3 days are going to be what we call Johnny Depp's rebuttal. And Johnny Depp gets to present his own witnesses, just like he was doing during his original case in chief, the direct examinations you remember from Johnny Depp sitting there and things like that. And he is very likely to bring at least Dr. Curry, who we saw sitting there evaluating Dr. Hughes and Amber Heard's testimony. He's very likely to bring Jennifer Howell, who I like to say, whoever that is, because they prepped Whitney Heard for that in the cross-examination. They laid the foundation for bringing her in. And who else they bring is open to debate. It's whoever they think will be the most useful to their case with the hours they have remaining allotted to them. At that point, Thursday ends. Friday morning, we arrive to our streams watching the trial just like we did on opening statement day, where there will be a closing statement presented by Johnny Depp. Then there will be a closing statement presented by Amber Heard. And I say this as their teams, not the actual individuals. And then Johnny Depp will have reserved a certain amount of time to have the last word, to present what amounts to a rebuttal to the closing statements to the jury to finish that off. And then jury will be given the case and it will be up to their deliberations. At some point there, they'll be read the jury instructions. They'll be given all that information. You heard yesterday, they will receive a laptop with all the audio and video on it. They will also receive physical evidence and they will be able to go and deliberate and talk about what they think happened in this particular case. That time from then, when they get the case until verdict, is unknown. It is the time it takes for them to arrive at a unanimous decision. Some folks think it'll be very fast, including that day, primarily because it's Memorial Day weekend and they won't want to have it on their heads for those 3 days. Some folks, it will take a little longer. I have it as a half week from then. I have it as sometime midway through week 7 as getting a verdict back. We will see how that goes. If it starts to go really long, you start to get questions from the jury. You start to get the judge saying, hey, can we come to a unanimous decision? And if they cannot, that's what we call a hung jury. And that's effectively a version of a mistrial. Nobody wins, and Johnny Depp has to decide whether he wants to spend the money and resources and time to bring the case again. Hopefully that was helpful. Thank you so much for the super chat. Janice Prefect, dieser Chat ist Eigentum der BRD. Germans unite. Hopefully I didn't read anything controversial into YouTube just then. Thank you so much for the super chat. SMKD, stream with Natalie, please. I love Natalie. You two bounce off each other so well. Just started watching you. Heart emoji that you're funny, yet empathetic and tactful when necessary. Yeah, I met Natalie during this trial. I definitely want to stream with her some. She is so smart, and I love chatting with her about so many things. Kazmina Ratiu, I'm seriously considering rewatching the whole trial just to do a what if any tally. I can already imagine that dream of an Excel spreadsheet. Good luck with that. If you do that, please be sure to send Alita that information, because she might die a second time if she sees how many times what if any was said. It's thousands and thousands of times in this particular trial. So my goodness, what if any indeed. What do we got here? Julia Zizlecki's, Hoeg, you are honestly so nice. Thank you for your explanations and answering our questions. Do you think they'll explain attorney-client privilege to the jury? Also, how are the final jurors picked? Love from Israel. Israel, thank you so much. Heart emoji. Final jurors will be picked on random draw of some kind. That'll be up to the court. And do you think they'll explain privilege? They won't have to if the countersuit is dismissed. If it is not dismissed, I think they might be asking for a jury instruction for no negative inference based on the invocation of attorney-client privilege. I would be willing to bet. Jake Ludwig, love from Orlando. It's not foreign, but I love Orlando too. Just read the Howell Declaration. Can't wait for you to see it. I love this. It's like I get this teaser spoiler. You would not believe what's in that. Anything big you think will come before Amber Heard's rest their case? No, I think they're resting very, very soon. Penguin 322, there is a bruise kit online, as Amber called what she called her makeup wheel, but they are theatrical makeup wheels to create bruises. Emoji. Slip of the tongue? Maybe. Jaden took our cats. Camille is 38. Yeah, she's 12 years out of law school. Yeah, that checks out. Julia's is lucky. Do the jurors get paid? Yes, de minimis amounts, generally speaking. I can't speak to Commonwealth of Virginia, but yes, normally. They can't work during the trial, so I'm hoping they are. They're not getting paid, but they would get paid outside. If they do, is at least a proper pay? No, although there's often essentially jury call policies that employers have that say that it'll continue on and won't count as PTO and things like that. 7 weeks is a long time, though. So I don't really know. Chances are they're unhappy with it and they're not getting exactly what they would have gotten, and they're not being able to do their work for 2 months. So it's a big deal. Martin K, I agree with. This is just a test. There's a video. I can see 2 reddish stains on the floor. Perfectly fine. Yeah, and I will look at it again with those eyes. It'll be interesting to see. Phases. Hart, how Lawtube is showing the U.S. legal process to audience from places with little or no due process. Juries. That is awesome. I hadn't really thought about it from that perspective, but that's true. Maria Raya, my husband watches Seinfeld and Star Trek The Next Generation every day. Lol, he absolutely hates Next Generation's intro song. It's hilarious how much he hates it. I think I might be too familiar with it. If I dislike it at this point, it's just because I really, really know it. So yeah, I get that. Love Next Generation though. Scrim Pinion, who had better testimony, Amber Heard or the last toddler you heard explaining how chocolate got on their face? Amber Heard might be a little bit better than kids trying to get out of trouble. But I see what you're saying. I see where you're going with that. It might be comparable. Capricorn Prime, super lawyer, reminds me of Wile E. Coyote's business card. Super genius. It's their brand name. It's a thing. It is. Penguin 322, there is video of the body cam footage where Josh Drew's UK testimony showing he said Amber answered the door and they never came in. I personally haven't seen the wine stain in the hall in any body cam videos. I will keep that in mind. Josh Drew, if he is fibbing, it seems to be on the outer edges in ways that might otherwise help him. It's weird, though, that he says, like the police said, they have enough to actually make a claim. There's things that the police officers don't admit to. They say they didn't see. So, yeah, it's a big problem for the overall veracity of that particular portion of the case. Pat A, do you feel Team Amber Heard is miscalculated? Only 8 hours left to finish case in chief and cross and rebuttal. Yes. I can't imagine they wanted to land this plane going into last week with 8 hours left. But here they are. Natalie Hutchinson, question, is there a legal definition of random in terms of data selection? Still stuck on Schnell from a tech point of view, saying truly select them, tweets at random. Thank you for all the coverage. Black flag emoji. Probably not. That was a very tech answer, right? Because if you go to a mathematics side of things, you'll find out that trying to do things random in certain ways can actually have biases involved in it. And so rather than using a very simple process to find a random set, he was saying he wrote a more robust program. I don't think it matters from a legal perspective. His actual analysis was so bad, it doesn't matter. Mike Pierce, Robert Barnes suggested the UK judge showed obvious favoritism towards Amber Heard. It sounds like it, but I don't know. I haven't read that decision. Bad TV, Bad One, National DV Hotline, huge help for DV phone and online. Absolutely. Please do check those out. Yeah, we don't want anybody to have to experience that of any gender, of any demographic whatsoever. Marmar, unpopular opinion. I'm starting to feel bad for Amber Heard. I think she will have a hard time after this trial, regardless of the outcome. Hope she gets help. I do too. Some of those tapes really make me sad for her. And you know, the You're Killing Me, Johnny, sounds like actual pain. And so I hope she does get help if that's what she needs. 100%. He's Bad Games. Really enjoy your appearances on Sacred Symbols Plus. It's very good audio fodder on my dog walks. Will we hear from you again soon, chatting with Colin? Yeah, you know, definitely. I'm on there all the time. Colin and I discuss when it makes sense for me to appear on there, when we've got legal things to discuss, business stuff to discuss, video games I've played. And so I will definitely be on there. Yeah, I'm a contributor over there. Django Vat, big fan. Found you through this trial. I write for Polygon for Destiny 2 stuff, so love hearing your input on their lawsuit and other nerdy things. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, we've talked about Polygon here in the space. Evergreen XD, will the final result be as a court live thing? The verdict, the entrance of the verdict should be. Yeah, absolutely. Avon by Ashley. Someone testified for Amber Heard. She told them Johnny's finger was cut by a bottle. Yes, that was the acting coach. Do you think the jury heard this and proves it wasn't him smashing a phone? I think they heard there was a different story. Yes. So I think that's important. Dawn, just want to say thank you for your content. Hoeg, you 100,000K soon. It's very nice of you to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate the super chat and the support. That damn ginger. There we some Elon Musk Bitcoin scam lives happening last night. Maybe. I mean, that's the kind of thing that could happen. LB, New Zealand and Australia follow the UK with bans too. Where would she film if banned from all these places? It would be a problem for her, no doubt. This is just a test. For the wine stain, it's right before the cops get to the penthouse door, in front of the right door in the hallway. Compare with the wine stain pick. I will look at that. Ella Rose, I mean in terms of consent, Ellen/Johnny. In terms of consent to the entry of that testimony, I ultimately think Johnny didn't care. So he could waive that, I think, and have no problem with it. I don't know. If you don't object to something, it can come in for the most part. The court isn't making those determinations unilaterally, again, for the most part. So I just don't think Ellen Barkin's testimony hurt him. So I think that's how I see it. JPG, have a group watch party for the Rum Diary. Wink face. I don't know. All the descriptions of that shower scene scare me at this point. Apple Pie, I died rating on Final Fantasy 14 watching you. Thought you'd like to know. You know, honestly, I've distracted my brother enough while he's playing a game in my presence. It's about time this spreads to the internet proper. Magai, do you think Microsoft or Sony would have tried to get the Square Enix IP that Embracer got if they didn't have their own acquisitions going on? I want more Deus Ex. I did ask for this, crying emoji. There's something weird about that Embracer deal at the price that they paid for it. So I think there's probably debt or other liabilities that maybe would have been not attractive to Sony or Microsoft. And Microsoft definitely doesn't want to overturn the apple cart for Activision. I don't think there's a big risk of Sony not being able to buy Bungie. So Sony not getting invested probably means they weren't that interested in it. Some people think that they spun off their Western studios in order for Square Enix to be bought proper by Sony. I don't know how likely that is either, but it makes more sense than Sony just buying their Western studios. Sony's more interested in their Japanese studios. Phil Jones, did you see Doctor Strange? Thoughts? Yes, I have a tweet out about it. If you look up my name in Doctor Strange, I think it's got a lot of the same character motivation and plot and world building issues that the rest of the movies do in the MCU in like phase 4. But I think Sam Raimi's direction and imagination and camera movements and that kind of thing elevate it above some of the other stuff I see. I think I give it an 8 or an 8.5 because it was enjoyable to watch, but don't go in there with your plot analysis, character motivation hat on because you will be disappointed. Dawn Strange, I think a fair verdict would be JD wins, awarded $7 million, and upon receipt of payments, he donates it to a charity for either DV or rehab. I think a lot of us are on the same page on this. I think $7 million is is a very possible outcome for this based on some of the inchoate and ambiguous damages testimony that we have seen as part of this case, and $7 million being a very specific number that if you think Amber Heard was lying about this, you can easily put in your head as she stole from him. So I think $7 million is very much in play as the number to win for Johnny. And then the PR move from there would be up to Johnny's team, definitely. Christian Loken, what witness would you play It Takes Two with? Isaac Baruch. Yeah, he'd be fun. He'd be a blast to play It Takes Two with. 100%. That's a couch co-op game, video games for those that don't know. Schmitty D, Johnny Depp's team have announced Jennifer Howell as a new witness in the last couple of hours. Did they make an announcement on that? The judge just said no public announcements. I'll have to look into that. But it's no surprise that Jennifer Howell's coming in. Wendy's Cafe. Good morning, Hoeg. I'm still mad about after finding out you drink soda in the morning instead of coffee. I don't always drink soda, he says with his soda cup right here. I also drink tea. That being said, would you bring in Jennifer Howell after Amber Heard's team is out of time or before? Same about Dr. Curry's rebuttal. Dr. Curry can handle herself. I'm not worried about their cross time. So Dr. Curry might go first. If Jennifer Howell is weak at all, or I suspect she's weak on cross-examination, you would try to hold her until they were more tense about their time. But I can't speak to that without knowing what she's going to say and how weak it is that she's going to say it. Thank you for the super chat. Laura Smart, not to put more pressure on Alita, but if someone could have a stopwatch on her stream to monitor Amber Heard time, would be fun. We might be able to do that. I'll raise it with her. Twitch Ascension, I think JH would be better in deposition than in person because a lot of what she has to say is what Whitney told her. Yeah, that made more sense to me as a deposition, especially if she's out there Instagramming, but we'll see what happens. Simply simple question. Can you please explain what these YouTube bots are and why they haven't been removed by YouTube? Also, when and where do rebuttal witnesses get used? They're going to get used Tuesday to Thursday, maybe some on Monday as well by Johnny Depp's team to rebut what Amber Heard's defense was. So it'll be just like his opening case in chief. It'll look exactly the same. It'll just be limited to things that were raised by Amber Heard's team. Why have bots not been removed? Your guess is as good as mine. Presumably, they're very quick to change how they're botting around and moving forward on this channel and so many others. Thank you for the super chat. James Gentry, question. I'm confused. I'm sorry to hear that. Are we doing both Johnny's suit and Amber's countersuit in this trial? Yeah, both at once. That's why you're seeing some of the stuff on damages and Adam Waldman testimony, which doesn't matter for the defamation suit that Johnny Depp has brought. So both at once, and we will see a motion to dismiss Amber Heard's case. We will see where it goes if it is dismissed by the judge. Zane, I couldn't believe a member of Starfleet would refer to Mitch eating crackers. Yeah, I did. I did that yesterday. Smiling with teeth emoji. I was trying to explain how your perspective can tint how you see things. Sophie, is Amber Heard countersuit claim due to the article by JD's lawyer for the UK trial? Is she then claiming she got PTSD from the article and not the horrific DVSA? The origin of the PTSD is the DVSA. We saw that referenced in Dr. Hughes's somewhat sparsely written notes. Amber Heard's countersuit claim is due to statements made by Adam Waldman. They were in the Daily Mail, I think, and they are in other places as well. And so, yes, that's her countersuit claim. The problem that she has, as we've talked about in this video, is that they haven't done a great job of tying Adam Waldman to Johnny Depp's directive/control. Mark Calderaro with a super chat. Is that Mark? Is that Mark that I know? I don't know. If it is, thank you so much for the super chat. And if it isn't, thank you so much for the super chat. Olivia M. Hi from Nova, Northern Virginia. I'm hoping I'll be able to be a line holder for Lawtube sometime next week. Smiling, blushing emoji. That would be great. I'm sure that they would appreciate that. Thank you so much, Olivia. Ryan Bowman, chances Amber Heard's countersuit gets dismissed prior to jury. I've got it at 50-50, which is a very high number for that question. There's no evidence that Adam Waldman's statements are on behalf of JD, right? You nailed it. Nailed it in one. Absolutely. Kraus Dev, does the jury get to go home? Yep. They're leaving the courtroom just the same as everybody else. What prevents them from looking at the news? Honor system and a belief in justice. Can't even open YouTube without seeing Amber Heard's team getting owned. Honor system? You got it. This kind of case coverage is unusual. It should be noted. That we are at such a high level that I've read video game reviews that include references to Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. I've read things that are completely unrelated that have those interests. I don't know how they're going to avoid it entirely. What you hope for at most is de minimis touch points. That yes, you occasionally might see something flash across your screen, but you're not seeking to pursue that and you're not diving into the links or what have you. Will a jury member do that? Maybe. But we really hope that they honor their civic duty and try to follow the rules of this court case, obviously. Matt Pelzer, Amber Heard's team caught between a rock and a hard place. Could they have won the case without losing the PR battle? Extreme seems to be only win to do both. Yeah, I think that's what they went for, right? Because what I'm proposing is you could have said that she has, more significant mental issues than Dr. Hughes testified to, and really attack whether she acted with actual malice or she believed these things. You could have said, hey, we're going to get into the muddy middle and we're going to talk about situations that are near identical, but include a hit and match them up with the actual photos that you've presented. Again, you don't want to lie, but it seems more likely that that's how things went down than what was described by Amber Heard if she was in fact abused. So what they went with was a strategy that says, we will be a saint, we will be a representative, as we indicated in the Washington Post, and we've made it much harder on ourselves and easier for Johnny, because you can say, okay, Johnny's world sounds more realistic, not Amber's, and give that win to Johnny. So yeah, they went with a strategy that is much more high risk, potentially higher reward, but that reward seems increasingly unlikely to be achieved. So thank you for the super chat. The Heavy, back to the Team Fortress 2 bot issue. Why doesn't Valve go legally after the bot creators? As a lawyer and gamer, hoping you know, some of them are starting to. It is enormously difficult to find anonymous people. You may or may not have jurisdiction over them. It'll cost a lot of money in court. You may not actually have the other jurisdiction where they might live, whether it's Russia or somewhere else, actually even honor your contracts and make the legal process even harder. And at the end of the day, they change their code and get around your shield anyway. So people are using it. You're seeing it a little bit more often now from some of these companies actually going out there and fighting cheaters. You've seen it from Blizzard. You've seen it from Gearbox. You've seen it from other places. But it's hard to use the legal system that way because you have to have jurisdiction to use a legal system. And a lot of these places are anonymous. A lot of these places are elsewhere that you don't know. And that's why you don't see it quite as often. Thank you for the super chat. Kel Marie, PLS, explain how the final jury still hasn't been selected. I don't get it. We need those alternates. We need alternates to be there and available and ready if something happens between now and then. We already had one juror have to step down. That's why we have 9 instead of 10. And we want to have the ability to continue with the deliberations if something bad were to happen. So they will get selected. Really is one of the last things to happen before the case is handed off to them. And then 2 alternates will be very, very sad because they will have put in all this effort and won't be allowed to actually deliberate on it. Joe Josephine Doris, please explain Lawtube. I tried searching for it, and a very specific lawyer came up. Thanks for everything. Yeah, somebody has the copyright to Lawtube. We're using it as a descriptive. We're not using it as a trademark or copyright term. It effectively just means this group of people that have gotten together over the last year that bounce into each other's streams, and our DM channel is called Lawtube because we're on YouTube, and we're lawyers. I know it's very creative. You don't often see that level of creativity from lawyers, but that's where Lawtube came from. And it's really not from us. It's from what people started calling us and that they remembered. So then you adopt it and you say, yeah, okay, that's fine. We can refer to ourselves that way. We might ultimately wind up changing the name or reference if like that lawyer that has it as a trademark gets bees in his bonnet or whatnot. But it's just a descriptive for our group and who we are when we bounce around. Wolfman 2137, you could do a React stream on their channel, sends people to them, and we get to see your reactions. Yeah, I mean, I could make a video for them. I could potentially. I'll talk to Spidey. I'll talk to Rob. Chew, do you think JD will go to rehab after this? I can't help but feel like that would be a really good thing for him. I mean, part of this is all I feel like he's an addict in a number of ways. I would love to see him get help that he needs on all this. I don't know. Leon Holmer, if Amber Heard doesn't have time left to cross an important witness during JD's rebuttal, could that be used for an appeal? Yes. It feels wrong not to be able to challenge a witness. It does, but here the judge was very open and transparent at the start, said you get 61 hours, use them as you will, try to understand where you're at and keep track of them because we have to get this case done within a reasonable 6 weeks. So at the point in time where that clock has run out on them, they did it to themselves. And so process was due, and this strategy didn't work out. Now, could you appeal that? Could you say, wow, they presented a lot more lies that we had to cross-examine a lot harder, and so it took us a lot more time, et cetera, et cetera. You could. It is an open window for appeal, but I think they've got a pretty good defense to it. If they get equal time, they got equal time. Apple Booty 3, will they get the knife as evidence? The knife will probably be kept separate from them, I would imagine, but they could ask for it. Swing on down. Can the ACLU sue for the pledge promise? They probably, well, no, there's not a lawsuit there because the documentation that they have says, I don't actually pledge this. It's not on a schedule. It's an overall 3.5 million. It'll get there when it gets there. And so I don't know that they have a valid lawsuit. She goes out there with statements that are problematic for this case, but she still continues to say that she's going to donate to the ACLU. So I don't know. They wouldn't want to anyway. As a charitable organization, you don't want to sue your donors or prospective donors as a rule. And she hasn't done quite enough damage to the ACLU just yet to warrant breaking that rule. Cricket, thank you for the super sticker. Lovely dog. Automated woodworker, you have the right to your own opinion, not your own facts. Where lies the difference between an opinion and defamation? Facts matter more. Yeah, you actually can't be defamed by an opinion. If you call somebody a liar, that's an opinion for the most part. If you call somebody various things, that's an opinion for the most part. Actually saying, and this is one of the problems with the legal case from Johnny Depp's side, saying Johnny Depp abused me is not an opinion. So that's something that you can look at for a defamation case. That's exactly why we're sitting here today. Zach Frisch, who has final say on witnesses called, Amber Heard or Elaine? The legal team is calling the witnesses and setting the legal strategy, but the client can be very vociferous in how they tell people what to do on the legal team. And now they can't really step down. So if that has fractured, it's just a very bad scene all around. Just a small town girl. Can the jury give interviews for compensation after the case? Yes, you'll see some jury interviews. I'm willing to bet once they realize the level of popularity here. NM, I'd grant JD his $25 million plus extra $7 million is punitive. The number for NM is $32 million. And you can see how a jury works in the jury room. 32 makes sense. Give him half plus 7. All these numbers can make sense. The jury doesn't have to defend itself on most of this stuff. And we're right at the end of super chats here. You guys have been fantastic. Let's just see if we can catch the last ones. And then I'm sure Alita's going live pretty soon. I got to get some other work done. But simple question. If the judge throws out the case, Amber Heard's countersuit, do rebuttal witnesses still get used? Yes, that's for the overall suit. I am sorry if this sounds stupid. It does not sound stupid at all. The rebuttal conceptually is the rebuttal to Amber Heard's defense of Johnny Depp's main suit. I know since we're doing both of these at once, it gets a little weird, but because he was the first to file, he gets that plaintiff's seat and it goes plaintiff's case, defendant's case, plaintiff's rebuttal. And so he will get to rebut her defense saying, oh, she tried to defend against these claims we've made, but here's why she's wrong here. Here's why she's wrong here. Here's why she's wrong here. Closing statements. So the rebuttal will stay. Wendy's Cafe, I have a feeling that JD's team has something up their sleeve to wake up the jury after Amber Heard's sleepy witnesses. I heard Camille mention staged photos the other day. Maybe made me wonder if they have witnesses to testify about staging. They could. She brought up the kind of two pictures that look like one is a different coloration than the other that they have presented in evidence as separate pictures. And the hair seems to match up exactly. There could be all that kind of thing. Jonathan Inkland, Alita is not a lawyer. She's a litigator. I'm just going to let that one sit. It's nice. Christopher Black, jurors confess to seeing something. What happens? Well, you've got the alternates there. It's possible that if that were to just pop out, that juror could be dismissed in favor of an alternate. It gets bad. It gets bad. It depends on the level. It depends on where you're at. It depends on a whole host of things. That's why judges are judges. They have to exercise their judgment in situations like that one where the rules aren't black and white. So we would see. It would be bad. James Gentry, did I hear correctly that there will be a motion to dismiss the counterclaim? Yes, there will 100% be that. Why could they at this point? Isn't this a sign of weakness / we're screwed? No, it's not a sign of weakness. You basically always, after a case is presented, go and tell the judge that they did not meet their obligations to establish the elements of their claims. And then the judge says, yeah, they did enough. Keep going. Or they say, oh, actually, you might be right. Here, there is one very obvious hole in Amber Heard's countersuit, and that is actually saying Johnny Depp is responsible for Adam Waldman's statements. I do not see any evidence on that point, and it might be the case that the judge agrees and says, well, if there isn't any evidence on that point, we have to kick the countersuit out of court. And I thought that was it. Maybe it still is. For everybody, no, a few more. Phil Jones, what keeps a coworker telling media juror info? Again, sanctity, honor, not trying to kill the legal process. Yeah, it's a little pie in the sky. For the most part, we put that out there because we don't want it to, of course, corrupt the jury, but de minimis corruption is probably okay. Probably not going to sway them too much when they're otherwise listening to things for 50 hours a week, but we want the aspiration there to be whole. Newt, never say short stream. Have you not learned? Every time I say short stream, We've had up to 8,000 plus viewers in this stream, and we're still at 4,000 plus. It's amazing. I love you guys all. Ross H. Gage, can we call the trial movie What's Eating Amber Heard? I like A Fish Story because she's in Aquaman, but yeah, that's just me. That's what I like to go with. And that is it for the Super Chats today. That's it for Hangouts and Headlines for Friday, May 20th. Took forever. Of course, Super Chats come in when I say that sentence. I will hit these. I will. But I want to say thank you to everybody that has followed me on Legal Bites, for supporting Legal Bites, for supporting Lawtube, and the people you've seen today, Ian and Joe and everyone else. Reasonable minds can differ. We can disagree with each other coolly, reasonably, rationally, even if we disagree strongly with one another. And I feel that is so, so important for discourse and communications online. I am so thankful for all of you. We're at more than 90,000. We might be even at more than that now. I don't even know what we got in terms of subscriptions today. I just want to say thank you sincerely. Like I said, I will probably be popping my head into Alita's stream as she covers her own Super Chats. I like to make sure that people that are streaming alone have a buddy if I can. Obviously, that's not always possible with all the various things that we all do in Lawtube and elsewhere. But I will pop my head in if she's alone, definitely. And generally speaking, if other Lawtubers are alone as well. So thank you for that. Like on your way out if you haven't already. Subscribe. Absolutely do all those fun, what Alita calls YouTubey things. Always sounds wrong when I say it. And I very much appreciate it. Last Super Chats. Leanne G, will the jury be given instructions to not use the attorney-client privilege thing against JD? If her countersuit survives, I imagine there will be a jury instruction that says you may not make a negative inference about the invocation of attorney-client privilege. And we've got Uncivil Law dropping in from his parachute. Here's a Super Chat. You are not allowed to stop. Uncivil Law, I have other things to do today. I thought this would end 4 hours ago. So I appreciate it, Uncivil Law. That is very generous of you. Go like and subscribe to Uncivil Law as well. He's climbing the charts. He's very close to 100,000 subscribers. And he has been on supporting this channel very, very often. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to hit this button before another Super Chat comes in. Go follow Legal Bites. I know that somebody told me Nate was live during this stream. Lawtube live, prospering all over the place today on Friday, May 20th. Please do check them out. Thanks again. I very much appreciate it.